Well, we'll get it.
And now, live from the man cave, I will not be throwing anything tonight, Lord willing. It's a cold opening show. Deep in the heart of constitutional Livingston County, Michigan.
Constitutional. Remember the Constitution? Remember when Republicans used to talk about that? Doesn't seem like they talk about it so much anymore. I wonder why.
Tonight we're going to talk about. Zoom that out, Scotty. It's not going. We're going to talk to Austin Franzel. Franzel. About being ousted.
You're a gay fish.
You're a gay fish. There's the gay fish. Is the gay fish zooming out, Scott?
No.
I don't see it. Hit that zoom for me. Anyways, welcome to the show tonight, everybody. We're going to do everything different than what we normally do. Are your buttons not working?
No.
Let me see if my buttons work.
All right. Classic.
You're a gay fish.
You're a gay fish. It's just stuck on the gay fish.
Classic.
shot.
This is my brain. Technical difficulties.
Oh, look at that. That button worked,
Nice.
but that's not the button I wanted. Let's go back to the table shot, and that
Ooh.
table shot's not right. Let's go to this one.
Right. There.
So live from the man cave with buttons working and not working. This is my brain. I'm Jeremy Scott Gibbs. Shane Trejo's here tonight. Teddy, the Black Pillar Bester, is on the show. He loves that name.
I do.
He does love it.
We love it. It's a terrific name. I'm honored to have that name,
It's
and
Better than
quite frankly, it's better than Larry Boomer.
Teddy the Fed. And obviously, I said it already, Austin Franzel.
How's it going, everyone?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome back.
We've got some exciting news to talk about tonight about you getting on the bad side of somebody.
Always.
Yeah. But we're going to get to that in just a minute. Let me see if I can go to this screen, and I have to do this thing over here as I was like really prepared. Let's talk about dinner. How was dinner, guys?
Oh, wonderful.
Great.
Spectacular.
Some steak.
Can't go wrong with
A
steak.
little bit of chicken. Had the asparagus going.
Problem is that you had that big bowl of candy down there.
You were sitting right next to
I
that was the
staked it out.
dude. That was that's the Easter candy for tomorrow.
Well, I'm glad I didn't eat like the whole thing.
So am I.
Taking candy from children
Yes.
wouldn't be a good look. I'm already infamous enough. I don't need to be stealing candy from children.
Shane Trejo, the
Sounds like
candy
you got
stealer.
What's the line from Hunt for Red October? I'm a politician and a liar. That means when I'm not stealing baby, when I'm not kissing babies, I'm stealing their lollipops.
Sounds like you already got a
take
fan
the
in
candy.
chat, Shane, from our fan Jeffrey A. Mayo. Where he
Uh-huh.
says, "Yo, let me shout out let me shout out to my number one Mexican Shane Trejo. what it is, Playboy.
What it is, Playboy.
What's up? How we doing? What's up, Holmes?
What it is, Playboy.
What it is.
How's our feeds looking?
Rumble's looking good.
Okay.
I don't like Larry's laptop because I can't use the finger pad. I gotta get used to using the mouse for that because the finger pad doesn't work.
You might try to turn it on.
I would just do it with the mouse. No,
Scott,
check
how's
Facebook.
our other feed over there? The second computer.
Looks good.
Larry's laptop is operates
good.
out of Windows
thank you.
95.
That's actually my wife's old laptop that I brought down here to the man cave to use for something, and Larry has like confiscated it and now does that. But I wanted to say for dinner, hold on, I'm trying to do the thing here. There we
Steak,
go.
chicken,
shrimp,
Tramp.
asparagus, and I did it, and Scott was not completely pleased, but he did think it was good. The peppers that I did in my modified honey pepper sauce.
Too sweet.
So they were like little candies in there.
No, I like
Candy
the
peppers.
jalapeno one, man. That was
Dude,
good.
I made the jalapenos the other night for him
Oh,
with some red
yeah.
onions and some chicken that I had in the he was hanging out. We were doing music.
Oh yeah.
And dude, we're both sweating as we're like, I'm like, these are the hot ones. I like the mild jalapenos. Sorry, I'm sorry, just weak. He's
Weak.
like, what'd you say? If you're
Top of my head start sweating. It's good.
he's one of those guys.
Hey man, I'm from Texas, so
Hell yeah.
gotta have the heat.
Gotta have the heat. All right, so dinner was good. Appreciate you guys being here for dinner because we got to talk, and I like doing that. Right, Teddy?
Yeah,
I like to have conversation
I
before.
like to have a nice conversation.
We get a lot of the things out during dinner that we can't say on the show
Yep.
now.
And, it's nice having
Horrible, awful, despicable things.
it's nice having a conversation with legitimate people, and everyone can hear each other out, and there's no arguing or anything like that. So it's
All right,
You
Teddy.
mean we could all have our own opinions?
yeah, we can all have our own
That's crazy.
opinions, and no one can interrupt you or anything like that.
Some
What was I talking-
well-educated gentlemen sharing a few thoughts over a few drinks. I like that.
That's right. That's right. Teddy, what you got there? Some yang yang?
Got some ring.
Ring ring. So let's do this. Notice this podcast is raw, unfiltered, and completely politically incorrect. We say Merry Christmas, Pledge of Allegiance, especially the part about one nation under God. We thank our troops for their service. Thank you, those in the audience, and Scott over there at the booth for your service. We recognize 3 genders on this show now. We have had to modulate in recent years. Male, female, and mentally ill. That is the 3rd gender we will recognize as legitimate. As adults, we enjoy adult beverages. Just me and Teddy tonight enjoying adult beverage. There we go, buddy. Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. The Di Serono shot. We cuss, we do not curse or swear. Look up the definitions, please, for the love of God. And speaking of the love of God, we love Jesus, but hate religion and religious hypocrites. If any of this offends you, please leave. And that's the amount of disclaimers that we will do tonight. And did our table cam go back to the right camera? It did. Look at that. He's so special. I have to shut that off. All right. Any disclaimers that you have to do, Mr.
I would just like to say,
Brand new party guy?
as usual, I'd like to say that all of my opinions are the official opinions of the Republican Party and reflect on all Republicans, the local, state, national, federal levels.
And must be obeyed to your dying breath.
Yep.
Thank
Hell
you.
yeah.
Thank you, Shane. We've got that on record now. Austin, we're going to talk about your stuff. Anything that you need to disclaim tonight, any affiliations you need to disavow yourself of? Are you free and clear tonight?
I'm always free and clear. That's the thing. Living life.
But you're not Scientology, right?
No,
we're free and clear, but not free and clear.
You're just not at that. You're not at that level.
You're not.
okay?
You haven't exercised enough of your.
You haven't had. You
yet.
haven't had the.
Your xenomorphs passed out.
I'll
Listen,
have to. Hit
you haven't
Tom
been
Cruise
audited.
up.
Yeah, I was about to say you didn't get audited enough. Okay,
We gotta
Listen,
get audited and give your money.
we don't want Xenu to be pissed off at you. Okay.
Exactly.
No, Zenu. No for you.
It's like the South Park thing. 10,000 years ago, 10 million years ago, the aliens were planted, and the evil Lord Xeno dumped in volcanoes. And they were dumped in planes that looked like DC-8s.
I would have thought that the Battlefield, what was it? Battlefield Earth or
Battlefield Earth, starring John Travolta.
I would have actually appreciated that movie more if I wouldn't have known that they were trying to indoctrinate everybody into thinking Scientology was.
Did you ever see?
I never watched that shit.
You ever know the General's
bad.
Daughter? That movie.
Yeah, great movie.
So at the premiere, you had some some former Scientologist guys from Xeno TV. They dressed up as Xenu at the premiere and fucked with John Travolta.
As well, they should have.
They just like, "Oh, John, it's me, Xenu."
That's great.
All right, so no other disclaimers that we got to get to tonight, so we're good on that screen. I'm gonna pull up some of my stuff. So what are we here for tonight, Shane? Set us up. Tell us why Austin is here to elaborate on his recent encounters and.
So last time Austin was here, we talked about the state of the youth in the Republican Party. Talked candidly about many topics, including the state of Israel and the collapse and support of public opinion among young people, including young conservatives, for the state of Israel. This was before the Iran war happened too. So everything has really, gotten drastically worse
Really
on
ramped up
every
now.
front since then. But we talked about that, and we talked about the growing influence of Nick Fuentes on the young conservative movement as well, which also has grown in recent months because he's the one who predicted that Trump would go to war with Iran, while most MAGA influencer type people were saying, oh, no, he won't. We're going to stay out of these wars, and then flipped immediately and started supporting the war after President Trump went there. So the situation has only gotten, worse on each front since then. But what happened in the GOP since then was there's been a big fallout. They did reference, the podcast that we had here, and that it was brought up during, I think a show trial of sorts or a struggle session with Austin and the Lapeer GOP, where they brought him up and said, you're guilty of these thought crimes. We're going to publicly castigate you and humiliate you, and we're going to bring you before the Boomer Sanhedrin, and they're going to tell you what a bad person you are, and blah, blah, blah. And eventually he was excommunicated from the Lapeer GOP. So we do have a couple of videos that we'll be referencing later of one of the people there who brought me up, who brought the podcast up, and made defamatory allegations against Austin.
They brought you up too?
Oh yeah.
As
Yeah.
well, they should have. I mean,
So-
come on.
I just want to say real quick, Shane, I want to push back on you for a second. It's not a war. It's a special military operation strikes on a country. It was a, surprise special military operation strikes, but it's not a war. I just want to push back on you for a little bit there.
Thank you,
And
Teddy,
neither
for the
is Russia and Ukraine.
thank you, Teddy, for the
Yeah.
clarification.
My bad. I misspoke. But so Austin, kind of set the stage there. So can you talk about how this developed? Like, what did they say to you besides, bringing up you went on a naughty podcast and said, and, didn't follow the script
That was
of
the wrong
what,
camera.
the boomers say Republicans must talk about. Other than that, like, what did they bring up? What were the allegations? What were they hitting you on? And how did it all unfold?
Absolutely. So to give some context, we got to go roughly back to September. Back right after Charlie Kirk, the situation on September 10th, and Charlie fatally passed away, and it was very tragic, and the shell shock of a nation. We had a lot of situations going on in Lapeer County where or across the board, really, for the youth, there was a lot of people extremely upset. This was a leader for the youth that was killed in battle in a way. He was out there in the field working to push our ideas, our perspectives. He was working to get people to come to our side, and he was taken from us. A lot of youth at the time, and still continuously, started having a lot of issues with how things were being handled and the lack of any movement from any of our politicians to actually rectify what happened or to take steps to make sure that's never done again, and to the best of our ability, or anything really. We just sat back and respectfully, President Trump went to Charlie Kirk's memorial, and instead of diving deep into the situation, he starts talking about how Tylenol affects pregnant ladies. And this kind of this mentality with the youth getting upset was something that we were all very traumatized about. There was a lot of mourning. There was a lot of people that we were struggling. And I made a Facebook post, I believe it was September 21st, where I said any politicians who, and I made the mistake of saying elderly politicians, but being 26, elderly is anyone above my age. And I hate to say it, but most of the politicians are not in their 20s by any means. But I said any elderly politicians who are not doing their jobs need to consider retiring. Well, what this upset one of the figureheads in Lapeer, that's kind of the shadow.
One of the elderly politicians doing jack shit. Yeah,
exactly. Actually, 100%.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
It
I keep
upset
pushing
him.
that wrong button. Go.
And so he texted me, and he was like, this needs to be the American Revolution, not the French. I want to mentor you. And he's coming up and he's blowing my phone up. And I'm just like, what is this guy? I don't need this right now. Why does he want to mentor me after I'm already having some success? Why didn't you want to mentor me when I was just a young young guy getting involved in politics and didn't know anything. Why are you trying to mentor me now? Why are you trying to talk about a revolution when I'm just making a post saying that crappy politicians should retire? So I didn't respond to him.
He wants to get his hooks into you, control you,
Yep.
co-opt you, typical GOP establishment bullshit.
Yes. And
as Adam Sandler said in The Wedding Singer, information I could have used yesterday.
Exactly. And on September 31st, I was having my Freedom Ball, which we turned into a memorial for Charlie Kirk as well. And I opened the doors for free. And there, I had, you know, there was a lot to go about it. And at the time, it felt morally right to open these doors to everyone. It shouldn't be. I want everyone to be able to come together and enjoy politics. You know, you charge $20, $30 per ticket. The average Joe off the street's not going to go and attend. So I opened the door for free. And the day before the Freedom Ball happened, it was Friday. The Freedom Ball was on Saturday. These gentlemen got an emergency board meeting for Lapeer County called before my biggest event I had ever thrown at this point. And they get this this emergency board meeting hosted. I show up. We have most of the Lapeer County Republican board with us. The two individuals, the Johns, we'll call them, were there. And it's the day before my biggest event. Why am I in this board meeting right now? What is going on? Over a Facebook post. We sit down and they're trying to tell me, you have to let me mentor you. You can't do things without our approval. And they're just executive committee members. So I simply said, who are you to tell me that I have to go to you for anything? I need to go to the entire executive committee. You're just one executive committee member. And he's like, well, you need to talk to me before you make any decisions. And come to me and we'll talk in the back room. That's what he said. And I said, you want me to do backroom deals with you? Absolutely not. This gentleman proceeds to tell me that I am unsavable to Christ. He then proceeds to spend the next 30 minutes just extremely upset, going after me. He wouldn't let me breathe. It was a very tense meeting. It's very much so like middle school, except without a principal really to actually like intervene and say, hey, you're in the wrong. It was the same mentality. So honestly, I've seen middle schoolers be more productive than some of these elderly leadership that were in that room yelling. And so
do they get into a get off the porch type of mentality where no matter what you do?
Pretty much anymore. Yeah. Well, it's stopped a little bit since they got me out, but every single thing that I've done over the past 6 months, they've tried to grill me on. Well, fast forward, that was back in September. That started a lot of these issues. We had the State of the Youth. They're already trying to attack me. The entire time they were underneath just trying to, because I refused to submit to them, they were trying to make issues with me.
Of course.
How
dare you buck up against
how
the system?
dare you consider actually going against what we want, right? And even though I was just running the youth programs, that's all I've been doing. So as we fast forward, there was a bunch of different little things. I kept getting calls from my chairman, the vice chairman. They kept trying to, every little thing I was doing had to be calculated down. They really were analytic with it. They asked me to resign. I said, no, take it to a vote. You have no reason for me to resign. I'm not going to do it. This is off of two individuals who are really upset. And so we had months of this going on behind the scenes. And last month, they decided, what ended up happening was I found out, and this is some pretty new information that I haven't even talked to you guys about. But
do tell. Give us the full story.
One of these gentlemen, his sons, was convicted for attempting to shoot up Lapeer Community Schools back in 2017.
Damn.
And
I would take that as is that a bad, I'm just checking with you guys. Is that a bad thing? Wait, why did that camera go there? Dumb camera. I tried to make a quick point and go right back to Austin, and the camera screwed me. Sorry.
Probably a bad thing.
I'm saying that shooting up a school is probably
absolutely
a bad thing.
a terrible thing,
all right,
and
back to you,
especially I'm a
Austin.
senior in high school at this time, and my brother was actually a grade below this kid who was in the same classes as him, and so it was very revealing. Well, we find out that not only is his dad the former chairman of Lapeer County Republican Party, but he's an active precinct delegate, and that I have people who went to school with this kid who were getting upset and started making complaints to me saying, hey, why is this kid on the list? Why are they supporting him? Why is his dad the former chairman? Why is his dad the Lapeer library chair? All this stuff. So I just simply went to my chairman and I said, sir, I've received complaints, and these are what the complaints are. And my chairman, the vice chairman said, we're going to get you fucking removed right off of the rip. After months of tension and everything else, that's an exact quote.
Okay.
Exact quote.
We don't take the F-bomb lightly here,
I know.
so I appreciate that. Oh, he doesn't get the
Absolutely.
big one yet. No, he was just.
No, he
close.
gets a little one. We have
I'm
an
even
F-bomb.
reluctant to give him the little.
That's the big
F-bombs.
one because it resulted in him getting booted from the
Well,
Lapeer GOP.
I'm just thinking of giving him the small F-bomb.
Well, we have a
just
system
because
of
he's
F-bombs.
only quoting somebody, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough,
Absolutely.
fair
Fair enough.
What's Kennedy say? Your words, not mine. I'm just saying back to you what you've said, and I want to clarify what you meant when you said this. Your words,
Yeah.
not mine. So you
Absolutely.
said this guy's words, not yours.
Yeah.
Go.
And this was so needless to say, I lost my thought there. But
No, he said
he said that
you're
they
trying
were
to
gonna
get this
me
kid-
fucking removed.
you want this
after-
kid off there because he's a actor.
I didn't even say that he needed to get off of it. I
But
just
why is
simply
he
went
being
to
nominated or something?
well, why are we supporting this? Like, this should be brought to your guys' attention. You know, if
and
you're
he's gonna get you fucking removed.
yeah, if you're a county chairman and this
His
is sitting
words,
in
not
your-
ours.
Yeah, if you're sitting in as the county chairman, you would consider possibly going and signing more precinct delegates up in that region to possibly get him off. Do anything.
Yeah.
Instead, they do absolutely opposite, which is they're going after me. They were already mad at me for months, and now they want to continue attacking me. So we go into the Lapeer County GOP meeting, and everything's fine. They don't have me on the agenda. They don't have anything official.
What's the date of this?
It was on the, I want to say the 20th of last month, but let me make sure.
Post your
It,
your first appearance on here. Correct.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This
Yeah.
was just last month. It would have been the 26th of last month. And we're at the very end. It was right before public comment and closing prayer. And one of the Johns at the very back decides to stand up and goes, I am making a motion to remove Austin Franzel as an executive committee member from the Lapeer County Republican Party. Okay, cool beans. You know, let's dive into it. We have a lot of youth over here.
Mhm.
We got to, there's some fair people in the crowd. Let's get into it. Well, they had changed the bylaws back in November to state that you have to be a precinct delegate to be allowed as an executive committee member. I was under the impression I was a precinct delegate up until our county convention back in February, which, to give more context to that, back in January of 2025, my secretary of the county approached me and said, hey, we have had an opening in your precinct. We're going to fill you in. This is something Lapeer County had done. They
can appoint you.
That's what they can't come to find out, but
they can't. But they were going to try.
There was several board meetings where they were appointing people that was behind closed doors. So come to find out that was actually completely inappropriate how they were doing that.
Yeah.
But I do chuck that up to a lack of experience. That's something that, if they had more years, maybe they'd get better, But the secretary came up to me and said, hey, we have a spot, so we're going to get you in. I got elected onto the executive committee without being a precinct delegate, and I was well aware. It was never an issue. And even on the 9th congressional district, you don't have to be a precinct delegate.
No.
Well, and so they changed the bylaws back in November to where it's one paragraph says eligibility is just a dues paying member, which is the original context. And the new paragraph states a dues paying member and a precinct delegate. They go into this new meeting and they're asking, before they did anything, they started submitting bylaw changes where they clarify in the first statement that they remove just eligibility being a dues paying member, but then they add a precinct delegate and dues payer member. So right before they even did anything with me, they're going to all the executive committee members and asking them to change the rules that would be applicable to me. And then later on, they asked to remove me off of me not being a precinct delegate. And they said they have 7 things that they have found me convicted of. Weird. They're not my judge, jury, or executioner.
Right.
It was just some random executive committee members.
So, like, was there an official investigation? Like,
No.
what went into this? They said, they just said, here's a list of what you're guilty of.
Yeah.
And we're going to oust you.
Well, so they never once had it on the executive. They never had it on the agenda. They never released any information to any of the executive committee beforehand. They never actually gave anyone any information to be able to come up to their logical conclusion on their own. They waited last second, and then they just shoved this on everyone and said, we found him guilty of this. And it was 2 random executive committee members who have too much influence with other executive committee members. And when you're at a county that's had last year had 4 times they almost didn't have quorum. It's not that hard to get 9 of your friends to show up and push someone out. And so what ended up happening was they said, we won't get into it unless he, you know, it really comes down to it, but he's not an executive committee member, or he's not a precinct delegate, so he shouldn't be an executive committee member. I looked at them and I said, please enlighten us on what these 7 are. I would love to hear it. They go through and it starts off with, I'm signing up precinct delegates and I'm doing this without the party's consent.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're signing up precinct delegates
How dare you?
without the consent of the party.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like if you said, hey, would you like to be a delegate?
Yeah.
Bad. That's bad.
No, I didn't get it vetted by the Johns. And,
this
ironically,
is
one of the
part-
Johns is the
Yeah,
vetting.
this is part of the new idea that we don't want to sign up precinct delegates unless we know they're going to play ball,
Yep.
unless we can quote unquote vet them, which means that we know that they're not going to challenge entrenched leadership. And then if they do challenge entrenched leadership, which is often, as we know, very corrupt, very ineffective, then they are unilaterally removed by the dictates of the chair. Before, just a few years ago, this was never common practice, and now they're creating fake legal bases. They're creating kind of a culture of intimidation where if you do not go along to get along, then they will target you for dismissal, and they will not just remove you necessarily from the executive committee, but also effectively take your rights as a precinct delegate away in order to protect their own power.
Yeah.
Isn't this the last bastion though? The precinct delegate and what you're talking about, the vetting and you signing up without permission or authorization. Isn't that the last line of defense? First, they want to reduce the number of delegates. They want to run the party by committee, not precinct delegates. And now they're telling you didn't have these delegates vetted. That's the last line. We already have to deal with all these establishment bullshit candidates that they're putting up in front of us from all levels, right? Candidates we don't want, candidates we don't support. Trump was one of the ones that came in that we were like, this guy's not establishment. And now he's, taken in. But isn't this the war on it? Is they've co-opted all of these areas, and the last line of defense is that precinct delegate.
100%.
And so they're pulling this shit right now. Yeah, continue.
Well,
Austin.
and in a county, I'll say this too on that note, in a county where we had 55 precinct delegate open positions, you should be happy for anyone that signs up. All right. We're not Oakland County. We're not Oakland County. We don't have to pay 10 grand on a precinct delegate election. We need people to participate.
Right.
When you're in a county that had almost missed quorum 4 times in a year, you need people. You need to participate. You need you need as many people as you can.
And here's the reality too, is the people that will sign up, if you get them in there, you're supposed to be training them anyway. So what's their fear factor of signing these people, of having unvetted? Well, how do you know what their mentality is? Bring them into the party, and then you're supposed to train them. So if you're so powerful, coerce them at that point.
Well, and I'm the youth chairman. At the time, I was the youth chairman for the county and the district. So I have full authority to be able to sign up. I mean, anyone has authority to sign up precinct delegates. I think everyone should be signing up and trying to be elected. But at the end of the day, you're going to talk about authority. It's like, well, I'm with the county and the district. I'm your youth chairman's. Obviously, I would, and it's ironic, the only thing they went on about was I did it at one of my events. It was a 9th District youth event that I signed up delegates at. That's my events. Those are my people. These are people I would love to have as precinct delegates.
Right.
And so you're going on and attacking me about it, but it's
growing the party with young people, bringing in younger precinct delegates. That's what every county should be striving to do.
100%. And educating them on the political process and getting them involved.
Yep. And not trying to control them too.
And here's the big thing about this too, Austin. If they're right, if their way of looking at things is right, okay, we'll chalk that up. Then what do they have to be afraid of?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. You will forever be.
You bring in these young people, you train them up, but as you said earlier, it's this this Charlie Kirk what would you call it? Snowball effect, where they were bringing in so many youth who were awake, who were not woke, but awake. And we're going, you know what? I mean, the amount of, I come from the Protestant, more Pentecostal dynamic of church
Mhm.
involvement. But I'll tell you what, the amount of young people that are gravitating towards Orthodoxy
Yep.
or even Catholicism
Yep.
is it blows my mind.
2 of my members,
Because they like the structure, they like the dynamics, they like the, not the pomp and circumstance, I won't put it in that category, but they like the ceremony, they like that.
Yeah.
It appeals to
Yeah.
them, and I go, okay.
Well, I'd like to say too is that the mainline Protestant denominations have just been completely taken over by liberalism in its entirely.
Bastardized.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, and that's
And-
why I said the Pentecostals. I don't want to cut you off, Teddy. I'll let you finish. But that's why I said the Pentecostal, because they were more.
You ever see this man handle a snake?
Never happened. Never happened. But that dynamic of the Pentecostal Protestants, or the more charismatic Protestants, a lot of them had more structure. From my experience in a lot of churches, and I've been involved in church ministry for the last 30 years. I was a youth pastor, so I want to correlate with you and some of your youth dynamics and leadership having issues with it. Finish your point, Teddy.
Well, I was just going to say too is that the Protestant denomination. Well, you have two sides to it. You have the mega church evangelical types who have they have their own kind of influence on them.
Yes.
Where they have this like, if a lot, this 200-year-old theological thing of dispensationalism.
Yes.
And they're taken
Schofield
over by
Bible crap. Yeah.
liberalism, and then you have mainline Protestants that are taken over completely by liberalism or even
Yes.
progressivism.
Right.
But a lot of people that I know that converted the Orthodoxy, for the most part, I'm just speaking of what I know, is that they believe it's like tradition, like you said, it's more structured. You have
Yes.
leadership, and it's the fact that is the Orthodoxy, for the most part, is like kind of the oldest sect of Christianity connected to like the Nicene Creed and all that. It's like
It's when you want to really, what I'm finding is a lot of these young people, and you guys can tell me from your perspective, a lot of these young people, and I was a youth leader when I was in my 20s, that they gravitate towards a structural dynamic because when they think of God, they think, I don't want to say, what's the correct word, not stoically, or they think piously. They think they God is here, is way up here, right?
Mhm.
And so I want to reverence God. I want to honor God. And so if I go into a place that doesn't feel reverential, doesn't feel honorable, doesn't feel a little bit of, it's like a church service. You don't walk, or a wedding service, right? There are weddings that you get together and you're like, I don't know how long this is going to last, because that was kind of a joke. And then you walk into other ones where everybody's they know it's a celebration of these two people being, this guy and girl, because we don't want to go to the other ones.
Yep.
But this guy and girl getting married, and they're celebrating that dynamic, and the ceremony has these really cool dynamics, but it's a ceremony. It has that I don't want to say again pomp and circumstance, but it has that reverence to it. There's prayers, and there's vows, and there's all these dynamics. And so when they walk into Orthodoxy, or they walk into Catholicism, or there are some still good Protestant ones out there.
Oh yeah.
They feel that dynamic of structure, and that's appealing to them, because they're like, if I've been irreverent my whole life,
Mhm.
I want to walk into an environment that has a reverence that I can adopt, gravitate to, or embrace,
Mhm.
that was not presented to me up until this time. Does that make sense?
And then that's why I give $5,000 a week to Paula White's
Stop.
Prosperity
See, now
Gospel Church.
you just stepped on my.
If I may add, all you got to do is plant a seed, and you're going to bless President Trump and the chosen nation of Israel.
You both fucked up my whole thing.
But I agree. I think,
That's why I
if you
drink on
want-
the show, folks. If you don't know.
but I do agree. And Jeremy's right. There are some, good Protestant churches, and sects and all that are still conservative and follow the traditions of the Bible, the Nicene Creed. But I can think of a couple churches, well, just one church in Livingston County.
Mhm.
You probably will know what I talk about. If you drive by, you can see the flag. They have a couple flags, and they have one flag that sticks out.
Mm.
And is that concurrent with Christian theology or tradition, or
Nope.
would it be like a traditional Catholic or Orthodox church would be more appealing to actual people that want to, people that actually want to believe in actual Christian doctrine and theology.
Now that there's a certain type of flag that is not congruent scripturally or morally.
But that's what. But
with a
that.
Christian
But the
congregation.
problem is now, and it's kind of like a thing of America at this point. This is why these evangelical, non-denominational churches are more popular. Is that you have the mainline Protestant churches that have become so liberalized that they
Yeah.
believe in theology of liberalism instead of the actual, like I said, Christian theology. So you have people, like you said, turn to Pentecostalism or these other churches.
Well, I wouldn't say they're turned to Pentecostal, but I understand.
But yeah, some people do.
Well,
because
I've
these
met.
lib-
It's amazing to me. I've met some people that you would not I wouldn't say in a million years, but you would not off the cuff think this kid's a Pentecostal. He's attending church. But I have a couple people in their, your ages that I'm like, wait, you go to, and they're like, yeah. And I'm going to services. One young man, he's a recovering alcoholic. He's like, I was closing bars 5 nights a week and 3 hours of sleep and going to work the next morning. He says, I go to meetings every night. And if I'm not at a meeting, I'm at a church service. And I'm like, and he's like, oh yeah, Pentecostal, but he's not of that Pentecostal snake bullshit. He's of actually that infilling of the Spirit, that direction of the Spirit dynamic. But I want to get back to this and then finish up and get back to Austin's story. But this idea of this orthodoxy and even Catholicism from the standpoint of the ritualism and stuff like that. Do you see the dynamic of this being a structural thing where it's not, if you think about it, I'm voluntarily walking in the front door. I have no obligation to be here. Now I'm talking about the kids, but I'm talking about the young people, right?
Yeah.
In their early 20s, mid 20s, and they're walking of their own volition.
Oh,
Okay.
100%.
Or even after Charlie Kirk's assassination, right? They're in the school says, no, we're not going to do a prayer during the football game. And the whole school stood up and said, no, we're doing a prayer before this football game. And we're going to sing songs. And there was spontaneous throughout the country that broke out. And I go, these are kids desiring to have a structure that is not a dictate, but is a voluntary understanding of a place of reverence and honor for something that they believe is higher than themselves that can take them to another place. Is that a clear understanding?
100%.
So I want to correlate that dynamic with what you were doing with these youth groups. Is you're looking at these kids going, you are the future of our country.
100%.
And you're saying, I'm going to hold a individual rally. I'm not asking for permission. I'm not doing this. I'm going to hold a meeting with some of these young people, see if I can't get them signed up and get them involved in politics, because this is another structure that we need to be part of, because if we're not part of it, it'll be taken over, and it already has. But continue on that, Austin.
So before I go into the politics side of things, I would say overwhelmingly with my organization, the most pronounced religion is Catholicism by far. For how many people are, I have 2 individuals today that are getting confirmed.
Okay.
Shout out to Ben and shout out to Nick. Congratulations.
Shout out, guys.
My family, I grew up in a very Catholic family. I myself am non-dom. And that's just after we went on a different path myself. But my family's been when we came over to the United States from Germany in the 1800s, we settled with the Catholic Church of Argyle up near Bad Axe.
Okay. A thumb boy from the thumb.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. Thumb in Kentucky.
I lived in Carroll and Vassar for many, many years.
I love Carroll and Vassar. Beautiful. Vassar is really slept on, in my opinion. Very beautiful little town.
Raised my kids there for the first 11 years of their lives.
Very beautiful towns, man.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I come from the thumb, which during the 08 recession got absolutely obliterated. And then I come from, my family comes from Southern Kentucky and Appalachia. And that area has just been destroyed. And so, every time I go down there, I get like, that's my why. I've seen what they did to those people and my family. And so that's my why. But I would say with Catholicism and religion as a whole, my generation has started coming back to the Lord. Yeah. And that's been massive.
And that's the amazing thing is I'm watching this and it blew me away, because being in youth ministry and stuff, and then church ministry for years, I was the type of person that I kind of bucked the structural dynamics. Now we had set things that we did, but I didn't want it to be so rigid and religious,
Yeah.
right? You want to buck
Yeah.
the religious, but maintain tradition, maintain honor, maintain reverence.
Yeah. Well, and I look at youth programs as it's the pathway, right? It's not
Yeah.
going to be perfect, but it's the pathway to the main room, right? Like
Yeah.
you're going to have some different coloring paintings out here. You're going to have a bathroom over here. You're going to, this is the pathway. You go into the main room, you're an adult. That's when things get serious. But when you're in these youth programs, this is supposed to be your training. This is supposed to be your testing. This is supposed to where you're supposed to be able to make mistakes,
Right.
and, get closer to the Lord. And one of the issues that we see, and I'm sure you saw as well, is the interpretation of like boomers and older people wanting to control those. I remember I threw my first youth meeting for Lapeer County back in 2023. My second one, we did a board game tonight, and this this lady decided to show up, which was great, but she was 46 years old. And she was trying
to a youth group meeting?
Yeah, to a youth group meeting, which was like 18, 19, 20. At the time I was 23. So they were like in between 18 and 24. And she's like 40, in her mid 40s, and she's making everything like it feels like we're back in middle school again. Like,
It's
don't
all
swear,
awkward and
don't swear, don't hit, don't go outside and smoke, and she brought you some coloring books, and it's like, well, this isn't what we're doing here.
She
This
was well
isn't
meaning, but get the hell out.
yeah, like this isn't the middle school level. We are young adults. We're gonna, after we get done here, we're going to a bar. Like we're gonna go out and have a beer, and this is just us getting around and hanging out before.
Yeah.
But it's always I think a lot of Christian groups are doing better at this as times went on, but you can't have like super, like the old top two generations mingling in terms of age, mingling in with the younger two generations, and expect that to be considered a youth group. You're going to drive a lot of young people away. Like, as much as they may be good meaning and good heart, you can't have grandma sitting there going, did Timmy just say the F-bomb? Well, he's 22 years old, and he's going to say stuff that you're not going to like.
Timmy didn't fucking say the F-bomb. Okay?
I fucking
And-
said that.
And even with young Republicans kind of goes from like 18 to 40.
Yeah, literally.
But even with that, there's still kind of, I feel like there's like a dichotomy between people who are more your age,
Yeah.
and then like kind of like 30-year-old professional type people like myself. So
Yeah.
you need to have different types of groups, different types of meetups, mingling type groups. Sometimes there will be both kind of groups can kind of come together for something, or to watch Charlie Kirk type figure
Even
give a
your
speech
monthly
or something.
meetings.
Yeah, or monthly, or just an official monthly meeting. But if you have a mixer with people who are between 18 and 25, young professionals type thing, people in their late 20s, early 30s, and the successful chapters of the Young Republicans. Young Republicans has kind of been improving in Michigan, but it's normally just been kind of like a dummy group where it's just a handful of consultants. They don't hold real meetings. They keep you on the outs. They don't allow people to even create new chapters. And it's just completely moribund.
They want to control it.
They want to control it.
Read that last chat, Teddy.
From
From
Patriot.
Patriot.
He says, according to Livingston County Republican Party, youth is 18 to 45 or something crazy. Stupid.
So just take the Gen Xers in.
So that lady, according to the LCRP, would have been.
She made
She's
it.
good.
Yeah.
She
She
made it.
made it. She made the cut. She made the cut. Woo!
But yeah, there are places like in Tampa Bay or
Yeah.
New York City where they have vibrant Young Republicans chapters, and they're doing all kinds of cool events, and they have kind of something for everyone. They'll do like a salsa night or
Right.
wine Wednesdays, and they'll have activism, they'll have camaraderie, all kinds of different interesting things. And their events, they'll bring out 50 to 75 people, and they're normal looking people. It's something that you can bring like a friend who's more of a normie and be like, oh, hey, this is an actual cool thing,
Right.
where I can meet new people who aren't completely woke. And then once you get them in the door, then that's how you kind of cultivate that person to an activist. We've never had that in Michigan. And unfortunately, there's been people who've just done everything that they could to try to prevent us from having that in Michigan
Well,
for over a decade now.
And that's been the biggest problem. Is I would say the ninth district youth has really been the closest thing to a healthy youth organization I have seen. And the college Republicans, they have 140 years of tradition under their belt.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's hard to, they are well established by all means, but that's hitting a very specific demographic. And what's funny is, I'll just say this. I had some of these CRs, the top admins come through my chats and they didn't even know what district they'd live in. Well, that's one of my first things is to teach everyone the basics, what county you're in, what district you're in, who's your chairwoman, chairman, how do we get you more involved? How, in 2 years, maybe we could get you on the executive committee here. And
as long as you obey.
As long as I obey. And they're not really, it's more of like a social club, at least in the past. I will say Tyler Campbell has been a fair chair for them in terms of his work ethic.
And one thing to kind of note is that most of the college Republican chapters have broken off from the official Rhino Federation of College Republicans, and they've joined, I believe it's the College Republicans of America, which are the more America First version of the College Republicans. And they've been a campaign by the usual suspects to try to cancel them because they've had people who have said things that were politically incorrect or taken stances on issues like regarding the state of Israel and foreign policy that weren't in line with Republican establishment, and the CRAs have refused to throw those people under the bus. So I am friends with Will Donahue, the guy who founded the CRAs, and I think he's a great guy. And that was kind of a big test of his leadership, and he passed it. So I'm really encouraged with what they're doing.
Well, didn't the University of Florida, Central Florida, try and get rid of their college Republicans lately because they hosted a candidate with the
Fishback
with the wrong opinions about certain things?
Isn't Fishback one of the badasses down there?
Oh,
he's definitely highly. He's not scared to take a stance on issues that many Republicans are, and I don't think he's very high up in the polls, but in terms of having a youth following in Florida, it's huge. He's got a huge youth following, and he's definitely, I don't think he's going to win the nomination for governor, but he's not going to be going away.
The problem is Florida right now is just full of elderly people, boomers. Let's just say that Florida is swamped with boomers.
I want you to get the audio clip of Greta Thunberg saying, "How dare you?" Because that's when you need to play it.
How dare you?
Dare you?
Yeah, well, Florida's just full of boomers and establishment Republicans.
Delegates without our permission.
Unless DeSantis endorses someone besides Donald's, Donald's is going to handily win, unfortunately.
I think that it's going to. So I've met Fishback, and I think Fishback's a really good guy, actually. There was funny. We had some interesting conversations. Like there was a rumor that he was atheist at one point. So I'm on the phone with him and I'm like, so we got to talk about this. My guys just need to know. And he's like, bro, I've been Catholic my entire life. Well, like, I think Fishback it's a long shot in hell, but I will say in Florida, it's a very interesting state. And with the youth movement, you got to remember this. Every young person door knocking for you is going to go out and hit 100 to 200 houses in a day. That's a lot more than a lot of other people, I'll say, that I've door knocked with. So,
Chap?
No, you were going to say something.
Well, I was going to say,
just got to do some mail fraud with the boomers.
How do I mail again? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
I forgot how to mail.
And by the way,
hey, man, 2024, we're going to win in 65 states.
You got that button, play it. It's on the Trump page.
Not a joke, everybody. That's why we were defeated in 2018 when they tried to do it. We went to 54 states.
54 states. Go ahead and read Tina's, Teddy.
Tina says, my opinion, we need to get serious. Forget about the division of quote unquote religions. Praise God and follow his word directly from the Bible. Time for Christians to unite. It's imperative for the way. And I just wanted to say, too, it doesn't really matter at this point if you're atheist or not. I mean, if you're agreeing with 95% of what we have to say, besides the fact, like, well, I don't believe in, this particular religion or denomination, then
that's what I was getting to with the reverence. And is I said right from the bat, and I'm agreeing with Tina, is Orthodoxy, Catholicism, or even the actual good Protestant churches, what's the common denominator is reverence and honor for the Lord, you know, and coming into services. And I'm looking at that. And so I wanted to touch on this point before we move back into your story deep, but I think what we're looking at this dynamic, Shane, is we're looking at people who want to control other people versus people who want to create an environment that is inviting to where people feel it's like you can walk into an environment and have the 45-year-old lady with the coloring books who wants to control every little detail. Now, I worked at a place called Teen Ranch years and years ago. Okay. And they used a philosophy. They had a teaching philosophy there. They used the 7 habits of highly effective people, but they also used another thing where they would do behavior modification. They weren't trying to change the heart. They were going to modify the behavior through different rules and codes. And they used a lot of group dynamics to change behavior. Okay. Now, some of that does translates into your mindset being changed. But if you deal with the mindset first, then your behavior follows. That's just the dynamic. Okay. We're transformed, Romans chapter 12, it says, if you're being transformed by the renewing of your mind, if I'm transformed in my mind, then my body and my expression will be example of that.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I'm looking at these dynamics of these older generations, as we're pointing out, that want to just control the behavior in the moment. And a lot of times it's embarrassment. You're not going to come into church and act up and embarrass us versus really good leadership that creates an environment that people pay attention to and don't think about acting up because they're paying attention to a positive, uplifting, reverent environment. You know, it's very hard for a lot of people to walk into a funeral home with a body sitting there and act like an asshole. The vast majority of people walk in there and they go, no matter where I'm at, this is a time to be respectful. It's a solemn event. You know, somebody's passed, everything like that. And when you have church services that are akin to a wedding or a funeral, because we are celebrating the death and resurrection of Christ. We're doing Easter tomorrow. When people walk into those environments, it tends to be appealing on certain levels. And that's what I'm seeing in the youth is that when you're talking about these mixers in different places, even New York and stuff like that, and you're talking about the 9th being like, in your opinion, a either a stronghold or at least a place that's emerging in Michigan. Did you have to dictate to these people? Did you have to force it upon them? Or did you create an environment where we go, hey guys, we're going to come in here, we're going to have fun, but we also want to be respectful. And people just, for the most part, not 100%, honored that. Is that the dynamic?
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm seeing this return to orthodoxy or Catholicism or to more structured Protestantism is because the environment's created and they walk in of free will and they go, I'm going to be, it's the kids that are forced to go that are the ones that end up being the assholes.
100%.
But the kids that go there voluntarily, they go, this is my one time of the week to really straighten up. And I'll give you one quick thing. We were talking about the Fly on the Wall podcast with Dana Carvey and David Spade. They started, in one of the interviews, they started to talk about Chris Farley. And Chris Farley was hard. Everybody that knew him, Saturday Night Live and the movies and everything like that, everybody behind the scenes that knew him, he was hardcore Catholic. Probably the only reason he made it to 33 is because he would party all week. And then he was in the confession booth and at church service Sunday morning, no matter what, no matter how hardcore he was in his drugs and alcohol and prostitutes and whatever he was doing, come Sunday morning, he was sitting his ass in church and trying to reconcile work on his demons and work on that stuff. And I see that as another aspect of a lot of these kids that have been given this environment of no structure, of no restraint, of no reverence and honor for each other or for God. And they look at that. Now they're looking at Orthodoxy or Catholicism or, again, structured, good Protestant churches. And they're going, man, I know I live like a hellion all week long. I'm going to go in here and sit and honor this environment. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, 100%. I would say that my generation has been born through a lot of sin and raised through a lot of sin, and possibly the most godless time for American history.
Yeah.
And now we are rejecting that, and we are coming back to Christ because we understand
They want some structure.
Yes,
They want something.
They do. And I'm even an example of that to some degree. While I was raised in a Catholic family, my direct household, very laxed. I didn't have to go to church very, it was like probably once every season we'd go to church, and that was to make my dad feel good about himself.
Right.
But my
I
cousins.
was in church on Easter and Christmas.
Yep, that's another example. We'd always go. And, but that was it. And my cousins, though, they were raised in church. They actually are, one of them has been struggling with religion and has been coming back. But needless to say, I found Christ later on, again, on my own. And it was because I was being raised in a time where all I could chuck it up to is there is evil in this world. And if there's evil, there has to be light.
Yes.
And if there's light, that means there has to be stuff to fight for. And so I started researching, I started studying, and I started praying. And once I started praying and I started really opening up my heart and soul to the Lord, I realized that there's answers to our prayers.
Yeah.
They're just not always the ones you may want. And it really comes down to the individual to open up themselves for those answers that they don't want to hear.
It takes that time to open up your ears to hear what the Lord's saying, because it just like you could drop any of us in this room in a foreign country.
Oh yeah.
And within a few weeks, we would start to pick up on the cues, not using a language tool. We would start to pick on the cues of what the language is, and we would start to learn the language and be able to operate. And then at a certain point, we would start to you could start to get comfortable with the language.
Got to learn how to ask for water.
Exactly. You got to learn how to ask water and where to use the bathroom and all that stuff. You would learn that dynamic. I guarantee it. I've seen it. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so if you think about it the same way with the Lord, is most people, and I've asked the Lord about this. I go, Lord, he goes, I talk to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He talked to Cain right after he murdered his brother.
Yeah.
Where's your brother Abel? Oh, I don't know. He just answers them. And everybody's like acting like Jesus walked up to him, or a manifestation walked up to. This isn't their dialogue. Where's your brother? And everybody can hear the voice of God. And I asked the Lord about this, and he goes, but very few people recognize it. Mm-hmm. And we see it in the cartoons. I was raised on the old cartoons, right? And you see the little angel and the little devil on the shoulder of the person. They're whispering in the ear, trying to get him to do one thing or the other. That's actually the voice of the devil and the voice of the Holy Spirit. And the more what's the phrase, Shane? The feed the wolf, feed the beast. Well, you feed the one. We feed the wolf that we want to control us. Mm. It's like we're listening to the one that we want to go in. But if we listen to that good, it's why do you hear that little voice to say, pick up that trash that you're walking by right now? There's a trash can right over there. You're walking towards the door. Just grab that thing and throw it in the trash can, right?
Put back your shopping cart.
That's the simplest ones, right? And we hear that. Smile at that person as you're walking out there. Yep. Turn around and smile at that door greeter. Just in that split second, you go and you turn around and go, smile. You have a good day too. Because they've been doing it all day and ignored by people. Yeah. They've been putting out saying, have a good day, and they've been being ignored. And they need somebody to turn around and affirm that they're have a purpose in that moment. These are the dynamics of the voice of God that people discount. And I've said for years, if you can't hear the Lord in the little things, in the very minute things that are insignificant in your thought process, that have no point, then you're not going to hear him for the big things. Yeah. When I hear people talk, I know the Lord told me to run. And I go, did the Lord tell you, about this or that? And they get a blank stare. And I'm like, so that God told you to take this huge step. Yeah. But you've never heard him on these little steps, on these insignificant things, to turn around at church and give that person a hug because they needed a physical contact and somebody to connect with them at that moment. No, I don't buy that shit.
I'll even say this. I believe in that everything you just said so much that when I'm hiring people, I always take them out to a restaurant and I have a couple waitresses that I know, and I'll have them make mistakes on purpose for hires to see how they act. I want to see how they treat the
How
staff.
they honor.
Yeah. How are you going to act when things go wrong? Are you going to yell at that waitress?
Yeah.
Who is, she's just a single mom of 3 just trying to survive and actually, put bread on her table too.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if she made a mistake. You're going to be nice and you're going to have courtesy. And as soon as someone acts up in a restaurant, I know I'm just like, I'm good. I won't,
Yeah,
I refuse
you
to hire.
don't have that depth of honor.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful test. That's a beautiful test. I've went to eat out with a whole group of people.
Yeah.
And my meal is perfect. And everybody else, oh, I hope they don't mess it up. I hope they don't, and something's messed up on it, something's like that. And I'm like, I'm sitting there just enjoying my steak or whatever I got going. This is perfect. And they're looking over at me and I'm like, because I have an expectation and I have an appreciation. My mom, who got to be part of this show for about 3 years, she raised me before she married in the Gibbs family. She raised me on a waitress salary. I grew up in the back of restaurants. Okay. So it's like, I go out of my way to tip high. I go out of my way to honor. And we had a blast this past Friday. Well, yesterday. We went to the fish fry here locally at the golf course.
Nice.
And we met this guy, Steve. He'd been here for 2 weeks. I got to connect you with him, Scott, because he just came back from Texas. Or Scott. Yeah, Scott, I got to connect you with Steve. Hockey player, goalie, connects with us. I mean, he's just all over us. I finish eating everything on my plate. He comes over. This is the type. Comes over, picks up my fork, puts it on a napkin, grabs my plate. Like doesn't wait for me to doesn't ask me if I want to keep my fork.
Yeah.
Just comes over and grabs it.
But how was the fish?
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. And it's the last one of the year because obviously it was Good Friday. But he was just gracious and everything like that. And then I watched other people interact with him and I'm like, dude, just honor that guy. And I told him multiple times, I'm like, thank you. And every time he comes and Jocelyn was there and her boyfriend, Brandon. Right. And he comes over and he says to Brandon, he says, hey, would you like would you like me to refill your drink? And I looked up and I says, and he didn't wait for an answer. He grabbed the drink, went over there. And I looked at Brandon. I said, hey, Brandon, he was asking to refill a drink. And Brandon works in service too. And he immediately went, oh. And so when he came back, he made eye contact and said, thank you. He's 17.
Yeah.
But he made eye contact when he put his drink down and he said, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that. That's the type of test you're talking about. And that's the type of people we're seeing I'm seeing in these dynamics of a return to orthodoxy and Catholicism or whatever area of Christianity. I don't care as long as you're connecting with God. I'm seeing this desire for people because they know when they honor other people, good things come. They're seeing the oldest law in all of Scripture is as long as the earth remains, there will be seed time and harvest. That's law of sowing and reaping, right? It's in Galatians chapter 6. God cannot be mocked. Whatever a man sows, he's going to reap. The law of sowing and reaping is absolute. If you sow into good things, you will reap good things. If you sow into being an asshole, you're going to get assholes coming at you. And I watch people that have expectations good and expectations bad, where they expect bad things to happen and bad things happen. And they go, oh, I don't know why this is happening to me. And I have people that have good, that sow into good things. And every once in a while, yeah, of course they're going to have some things. But then all of a sudden it's like, wait, I had this bad thing happen, but then 10 other great, phenomenal things happened. So I had a good attitude about the one thing that was bad, but I sow into good all the time. And so this huge thing came around and you go, wow, this is the positive thing. And kids this day, they're hungry for that.
100%.
They're like, I'm tired of getting the shit kicked out of me all the time. I want some good things. And they realize the only way that happens if they do good themselves. And so like, where can I go? Can I go to the church? Can I get involved in these or other organizations that are going to be positive? They're going to have a good impact. Can I do this? Speak to that.
Well, I would say, really, in all reality, one of the biggest things that we have going on is just a return to traditionalism.
That sums it up perfect.
Yes, like it's you have to realize that Gen Z started in 1997. I'm pretty sure it's either 96 or 97.
Okay.
And we were born, and you have 9/11. You have 08, you have the recession crash.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember being a third grader when the 08 recession crash happened, and half my class just vanished because their parents had to pack up and move. and you're in a small town, that's noticeable. You remember the houses start to decaying. I remember, I remember having to go to food banks and stuff along those lines, and I'm like 9 at the time, not knowing any different, but I'm sitting alongside with everyone under the sun, just trying to get some food, maybe a blanket, maybe, a jacket, because that's the type of community that we had. You go a little bit further than that, you have roughly 8 years of kind of this weird stagnant, we're getting a little better, but not everything's okay. And then boom, COVID happens. And on top of that, you have 20 plus years consistently of the United States at war during our entire lives. I mean, seriously,
Yeah.
I think we've spent less than like 3 years of my entire life at peace. And
It's ridiculous.
And so, you have this generation that's, we're sitting here, we're raised with all this happening, and then you have the rise of technology, and you have a lot of people who start to look into, well, where do we go wrong? Why do I watch old films of the 90s, like Air Buddy as an example? And you're like, wow, life seems so great. This boy and his dog, he was just playing basketball.
Phrase of the good old
Doing
days.
alley oops,
Yeah,
the
he's
Air
doing
Bud.
alley moops or the Air Bud. And now, you got Rocky, you got all these other really great things going on. You got Mike Tyson as a legend, and then you get into the 2000s and it's still there, but then it just starts slowly teetering to the point where, freaking Little Mermaid can't even figure out what's going on there. And,
Everything is degraded. Everything's debauched.
Yeah, and
nothing is wholesome anymore, and it's all by design.
Well, and
It is.
there's a joke that back when 08 happened, instead of learning how to do A's, B's, and C's, I should have been investing into property. Because that's the simple truth.
100%.
Like we can't even afford houses nowadays. We can't afford. I tell people this, and they don't understand. The youth are struggling because of the fact that we did not get a break. It was 2 years, 18 and 9 through 2020.
Well, hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
All you gotta do is just work 40 hours more a week, kiddo.
Back in my day,
I got a house and a car by just working at the manufacturing thing.
you had to
40
manufacture.
hours.
Well, I babysat for my neighbor twice, and I afforded a house and a speedboat.
And 3 cars.
So it's
And
like,
2 lake houses.
I want to point this guys out because I commonly refer to 08 as the time when I lost my Bentley.
oh,
Damn,
yeah.
you were living like a boomer back
Yeah.
then,
Look at you. You're living it up.
looking like
That's
a
when
G.
I lost my Bentley.
I tell you what, man, it was very real. I remember there was this one house.
Nobody believes me sometimes. I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah,
good. Well, we got the
Bentley.
photo proof. I remember all the brand new neighborhoods that were being built, like $300,000 houses back then, which would be like double that nowadays. I
Or
remember
triple.
watching them. Yeah, I remember watching them sit vacant for years.
Mhm.
There was a mansion built out in one of the parts of my county where literally they just went through and started scrapping all the copper out, all the wiring. I mean, this brand new
I
house.
watched some of them.
became a
I
shell.
watched some of them on was it 275 south of Ford Road and stuff. There was a couple on the side where you watched all the plywood gray.
Yeah.
Never got siding, never got finished, and then pretty soon, a couple years later, they were just completely tore down.
Yeah.
They
Well,
never put siding, they never put a roof on it, and it just rotted.
absolutely. That's very common. And so you have a generation now where it goes into the hard times create strong men theory, right?
Correct.
And you're at the point where hard times have created strong men, and Gen Z and Gen Alpha in particular are going to be the two that are built to handle this buck. And we're fed up with, we were told, go to college, you'll get a great job. You'll make so much money. You'll be able to afford
Hasn't
life.
that myth been
But yeah, I'm 26, so I'm on the older end of this. When I was entering the college years, I was one of the few kids that said, actually, I'm going to go to the skilled trades, screw college. Hate to break it to you, it's not going to work. And I just the other day was in an argument with one of my peers on the 9th district. And it was, well, your generation went and got $100,000 in debt and went to college. And I turned around and I was like, are you saying my generation listened to their elders and that's why we're dumb? I was like,
Right.
it used to be that they were sitting in their mom's house and smoking pot on the couch till they were 35. But because we went to college and got that debt, we're now idiots.
Right.
Because we actually listened to you.
And there was the videos for a
You
long
better
time.
pay back the banks every dollar.
Well, listen
though,
here. It's all about integrity. Okay?
Integrity.
You took out a loan from one of the globalist banks, the big banks like BlackRock,
with
gotta pay
30%
it back.
interest.
to pay for
You
an
better
over,
pay black. You
overinflated-
got to pay your debts to BlackRock.
Gotta pay your debts to BlackRock and all the lenders.
pay for
Well, let me tell you something here, kiddo. Okay? Everyone needs to get down the skilled trades because that's where the money's at. That's definitely not going to overpopulate the need for skilled tradesmen, even though the only way to take back institutional power is through university. Okay, kiddo?
Don't
I love
don't get a law degree, kiddo.
I love the exactly. I
10
watched.
years ago, get a law degree. Now, don't get a law degree.
Did you watch the videos on that where the guys with law degrees were burning their law degrees? 'Cause
I don't
they're like,
blame 'em.
I couldn't. No, well, and not only that. So Teddy's going to college, but he's going to college for academics.
Yeah.
So that's legit.
Mhm.
But I watched these videos. They started to emerge about 15, 20 years ago, maybe, right?
Yep.
I don't know when you
Well-
followed YouTube is. Well, let me finish this and then I'll go to
Okay.
you. But where the guy would go, my teacher told me if I didn't go to college, I wouldn't amount to anything. And he pulls up a fucking wad of bills, usually hundreds. And he's like, so I went into construction and she was so right. I never amounted to anything. And he's just holding up these bills. And I'm like, dude, I can make a lot of money if I did this. Teddy going to college has that, but he's going for something. He's not going for fucking basket weaving and
yeah.
just getting a college.
Liberal
I just want to
arts.
give my experience because I did, I want to give a little bit of what I did. Because so I went to college for a year after COVID. It was online. I didn't do too hot. It was kind of boring. So I chose to quit college. And then I did roughly a year and a half of just wandering around, mostly trying to see if I could do skilled trades. And I kind of realized that wasn't for me. So I went back into college for a renewed purpose and of figuring out what I actually really wanted to do with my
So you
life.
experienced life and then found your purpose.
I experienced my life and I kind of figured out what I was more inclined to do.
Right.
But I just want to say, from my experience talking to kids younger than me and my age, that I think, college is meant for what, stuff that you have to have an education, be responsible for. So like lawyers, engineers, and all that. Problem with college is that it's meant as a cash cow kind of thing where you convince gullible people, I would say, or just younger people, not in the know-how, that if you do like, let's just say, for example, there's someone that's like, oh, I'm going to get a degree in English.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so what are you going to do after that? Oh, I don't know. I'm just going to do a degree in English.
So they're going without direction and purpose, but they're going to get a degree that
but
they think is
it's just what they feel like. It's like, it's like kind of like what
Feelings.
they feel. It's like they feel like, but it's not like, it's not a purpose.
There's no practicality.
Yeah, it's not
behind it.
practicality. Colleges now rely on impractical.
They rely on the
that's a
kids
word.
to be just smart enough to get into the classes and pass them, but stupid enough to figure out what they want to do in life.
No, and they will wait till they're in their last year of college.
Most of these kids don't have to declare until their third or fourth year.
And so, but I was at 17. So actually, ironically, I just ran into one of my former principals. And I remember being 16 and I had this principal asking me, at the time, I wasn't the greatest kid in high school by any means. And he was asking me why
You're
I
a
was
slacker.
You're a slacker. Why are you like that? And I told him, I'm going to get into automotive. I'm going to get a job right out of high school. I'm going to make more than your teachers.
Yeah.
And I don't even have to go to college.
Right.
And I saw him the other day and we were he actually lives in the block next to me and I get coffee with him every once in a blue moon.
Mhm.
And right out of high school, I was working for Suburban down in Troy, the auto mall.
Yeah.
I was a service advisor making $55K a year. I signed my first $70,000 contract at 23 years old. And,
you're kicking ass.
and so and that's the thing is with the skilled trades, the one thing I'll say that is oversaturating it, it's not American kids getting into it. There are a lot of them that are starting to get in that direction, but it's H-1B workers or other types that are coming, foreigners that are now mitigating into these work environments.
If you look at the jobs report, there's touting the jobs report. Oh, we added so many new jobs. Most of that is just H-1B hires in the healthcare industry.
Well, they're replacing us.
And you had Oracle laying off 30,000 people, and then immediately after, you look this up, they replace those people with H-1Bs.
Yeah.
Well, and look at the dynamics
Golden
too.
age.
Look at the
Golden
dynamics
age.
too. If I want to have a crew that's going to do it in one day, do a 3,000 square foot house in one day, drywall it, or put the bricks out there, who am I going to want to hire?
Mhm.
I'm going to want to hire that Mexican crew that can't even fucking talk to me except for their supervisors going to speak in broken English, right? But they're going to have it done. That's a debauching of that skilled trade as well, because it's a very high. I can't stand drywall, but Well, you guys know, you use the bathrooms here. Is the drywall finished? No, because I fucking hate it.
I think the problem with that kind of stuff is, and you can push back on me, but it's they pay, but they don't pay enough for Americans to live by, but they pay enough for foreigners to come in and transfer.
Correct, and that's the
for eight Mexicans to live in an apartment.
Yeah.
Yes,
But and then they transfer the money to
But that's
back home.
Yeah, back
correct.
home.
But then you think back, and I'll let you go, Austin. But think back to this dynamic. I've tore out more plaster and lathboard out of old houses than I've ever wanted to in my life. Okay, and to realize that at a certain point, that drywall, what we would call drywall today, but it was plaster and lathboard. These guys put on these thin lathboards. Half the people in the audience don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. They put on these thin strips of wood that were rough sawn. They had a texture to them. And then they would take the first layer of material that had horsehair and other hairs in the mastic, and they would put that on those boards. They're just slab boards. They had lines in them. If anybody's tore apart a house, you know, it's plaster and lathboard. You put on these boards, pieces of wood. You nailed them all on, right? Then you had to put on a layer that had a fiber to it. Horsehair was a common thing in there, and then you put a covering coat on that. And when you walk in these old houses and you had this copings and these beautiful, they were made out of the plaster. They were these old. You didn't have the trim boards. You had actual plaster material that made these copings around there and these cornices and all these cool things in there. That was a high level, high paid skill. And then the material got better and easier to use. And then the skill level, it stayed the same, but the price we're going to pay for it dropped through the basement. And now we only do these 8 guys living in a fucking 1-room apartment to do the work. And that's the dynamic that we're talking about. Both of those dynamics is we've reduced that occupational pay to the point that we only hire the lowest bidder on that. Whereas all of these skills trades should be paying. Now, I can walk into a job site and I can charge a lot of money for what I do. And it blows my mind sometimes because I'm not a surgeon. I'm not, these other things. But just like you're talking about, you got this job. My oldest son went down to UNO.
Yeah, University of Northwestern Ohio.
Okay. And he was there and he realized within the first 2 semesters wasn't for him.
Yeah.
All right. But he's the head of welding at his shop right now. He's the man. He can run every machine in there. He can weld all the machines and he can welds the fabrication that they do there. All right. He made his way in that. You've made your way in that. Teddy's making his way. He went and worked and figured out what his pathway was. These are the dynamics we're talking about. And these are what these kids are craving, and we're not giving that to them the way that our country did 100 years ago.
Not at all. Not even 30 years ago.
We're making it so difficult for them to do this. We're demeaning the jobs that should have the most respect. We're elevating the jobs that are the most useless.
You should be working at McDonald's.
Well, not only that, I just heard a statistic about hospitals that the highest growth factor in most hospitals is administration, not doctors and nurses. The highest growth in hospitals is administration.
The white collars.
It's just hiring people that are counting beans versus the people that are dealing with the actual clients. I don't want to call them patients, the actual people. And this is, I grew up, my grandfather, we're from the UP.
Yeah.
Okay. At the time that he was in high school, we would call it high school, right? Back in the, whatever it was, so many generations. The Ironwood High School was one of 3 high schools in the east, from the East Coast to Mississippi. It was one of 3 in the nation, or in that section of the nation. That was the pinnacle. They could fabricate tools for the miners. They could fabricate tools for automotive. They could fabricate tools, and they would fabricate a block for an engine that they would use in the mines. They would fabricate all of these things. They would fabricate hydraulics. The kids in the high school, in their metal shop, in their woodworking shops, were making things that the workers were using. So then they immediately, when they graduated, went into those trades and already had an understanding of how those tools work and how to literally make them. Now we've got cell phones and all sorts of stuff that you gotta, if they break, you gotta throw them away because you can't fix a fucking thing. They're made to be junk if they don't work. It's this total dynamics. And you've got this generation though that's coming back that's going, no, I'm gonna assert myself. I'm gonna fix this thing. You didn't know a farmer or a mechanic 50 years ago that couldn't fix everything.
Oh, 100%. Especially on the farmers and good old boy type deals. They were out working on their trucks. They were working on their cars. If the washing machine broke, they're taking it apart. They were fixing it as much as possible.
I fixed one of my washing machines.
As you should.
Yeah.
I think it's a good thing for everyone to have a basic to appliances, and it will save you a lot of money.
But isn't this, and this is what I want to come back to and get back to your story. Isn't this when they were doing this in the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, when you had Rosie the Riveter during World War II, when you had these dynamics, these were not unique, special people. These were people that rose to the challenge because that's what's within us, God-given. It's a God-given ability. As the Creator created us to be creators, we want to be creative and recreative. That I want to fix something. There's a whole workbench downstairs where I tear shit apart and put it back together. And I get so frustrated that if I can't fix it because they've made it in such a way that I can't fix it, I take a hammer to it.
Yeah.
Because you did this on purpose that I can't fix this thing that you put out there. And that's abhorrent to me. But I'm looking at this dynamic of these kids that are coming up right now, that are gravitating towards orthodoxy or Catholicism or some type of structure religiously. They're gravitating towards structures in other areas of life. They have this innate God-given desire to be creative, to be productive. And they're looking at the system going, you're trying to destroy that and make me just a button pusher, and I don't want to push your fucking button, because after a certain point, I'm going to push the button. You're going to replace me with an AI or a robot who's going to push the button better than me and more efficient than me. And I was never designed to be the button pusher. I'm supposed to be the one creative in this dynamic. And I'm seeing these young people right now pushing back, and they're going, I want structure and I want creativity. And the two don't have to be anathema. They don't have to be opposed to each other. I'm going to be creative over here, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to hang out with my friends. We're going to have a blast. And then we're going to be in church too. We're going to be honor and be reverent. And I'm seeing these dynamics starting to really emerge, and I'm excited about it. Even in the midst of the bullshit that's going on and the dollar and all, it's like I'm seeing, and I'm looking at this going, all right, Lord, what's going to emerge? It's just this new dynamic. And I want you, and then Teddy as well, to speak to that, what you guys are seeing youth-wise, as far as that creativity and that orthodoxy that you're seeing, where they're like, if I walk into this environment, I'm going to be reverent and I'm going to honor what I'm doing. But I walk in this environment, I'm going to cast off all restraints and all, not debauchery restraints, but cast off our restraints in my creativity. I'm going to think outside the box, and I'm going to go for this dynamic. I'm going to say, you know what, college isn't for me, and I'm going to go make more money than you, 10 days later. Talk to that.
So I would say that, let's throw back in there the traditionalism word. So what I see out of my generation for the most part is I want to have land. I want to have a family. I want to have a beautiful wife. I want to see my kids do sports. I want to make sure my wife, a lot of us are very we want to get it back to where it's a one income household. We would love to have a stay-at-home parent who could actually raise your kids. A lot of us are huge on homeschooling. Massively on homeschooling. That I would say, especially in our generation with what we were talking about earlier, which ties into all this, the school shooting stuff. We just want to keep our kids safe, and we don't entrust the indoctrination, and we don't trust the safety to our children, to them. Correct. And so, we as a generation, like I said earlier, it was raised through conflict, chaos. We're now rejecting all that for stability. we are rejecting it for what has worked. Instead of the concepts of what maybe a progressive world is, we actually want to go back to what we know was working because it worked for our parents. It worked for our grandparents. It wasn't that long ago. We could physically see it working because we were born and raised through it.
Right.
And we saw the collapse with our own eyes. And of course, technology has helped raise that to a different level. But through traditionalism typically leads to being religious most of the time.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's for everyone, but there's something about raising a farm, or, you know, being on a farm, raising some goats, having some chickens, seeing life through a different
Did
aspect.
you drive by my chickens?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it.
Yeah.
And
There's a dynamic of, there's a reason why the Amish communities have continued to thrive and can maintain a foothold in this country. It's not because of the rejection of technology. It's because of the embracing of traditional values. And they only see, when they see technology as encroaching on the traditional, that's when they start to reject it. And you'll watch these guys, these Amish farmers and stuff like that, when they go outside of their environment, they will use modern tools. But they understand that when they go home, they want that simple life. I want to point this out, and I don't think you guys have ever seen this phenomenon, but there's a phenomenon going on right now where there's some schools that are implementing no cell phones.
yes, well, that is about to be a law in Michigan.
Okay, and so what they're doing is they're coming in, they're saying no cell phones during school hours or while there's allotments for emergencies and stuff like that, but they're doing this. And what they found, what blew them away, was they found out that within 2 weeks, the kids first went, "What the hell? I can't have my phone with it like this." And within 2 weeks, kids didn't care anymore. And in fact, they enjoyed it. They were actually talking with each other. They were having a good time. They saw this whole dynamic happen where within 2 weeks, they didn't see it as a restriction anymore. They saw it as a chance to talk with their friends and engage in class and do all these other things because they weren't glued to a screen and doing this and not paying attention. Right. And I'm going, ooh, this is a dynamic. This is a flavor of these things. If we do it. And I was listening to Fly on the Wall and I think it was Dave Spade. He goes, the minute my iPhone tells me how many hours I was on it this month and how proud it is of me, he goes, that's when I shut it off and I shove it over there. And he said, I don't pick it up for the next couple of days because fuck you, but that's this dynamic is whatever our distractions is, right? It was newspapers on the subway in the 20s and 30s. Okay. And then it was other things throughout the ages. And now it's the cell phones and everything like that. Whatever disconnects us from our human connection with each other, that's the problem. And I'm seeing the cell phone, and I'm looking at all of these dynamics going, there's a resurgence in humanity, in life, of people reconnecting with each other. And I'm excited about this, whether it's traditionalism, however we want to couch that, whether it's a resurgence in looking at our political dynamic. As black-pilled as Teddy is, he's still, he brought up 5 or 6 things during dinner that I'm like, oh, well, Teddy's paying attention to that shit. He's watching that. He brought up like 3 different countries. Yeah. He's like, well, over in this country, they're doing adding to the conversation, but he brought up other places. I'm like, holy shit. He's paying attention, even though he's seeing the reality of what's in front of him and trying to navigate that dynamic. That's what a lot of these young people are doing, and that's exciting. And these motherfuckers want to remove you from having that influence because you have that balance perspective, and you're trying to recruit them in that balanced perspective. I earned that. And the old gen, the controlled group, wants to get rid of you because you're not trying to control their thoughts. You're trying to embrace their thoughts and then help them continue to be enlightened, because if we all are pushing towards truth and freedom and liberty, we will be back in that reestablishment of what the founding fathers did. And even more than that, what Christ says or Paul wrote, for whom the Son sets free, you're free indeed. It's that dynamic of Christ setting us free to what? To make our own choices. And then we realize our own choices, if we make the right ones, our benefit. We make the wrong ones, they're our detriment. And that's the dynamic. I want to set you free to make your own choice. I don't give it, and I'm not going to dictate what that choice is.
100%.
But if you make a shitty choice, the law of sowing and reaping, you're going to pay the consequence for that shitty choice. If you make a great choice, you may still have some difficulties because nothing in this world that's worth going after doesn't involve some hardship, right? You want to get big muscles, you got to go to the gym and break this down or work a job, right? A manual job. But that's that dynamic of, I want you to achieve something.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at you, and of course, Teddy is my regular on my show, but I'm looking at, and I go, I have hope. Not so much Shane, because he's old now.
He's a boomer.
He has 1 year left with the Young Republican.
He's just 5 years away from being Larry.
Yeah, but I'm looking at these dynamics and I'm going, that's where I find my hope, because you have the drive and the initiative in whatever area you're at, and you're self-assured, but you're not cocky or arrogant. You're going, you know what? I don't have all the answers, but I'm going to figure this out. I think the cockiness came from a false idea within our country, you know. Yeah. But you're 23 and you get your first contract for 70 grand, and you're like, dude, I didn't need your system or your philosophy. I'm going to go make my own way.
Yeah.
And then you had that foundation, and you're appealing to young Republicans, going, look, I heard you talking with Teddy during dinner, and Teddy's like, I think it's all fucking lost. I think it's all gone. That's his black pill dynamic. But you came back and you said, I think there are some dynamics. I think we can. There is a road. There is a pathway to come back, but we have to do it in such a way that people are empowered. People are encouraged and well, empowered is the best word. They're said, you have value. You have a purpose, and we need to take back this, or we lose the whole country and we have to start again. And I saw those two dynamics as you guys were talking about it during dinner, and I thought, that's what I want to see. That's the discussion I want to have. Is somebody who says, I think the parties are gone. And you say, well, I think there's a dynamic of maybe the parties can be salvaged if we do this and we do this. And I've seen it. Teddy hasn't seen it, but because he's been on the outside of the political sphere, but aware of it.
Yeah.
You've been on the inside of the political sphere, but aware of the detriments and the negativity and facing this bullshit. And so these are the minds that I want to sit here with and go, what do we do, guys? And then inject my wisdom of years, Shane's wisdom of years, and go, okay, but have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about this? That's the dynamics that I want to do. And that's what I think is exciting to me is we're not hopeless. We're not, the bombs aren't dropping everywhere right now. You know, we're not in the garbage heap of humanity digging out, but it needs to get better.
Every day that we're breathing, we're not hopeless.
Exactly.
And that rant was his roundabout way of saying he's just like the woman who showed up at the board game night.
Once again, Shane likes to shit on my listen, when you clip out what I just, my whole rant there, right there, cut off your fucking comment right at the very end.
That was great.
But I want you, Austin, obviously to respond to that hopefulness, not the hopium, but the hopefulness.
Yeah.
And then I want to bounce it off of Teddy with his black pill assessment.
Absolutely.
And a regular dynamic.
So I would say that I spent a lot of time. I got first involved with the GOP back in 2017. And I was actually 16, 17 years old. And I remember I've had many a nights where I thought, Chicken Little's mentality, the sky's falling. And, I remembered a lot of that. I've seen a lot of stuff. I remember back when Ukraine was actually having a revolution back in 2014 that was backed by the United States, and the Russians were starting to invade Crimea. I was watching that live as a student in night armor fighting in the middle of Kyiv. It's just crazy stuff. So what I've learned is from the inside, though, is there is paths. There's specific reasons they try to keep them quiet. I've talked about precinct delegates all year long, and I've watched the face of senators turn white because I'm in front of a crowd, and they're like as white as a ghost because I'm talking about precinct delegates.
Right.
Well, why are you doing
you're empowering
that?
the little man.
You're empowering the little man.
Yeah.
And so what I've noticed is why does Oakland County have, every precinct filled for the most part, to my understanding, and you have to spend a lot of money to get elected.
Yeah.
But up in more rural red, Lapeer, we have 55 vacancies. And Metamora's the border right there.
Which is all farm country up there.
Yeah, literally. And so wouldn't you want your strongest people to
100%.
actually, be participating? So I've seen a system that was specifically built to keep people that are of, I'll say, rural or lower income, or, you know, along those lines, to keep them out of the system, to keep them away from play. And control has from the top control in the bottom, rather than the bottom understanding the power it has. And I just think that we have to unlock the power of the people. And, you know, Charlie Kirk had a really good video where he was talking about precinct delegates and how back then he was telling President Trump, when you're at rallies, you need to be setting up. You posted it, actually. That was wonderful. Yeah, you guys did. And I reposted that, and I said, this is exactly the truth. Why isn't President Trump recruiting precinct delegates? We would have, the party, if you want to drain the swamp, you have to fix one of the parties. When we have a two-party system, the alternative option of a third party, not even President Trump thought he had the motion of doing. And if there was one individual in our lifetime that did, it was him. So I believe you have to fix one of the parties. You have to look at the rules. You have to look at the actual platform itself and figure out what you have to change in the platform to be more respectful of what conservative values we have. And from the ground up, you can make a strong movement, but it comes from a lot of money. It comes from a lot of emphasis and work. And it comes from education that they are specifically telling us not to have. So that's kind of my stance, is we just have to educate ourselves and get to work.
And yeah, if you look at what the left has done, you know, they have taken the community organizer strategy. You know, they've organized precinct by precinct. They've organized community by community. And that's how they've created the pipeline of being able to put all these different people in power. I mean, it took decades of hard work with, you know, little tangible yields to show for it. But the left just stayed diligent. They stayed working in their communities, and they just kept working and working and working it. And little by little, you know, now you look at, you know, how did the left become so extreme? How did it get so much power, the Democrat Party? Because, you know, they effectively organized. And then once they were able to become an organizing bloc that could not be denied, then they were able to get the money after that.
Yeah.
Once you know, the big money saw that this is a viable way to get power and to maintain control, then the money started pouring in. But not until after these people became brilliant organizers. And they've already, you know, put out the organizational blueprint. A lot of it, you know, has to do with, you know, forming, you know, a lot of different organizations, kind of tangentially related to politics, as, you know, many of us have done. You know, we've created our own organizations, Grand New Party PAC, Restore Our Republic. So we have, you know, done these sort of things to kind of create a new brand that's kind of very similar to Republican or conservative or libertarian or patriot-minded MAGA, but where we don't have to necessarily be beholden to a corrupt party structure. We can just get people in, get them active, get them engaged, build the network without having to jump through all the hoops of these boomers and these entrenched douchebags who just exist to try to trip you up and keep their country club intact.
Yeah. No, that's 100% fact. Everything you just said is very real. And I build, when we were building Restore Our Republic, that was one of our things that we considered, was this is an additional layer of security that is outside of the realm of people that for any little thing will try to cancel you. And, you know, and we're supposed to be the party that doesn't cancel, but I'm seeing in our own mix, we are quickly becoming the cancel culture party. And so it's a strategically smart move, and we have to do it if we're going to actually build from the bottom to the top rather than the top to the bottom.
Building, you know, your own institutions and building, you know, something that you can't be, you know, it's yours.
Yeah.
You can't just be canceled and thrown out of it at the whim of a handful of douchebags. So Black Pill Teddy, we're talking about the virtues of political action. You're not so big on political action, are you?
Well, no, I am not. I think every form of power is from top to bottom, not bottom to top. And any kind of democratic institution or election or process is always bought out by whoever has the most influence in terms of actual raw power or cash or gold or whatever. It's always about influence. Because for the most part, as I will say with Trump, is that you had most of the voters, you know, as we can see now, immediately after the war started, we had 2/3 of people opposing the war. Doesn't matter what public opinion is that you will still go to war because Miriam Adelson paid hundreds of millions in your campaign and you are influenced by APAC. So,
But other people do.
But I mean, it's a lot of it's entrenched. I mean, like, look, Elon Musk gave, I think, even more than Miriam Adelson, but he wanted to rage against the machine. He wanted to bring about an end to big government at some level. And how long did that last? 4 months. He's out. He's done. Game over. But if you want to come in and continue the the establishment, more wars, more military-industrial complex, it's easier to wield influence in the direction of which the system's already going.
And the people are so open to propaganda, and we're seeing this now too, especially with the MAGA. I'll just say Trump utopian syndrome cultists. And how dare you? Where they watch Fox News or Ben Shapiro.
Fox News is the greatest channel ever created to search life.
Come on, man. Where you watch any kind of TV news or any kind of paid influencer, and then you'll believe, as Iran has missiles to hit us, even though that's easily debunked. The economy's great because you were already pre-established at some point before anything meaningful was shipped overseas or given to foreign labor, or you had to do 2 master's degree to obtain.
You bought your house,
or the main thing too is that if you want a job at this point, you either have to go for hundreds of interviews, apply for thousands of jobs. I know all my friends have had to do this. You had to apply to hundreds of times, and out of these hundreds of times, you get hopefully an interview at LinkedIn, and you need to have a college degree at least, and it's just nuts. And then you get all these boomers that are like, well, you just got to work harder, Sonny. Just pull up by your bootstraps. I worked hard. I worked 40 hours at the manufacturing plant, and I bought a house and 2 cars and 2 dogs. But it doesn't work like that anymore. And these people are stuck in these people think we're in like the 90s or something like that.
Shane, what is the value of the current dollar versus its original creation?
I mean, it's got to be down, over 98% by now? I mean,
98%. So
it's way down. I mean,
yeah.
Before the recent rounds of inflation, it was already down well over 90%. So it's got to be
coming
up on 99 to 100%.
Teddy, give us to us from the boomer generation.
Well, for the dollar thing,
the 60s and 70s, right? The dollar, gasoline was 50 cents a gallon.
Well, I'll just look up silver prices right now. We have a silver dollar. We had a silver dollar that was 9/10 pure silver, 9/10 of an ounce pure silver. Current silver price is $74.
So you're telling me that this silver dollar right here,
that silver dollar,
yoink,
is worth
let's just say
about $80,
around $65.
without
silver,
its in value of being a 1922 Liberty dollar.
Well, I'm just talking about raw constitutional silver. I'm not
just
talking
raw
about
constitutional silver. This dollar. That's what I want to point out. Right.
Yeah,
the funny thing,
silver,
and
yeah.
Continue, Teddy.
So with constitutional silver,
yeah,
and when these old people bought their houses, they still had silver in the 60s, and they still had a strong dollar in the 70s until the gold standard was abolished, and you still had a manufacturing economy until the early 90s.
Mistakes that he regretted.
Yep, but nowadays, what can get you by? I'd just say 21 an hour. So if you work 12 hours a day, 40 an hour in Michigan,
that'll get you by.
That will get you by. But $20 times, that's $240. That would only be roughly $4, a little bit less, I think, of constitutional silver. You see the problem here? You see how much the inflation and devaluation our dollar has
100%.
had?
That's why I brought it up. That's why I wanted to point it out. And pointing to Shane because he deals with Bitcoin and deals with some of these other currencies. He understands the fiat currencies.
And who benefited from the debt going sky high? Who benefited from the entitlements, from the massive government? Who got the benefits of that? The boomers.
The boomers.
And now who gets screwed at the end of the road?
Yep.
Yeah,
the rest of us.
So when you guys speak up, when you even black pill and you go hardcore black pill, I still want to listen to you because you don't have that infrastructure in place to where you could fall back.
Mhm.
You know, they advertise this shit on TV of a reverse mortgage. You know what a reverse mortgage is? We're going to pay you a monthly installment to buy your house from you.
Yep.
And then you're
Hey, Tom Selleck wouldn't lie to me. He's got a big old mustache.
He's got a big old mustache. But they advertise this reverse mortgage, and I was like, what the hell's a reverse mortgage? Oh, wait. Oh, you're not going to give your house to your kids. They're going to pay you a monthly amount for what your house is worth so that when you die, you don't own your house and you can't pass it on to your kids.
Hey, sonny boy, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm going to the casino.
I'm gonna go to the casino and I'm gonna go on cruises in the Caribbean. You brats need to earn your worth. Don't tell me about the dollar being as much as worth. I paid $19,000 for this house. It's not worth $100,000, damn it.
Back in 1973, I paid 23 grand for this property.
There were houses that people bought for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 that are now worth $500,000 to $750,000 today. That nothing has changed other than the currency being destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are living through that. You're talking about, I know what you've told me you made. I know what you've told me you've made privately off the air. Okay. When I was working in the late 80s, early 90s, I was making upwards of upper $4 an hour, lower $5 an hour. And that was plenty at that time. Now I had other aspirations, but that was plenty. You know why? Because I could put gas in my car at 70 cents a gallon, or 80 cents a gallon. Now don't fucking go off of me and Chad, John Bovey, fuck you. But I remember those dynamics, right? Yep. If you guys don't make, they had this huge push. It was bullshit to inflate the dollar again and do more things, but this push for $15 an hour mandatory, stuff like that. That's why I can't go to do the Taco Bell drive-through and not spend $15 on a meal that cost me $5 in 94 or $4.
Well, remember the dollar menu at McDonald's?
It was actually a dollar menu.
Double cheeseburgers for $1.
I think the fundamental thing is that, you could say labor costs is a big, issue of things going up, but it's not kind of like when you look at costs, anything like that, it's not as much as you think. I think the problem is that we import more things like that than we actually produce. We used to be a nation that manufactured and produced.
And I won't disagree with you, but I'll say that the only thing that's changed fundamentally in this country is the debauching of the currency and the rise of the debt. We went from a went from a slave concept pre-America into America. They wanted to get rid of it immediately in the founding of the country. They had to wait to a civil war to get rid of it. And we went to a debt slavery. So I agree with you about importing a lot of stuff, but the reason we import a lot of stuff is because they inflated the dollar so much that we couldn't afford to buy products here. So they shipped it overseas where it was cheaper, where that same labor over there is worth less. And now you guys are looking at it going, how do I go out there and earn enough money in this economy? Not earn enough, pull you up by your bootstraps. You know what? If you guys were making the same money you're working right now, you'd have a fucking 100-acre farm and 10 horses and 15 kids and fucking 15 cars without batting an eye, and your wife would be at home homeschooling those kids.
And if you were
on the money you make right now.
And if you were in Utah, 6 wives.
Well, 6 wives.
I just wanted to push back on you, Jeremy, because I think our economy is doing so great, as our former Attorney General said. The Dow was at 50,000. It was at 50,000.
Epstein files talking about.
Why are we talking about Epstein
files?
files? 50,000.
But that's the fundamental problem of our economy is that our economy is now built on corporations, CEOs, pedophiles.
Right. So that's
international capital.
It's always
GDP.
Right.
GDP and profit only.
Well,
it's not about the welfare of the state.
But that's
or
the only
people.
thing I'm pushing back on you when you started talking about it shipping overseas and getting this cheaper products. I think that I go back even further and say that cheaper products are a result of debauching the currency and our dollar not being able to afford as much. So we have to outsource it for cheap to maintain the illusion of still having the same standard of living, when the reality is we should be paying the drywallers and the the actual guys here
Yep.
the proper wages to put in a drywall and a bricks.
Yep.
Instead of hiring these cheaper guys to do it because we can't afford that because our dollar is worth less, and the standard of living does not follow the inflation rate
At all.
consistently at all. We should be paying about 23 to 25 cents per gallon right now. If we followed the actual increases, our silver should be worth more. If I walk in with an ounce of gold, it'll buy me the same amount of suit and tie and shoes and everything that it would have 100 years ago. But now it's $4,000. What's current gold right now? 4,500,
I think
something like that?
It's over $4,000 right now.
Is it 40? So I could go in there and get this badass $4,500 suit. It's not because the suit's worth $4,500. It's because our currency is less. What were you going to say on this whole topic, Austin?
So when I was
debauching the currency.
born in '99, we we're at $5.2 trillion in debt.
Mhm.
It took 230 years of a nation to acquire $5.2 trillion in debt, 2 world wars and plenty of other wars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In the last 26 years, we have acquired, $34 trillion in debt more.
Yeah.
And so it's not rocket science. If you watch the debt clock, it's honestly terrifying. I've been watching the debt clock since I was 12 years old, and more money gets spent in literally 5 minutes than I think I'll ever see in my entire life.
It was one of the things that
I remember watching the debt clock in 2007. It was like at 8 trillion.
I
was
remember
like freaking out.
Yeah.
I remember 10
Seriously.
years ago in 2016, freshman year of high school, my history teacher, good guy, he said, if we go over 20 trillion, that's the point of no return. This is back in 2016.
Yeah.
That we have
And we've accumulated, since less than 10 years, over 20 trillion in debt. You get and you still say, well, Biden did that. Biden,
no, it was
but
Obama,
it's all
Trump. It
I mean,
was
Trump,
Biden.
Trump
it was
was
all of
right
them.
in line with Obama and Biden as far as the debt increase. And
Well,
that was one of the
it-
problems I
he-
had with him. I'm
Well,
like,
and
wait a
he
minute.
said you got to spend money to make money was his whole justification.
And that
behind it.
works in business.
Yep.
It doesn't fucking work in government.
Well, and on top of it, no one was expecting to get hit by COVID because every little good thing that was happening got completely crumbled.
That's the torpedo they hit him
Yeah.
with in the first administration,
Yep.
and I believe that Iran is
gonna be
the
second
torpedo. in the second
Iran is the
administration.
torpedo that he chose to do.
They
you can't-
talked him into arresting Maduro
Yep.
in Venezuela. It'll be a quick strike.
It went
Mr.
so
President.
well.
It'll
It
be
went
so
so
great.
well.
We're gonna
do
do
the
this,
same
we're
in
gonna do that.
Iran. Yeah.
We're going to do the same thing in Iran. We're just going to go. It's going to be a strategic strike, and it hasn't worked out that way. And now it's a quagmire, and he's asking for 1.4 or
And we're probably gonna
1.5
have
trillion dollars.
1.5
And we're
trillion
going to
for the
have a
defense
ground
budget.
operation.
He's gotten sucked into the
Yep.
same fucking thing,
Yeah.
and that's my frustration because I believe in his heart that Trump is an honorable man. Teddy, you said it.
disagree.
You think that they're all bought and paid for and appointed. I get that. I understand where you're coming from. Okay, and
I think okay,
I don't.
I fundamentally think I'm sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I fundamentally think at the end of 2029 we're going to have a Democrat neo-Obama elected. They're going to implement their Project 2029.
As long as it's hope and
We're-
change, and we get a lot of
we're gonna
racial dynamics.
They're going to
I'm
be
good.
arresting our people. Actually, they're actually going to do arrests, and they're going to strengthen institutions in their favor.
You thought
something-
Jan 6 was gone? Me and Shane are on the chopping block.
Yeah. Well, the thing
Here
is,
we go
is that-
again.
I've interviewed Stuart Rhodes on the show.
And the thing
Fucking
is
done.
that, my whole thing last week or earlier this week, Tuesday, was the Trump utopian syndrome.
We're gonna call it that show from now on.
Well, I didn't even want to bring it up, but my whole thing was like, we got to address Trump utopian syndrome because it's doing more damage to the country
Right.
than liberals with Trump derangement syndrome are ever going to do.
I-
And then you think, oh, well, Trump's doing the poll, and you could say, now everyone believes the poll because it's 100% MAGA supports Trump.
From CNN.
Yeah, from CNN. But now they believe the polls. That's part of it. But, we got to actually get to these people that, hey, not every, 90% of that what they're doing now, 95% is not in our interests or the country's interests. It's actually making things a lot worse. Do you really think that if you weren't some well-off boomer that you say, oh, well, I don't mind $5 of gas so we can stop the imaginary missile threat and nuclear threat. They were going to get nukes. Netanyahu told me on TV
Since
since
Pakistan and
not-
North Korea had nukes and have sponsored terrorism
Netanyahu
throughout
told
the
me
world.
since 1995 that they're 2 weeks away from getting nukes. And these people are still like, well, arrests are coming. It's 2 more weeks. This is all some strategic grand chess plan. And
No.
it's like, no, you replace Bondi with someone arguably worse, And the first thing he says is
Hor-
that
not even arguably, absolutely,
absolutely
fucking
worse. And the
horribly
first thing he
worse.
says is like, "Oh, we're not going to, Justice Department's none of the FC files."
He was already shutting down because Pam Blondie was just coming on Fox News to do a PR report.
Ella Bella says Trump is fighting the New World Order through Iran.
Ella, I'm going to disagree with you. He's not fighting the New World Order. He's actually spoken about establishing a New World Order. And you know what? If we want to fight a New World Order, you do it like the Founding Fathers, and you do it from a sovereign country. Do you know how we changed, how we collectively, how the Founding Fathers changed the world? Was, and I'll go back to what Teddy said and touch base with you guys. But Teddy talked about, he goes, it's a top, he keeps saying it's a top down, it's top down, it's top down. I agree with you, Teddy. The top down is supposed to be God, and then you as the sovereign, we the people, individual creation of God. And that's what our founding fathers went for. They were like, for the first time, we're going to not honor the king. We're not going to honor a lord. We're not going to honor a potentate. We're not going to honor a judge. We're going to have we the people as the top of that dynamic of authority, that we the people. In fact, the two that I've come to love more and more now, the 9th and 10th Amendments, the enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. He was the founder said, we're going to make sure that the people, as these sovereign individuals, we don't believe in the divine right of kings. We believe in the divine right of the individual now. And the 10th, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited to it by the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. It's this constant reaffirming of we the people, we the people, we the people. So I understand what you're saying. I understand your perspective on it. What I'm saying is that this was the first country in our recorded history, as if we believe our history, right, that established the individual as the sovereign and the most important, and only our collective agreement with safeguards of not having a straight democracy, a republic, right, representative, but only this dynamic, that this is the height of the expression of liberty and freedom. And I'm looking at this dynamic going, this is what they've systematically tried to erode for 250 years. And they're trying to do it on the delegate level now to get rid of the delegates. Oh, you didn't get authorization to sign up delegates from us now. We're a little offended. We're a lot offended. In fact, we're going to get rid of you because we don't like you signing up delegates. Dude, I have Joe Farkas host party. I got a party next weekend. You know what he's going to do? He's going to have the delegates that he appreciates. We're going to have some food here. He might sign up a few people to run for delegate. Is this a cycle that we do for delegates? I got to sign up again.
Well,
so this is how out of the loop I am. We're going to get Teddy to be a delegate.
delegates don't matter, though. I'm sorry, but it's only the top brass of the party. That's according to our grassroots. That's according to your grassroots people in the Republican Party. And you
The grassroots director who once appeared on This Is My Brain.
And people wonder why. Oh, Teddy, why don't you join the Republican Party? You can make a difference. You can join. Like
Mr. Lang, because I know you're going to watch this.
Long?
Remember, he's Lang. Remember, he spells he says Franzel instead of Franzel.
Oh,
so I call him Mr.
my bad.
Lang. Yeah, I know you're going to watch this. So if you ever want to come on the show and sit down, we could feel free, sir. We have known you most of our lives. We
Come
grew
get
up in the
some.
same
He was
neighborhood.
more proud of it being the longest show that I've ever done. And that's because he's Bolivian.
He's a bloviator.
I was like, dude.
Oh, but hey, we should probably get back to your story. I mean,
yeah.
Jeremy went on like an hour and 45-minute aside.
Was it good?
As he tends to.
It was
Oh,
good.
It's great.
It was a good
great.
conversation.
you want me to catch up with chat?
So let's
you know
talk
what?
about catch up with the chat, then we'll talk about the
Because that's the point is I don't want to just hear your story. I want to pull at you and get other information and see other sides of your dynamic. Because then that is part of the story. Teddy, catch us up in chat.
I just want to say first, I think his story is a very good example of how the Republican Party, any party in the current liberal system, works, where anyone that wants to make a change to establish systems of power will get pushed out, slandered.
We understand that completely.
100%.
But then there are still people that try.
So Ella Bella is saying, she said Trump is fighting the New World Order for Iran, and then she said They jailed the lawyers suing Gates and Fauci and Pfizer in the Netherlands, and then everything leads back to the globalists.
So I agree
And John
with
Bowie says the Iranian globalists.
I agree with both those statements 100%. Is who's defending this lawyer going after Gates and Fauci and Pfizer? That's what we should do. Trump, a huge mistake. I don't know what the fuck he's thinking, and he gives indemnity to for the
Glyphosate.
The glyphosate.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude? Glyphosate is there is no such thing as a
We're going to make America healthy again with glyphosate.
Golden age.
There's no such thing as a what is it called? The wheat when you eat bread. Gluten. There's no such thing as a gluten intolerance or celiac disease. You know what it is? They spray fucking glyphosate on the wheat after it's been harvested so it doesn't rot in the boats because they wait too long because our infrastructure is so fucked up. We used to have a local,
it used to be
really
all
good
localized.
infrastructure. There's a whole push in the cattle industry. They want, and Trump did do some really good things in working against the cattle conglomerate as far as the processing. But there's a dynamic, and I'll go to you, Teddy. There's a dynamic in this where there's a whole group that's pushing to have, once again, local processors for beef and local sales.
Yeah.
To where we don't have this one size fits all FedEx hub of fucking processing meat, but we have infrastructure that would cut out all of this a shit ton of dynamics, right? So on the farming side, on the wheat side, right? They spray these crops with glyphosate specifically wheat after its harvest to keep it from getting mold and fungus on it. And that's where your gluten intolerance and your celiac disease, that's where it comes from. The glyphosate. It doesn't come from the fucking actual wheat, you know. And we gotta fix this shit. And I do thank God for RFK Jr. because he's pushing back this. Yeah. But every time he takes a 10-second vacation, these fucking establishment people undermine his fucking authority because he's done.
Well, they're giving money. They're giving money to Trump here and there. They're investing in Trump's businesses. They're throwing money at Trump's, ballroom or whatever. They're throwing money in his different campaigns and stuff and his PACs. You know, they know how the game is played, and that's why they always win.
And that's just say that's how top bottom thing works. You want the people to have America healthy, but if you have corporations give to your precious little ballroom or your campaign, then that will just be mitigated. And I want to say too is that our economy is so commoditized. I don't know if that's
commoditized.
That cattle futures. I don't know if you guys knew that there were actual cattle future indexes. They have performed better than our current record-setting stock market in the last few years.
I watched Dan Aykroyd on the Fly on the Wall podcast earlier this week, and
you got some of his Crystal Head Illuminati vodka,
dude. That's where this fucking bottle comes from.
It's a crystal skull.
Yeah, it's a crystal skull. But in the movie Sneakers with Robert Redford and River Phoenix, James Earl Jones, phenomenal movie. If you haven't seen that, do that. He's going off all the time on these conspiracy theories, and he's talking about cattle mutilations and the aliens coming in and taking cow lips. That's real, motherfuckers.
Okay, well, let's go back on that note. Let's go back to Austin's story.
Wait. I throw that one out, and that's the one Shane doesn't step on.
The aliens.
They're
stealing the cow tongues.
Well, Jeremy, you know the cattle futures are so high because Alyssa Slavskin is using all of them to eat the hot dogs she makes.
She's a cow. That's why the cow.
The chupacabra is actually an alien.
And let me remind you, that's the Democrats that are doing this right now.
I think the chupacabra is a hybrid of the hairless cat and a.
Okay, so Austin, about your story.
Yeah.
Okay, they bring the Boomer Sanhedrin brings you up on these vague charges, and they're about to expel you. Explain the situation.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So it's right before the ending of the meeting. It's not on any official document. No one has been notified. No one has gotten any information about this except for a very niche group that, of course, can telephone their friends and say, hey, come on over to the executive committee tonight. We're going to vote him out. I got good reasons, I swear. And they don't actually give any good reasons. So, we're sitting there and there's 5 of them the chair, the vice chair, the secretary, and the 2 Johns. And they're all.
It says the 2 Johns like they're a couple guys waiting for their prostitute.
Yeah,
the 2 Johns. And so
the 2 Johns waiting in the corner for their
They-
prostitutes
they-
to come around.
you just wait till I have
Ladies
you
of the
Google
night.
about the
Oh,
Zemmer
yeah.
situation. Actually, start looking up Zemmer Middle School
Okay.
and look up
We got
some
the-
of these articles because
Yeah.
just to prove that I'm not
It's in our
crazy about
list.
this.
Shane chastised me for not making sure we were going to.
And so what ended up happening was, just type in Zemmer Middle School on Google and then look through the news articles. Look for
Is
the
it
New
in-
York
is it-
Post.
No, it's not in there.
Nope,
Okay.
not in here. This one's different, but it's
Okay.
we'll pull up a New York Post article. That's how big this was way back in the day. It got
Give it to
national
me again.
attentions. New York Post, Zemmer Middle School.
All right, go talk.
And so I have these 5 that are all very well coordinated and attacking me on all fronts. The youth start getting really upset. They're just, what are you talking about? They're out of line. They're not executive committee members. They actually got threatened to get kicked out. So John DeAngelis, whose son we'll be bringing up here in a second, the whole reason that this, or part of the reason this all came together, he's sitting there telling me that I've done everything terribly, that he's been trying to mentor me, he's been trying to talk to me, and nothing's been getting through, even though I'm the only one that ever tried to extend an olive branch to these people.
Was that Zimmerman?
Middle school. It's Zemmer.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep.
You got an I.
Put ZE instead of ZI.
Oh, Zemmer.
Yep, Zemmer.
Zemmer.
Yep, E right there.
Okay.
Yep. And yep, right there.
Right there.
Yep,
Okay,
that's
go ahead.
it. And
Continue.
so we're, the youth start getting upset. They're getting out of line. I look at the youth and I say, I'll handle this, guys, on my own. Thank you very much. Please be quiet. Be
Yeah.
respectful with this.
Yeah.
This is not a time to make us look bad. So I'm answering any questions. They're throwing up. They have 7 allegations that they said they convicted me of, and one of them being the precinct delegates. There was they were mad at me for making a poll on Facebook about if we should have a debate with our.
It was not a
city
stripper
manager.
poll. It was.
Nope,
It was
an actual poll, just
Okay,
asking
all right,
people
just checking.
on what their opinion would
Check
be.
for Teddy's sake.
There's a lot of drama going on in Lapeer between the mayor and a city commissioner, and I asked the Lapeer News and Discussion on if they would like to see a debate between the mayor and the city commissioner.
Mayor.
And they were super upset with me for making a poll on Facebook. Then they said I wasn't a precinct delegate. I defended myself there. I explained what happened. Stephanie, the secretary, actually got up out of her seat and started lunging at me. Like trying to be like, nah, like yelling at me, like we're up front in front of everyone.
She was intense.
Oh,
In
she
your
got up.
face?
She got up and starts pointing at me.
She wasn't the same 45-year-old chick that showed up at your
Yes,
thing.
actually, yeah. It was. Ironically enough.
Hilarious.
And,
Can't make this shit up.
so
No fuck. But did she have a coloring book when she was pointing?
no,
at you?
no
Oh,
coloring
shit.
books this time. Nope. And so I look at this 45-year-old, 46-year-old lady coming at me, and she's like in the middle of a professional meeting doing this, and I look at her and I say, "Please sit down. What are you doing? like, why are like I've never seen anything like this. Please simmer down over there."
Simmer down now.
And so they bring up the precinct delegates, and everyone starts laughing. All the youth are laughing.
Finish my thought before
Yeah.
I interrupt him. Go.
So they bring up the precinct delegate. They're like, and you're signing up precinct delegates at your meeting. Every youth member starts laughing as hard as they can. And some of the crowd, so a lot of people in the crowd that weren't executive committee members that just had to watch this stuff were like, well, you signed
You
up.
just had to endure this
Yeah,
shit.
they were sitting there laughing at that when I started laughing. And they're like, don't laugh. This is serious. And we're like, it's signing up precinct delegates is part of my job description, ladies and gentlemen. That's as leadership of any of these organizations, we are encouraged to sign up precinct delegates. And if you're not a part of leadership, as a person, you should be signing up precinct delegates and getting more people involved with the parties if you want it corrected. And so, that's happening. And then they're trying to say I misuse funds for the Freedom Ball and I turned it free. They got upset with me for turning it free.
So no matter what, they're just trying to get rid of you.
Yeah,
And
well,
they're just
Freedom
throwing-
isn't free.
Listen here, liberal. Freedom isn't free unless we make a profit off of it, okay?
gotta make money.
Unless it is, that's socialism.
Freedom isn't free. There's a hefty fucking fee.
So ironically,
$1.05. Freedom
Freedom
costs
costs
$1.05.
$1.05.
you know, this is going
$8
on.
now with inflation.
Yeah, exactly.
They're over there going crazy. I'm defending myself. I sat there the entire time and handled every question they could throw at me. I was very honest.
How many times did you say simmer down now?
Only thankfully that one time when she stood up and started lunging at me. I was like, whoa.
You're like, can
This
you go
is-
to cut a coloring book and calm
Yeah,
the fuck
yeah.
down?
Go get us a pizza, please. Like you know,
It's like from Goodfellas. Now shine my fucking shoes.
Now shine my fucking shoes.
so
Go get your fucking shine box.
now let me remind you guys, they have a bylaw change where they are specifically in there changing what they're saying I'm breaking to where it says you have to be a precinct delegate. Before it just said you had to be a dues paying member. So they have all this out on the table.
Yeah,
right, and every
right.
executive committee member can.
We
see
have
this.
Exhibit A right
Yeah.
here where you violated the law.
No,
Oh no.
it was hilarious.
know.
I'm looking at all these people and I'm like, guys, in front of your face, they're trying to change the rules next month that would actually make me ineligible, but it's not in effect right now. And none of you, like, look, it's right in front of your face. It's right there on the packets that you received. And so, you know, I'm trying. It was a hit. It was a political hit. They already had it all set up. And
they brought in
ironically,
extra people to
they
vote
brought
against
in
you?
everyone that they could get that hated me, and they left everyone who likes me back at home for sure. And you know,
What
they
was
had
the vote that they had recently where they let's just read, who was it? Where they violated Robert's Rules of Order to come to order for like a half an hour, waiting for a bunch of people that they called so that they could get all these extra people to come in and vote against somebody. I just saw this. What the
Sounds
fuck
like
was it?
every GOP meeting ever.
happens
Yeah.
a lot. Happens a lot. That's
so they're
uncommon.
trying to change these rules
Yep.
while they're there.
Yep.
To,
Well-
they just want to get rid of you. no
Yeah,
matter what.
yeah, that's really what it came down to.
Yeah.
Was I'm posing a threat to them and their establishment. And really, a big thing about it is those two Johns are basically like the shadow
I
chairs.
love when he says two James.
And bring up that article again, because we could go through here.
Yeah.
To bring it back to one of the big reasons this all happened was if we look here.
So teen allegedly plotted to kill everyone at the middle school,
Yes.
motherfuckers.
Yes, and John DeAngelis
Yeah.
is the gentleman who's the former chairman, and
Okay.
he's one of the guys that.
Should we read some of this copy?
Well, so go down, and you're gonna see here.
Because we want to give everybody context. We don't read this out of context.
Yes, absolutely. Feel free to read. Go
But
ahead.
I have to know a voice though. I gotta know a voice. What do you want?
Do it semi
Chinese.
Chinese? Oh, a trio of teens were charged with a violent plot to kill everyone and anyone in the middle school, according to the court record. Okay, so Lapeer County Assistant Prosecutor Dave Campbell said he read the chilling words alleged by Gunnar Rice. Gunnar, you got a guy named Gunnar fucking gonna shoot up a church, shoot up a school?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
In the Pierre County District Court on Monday, detailing that he allegedly planned to undertake a Zima.
Rup here.
Oh,
Rapier.
Rapier. My bad. To undertake a Zema middle school in Rapier, a city of roughly 8,020 miles east of Flint. You know how Flint is notorious, Flint for guns and everything like that. Rice 14 wrote that he wanted to exterminate all expletive animals at the school. He probably said the fucking animals, but Zach sorted it out. It's okay. So Campbell said during Monday's arraignment, we will kill everyone and anyone of our choosing because we angry with ourselves and we want to take it out on other people. I added the last part. Rice was charged as an adult for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and using computer to commit a crime, conspiracy of committing terrorism, and a false report. What do you want to get to in this report?
Keep going a little bit more.
Oh, I got to keep it reading?
Just
Okay.
one more. Finish this paragraph.
My brain is going soft when I read it like this. So Campbell also read...
Hold on, go up. You have two other students.
Right
next line
okay,
up.
two other students, asshole. Christopher Kanda and Dylan Michael DeAngelos, both are 15, were charged with conspiracy to commit a first-degree murder, using computer to commit a crime, and conspiracy to commit a terrorism.
So
I just can't keep
Is
saying
that Dylan DeAngelis? Is that the guy?
DeAngelis.
So this is one of the people that they wanted to introduce in this?
They have him signed. So his dad is the former chairman of Lapeer County Republican Party.
Yeah.
He's the school board, or not the school board, but the library board president or chairman or whatever they have on their organization.
Okay.
And he's basically the shadow chair for Lapeer County GOP, one of them. And
what is the shadow chair?
That they don't have to be the official head. They just have to call the chairman behind hours and say, hey, we didn't like how that was going, so we're going to change it. And they could
call that Geppetto.
Yeah. They could get emergency board meetings before your biggest event.
Geppetto, just before there are no strings on me.
Yeah. And so, overall in Lapeer County, I didn't bring this up in the meeting, but this is a lot of what the context was, because I don't want Lapeer County GOP. There's a lot of good people in the executive committee, and they don't need to be tied in with this. This was the leadership that completely, we brought a complaint to them. And instead of addressing the complaint, and I never once asked for anyone's removal. I never asked for anything.
You said, hey, maybe we should look at this.
Yeah, maybe we should look into this.
Might be something here.
Yeah, this is something that might be
something
we're
going on
supposed to be pro 2A.
Yeah.
Having a school shooter as a
We got a
precinct
kid named
delegate.
Gunnar Rice.
Yep.
And I had to read it in Asian.
And-
Rice had nothing to do with it. But yeah, you're like, nothing.
They did
here.
basement tapes too, like Columbine. They were like trying to do the Columbine style basement tapes. They did remakes of them, and like all this other crazy stuff. And if
the other kids had walked in with their firearms,
yeah,
like they did when I was in school, like our school had to cancel class on November 15th because they knew half the boys in the school were not going to show up because they're out hunting.
Yeah.
But you gave their Scott got excited over there.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. When that was happening, we didn't have shootings in our schools.
Nope.
You had maybe some blue cities might have had it, but in rural country or rural areas, you didn't have any of these shootings. You know why? Because half the kids were fucking armed or knew how to use a firearm.
Yep. It was encouraged.
You walked in with your firearm and put it in your locker.
Yeah. I'm going hunting after school.
I'm going hunting after school if I'm coming in.
Yeah.
Dude, that was the reason the Japanese said they couldn't invade the mainland in World War II is because
there's a rifle.
There's a rifle behind every blade of grass. That was their words. Now we've flipped the script completely, and these kids are just like Columbine kids are putting together these dossiers or these tapes or these agendas, writing it down, going to do these strikes because they know they're fucking armed.
Yeah, 100%. And it's
and you're calling attention to it. Go, hey, there's some connections here that we might want to look at.
Yeah, 100%. And this is something that how can I recruit people that were in this school? My brother, as an example, was a grade below this kid. The middle school at that time was 8th and 9th grade. He not only wanted to do Zemmer, but there was rumors they wanted to attack the main high school as well. Well, my brother was in middle school with him, and I have my cousin was there. I have plenty of blood family and relatives. And what, heaven forbid, if something did happen, and Oxford happened a year after that. A year after that, we had Oxford happen in our backyard, where I had another cousin who was in the building when it happened. This is not something we're going to sit here and say, yeah, let's encourage this. No, this is wrong. This is something that we should be working to change, and and not what your first words out of your mouth are. I'm going to fucking remove you because I brought this to your attention.
That was his first words to you.
That was the vice chair.
Remove you.
The vice chair's first words right out of his mouth before he responded anything else was, "I'm going to get you fucking removed."
Because you brought this to attention.
Because I brought this to attention.
We can't have this.
But let's imagine if there was something like this happened, and someone who was more of a patriot or more of an America First person had something like this in their background. Do you think those people would use it the first thing they could to kind of remove this person, blacklist them, throw them out of the party?
Absolutely.
Of course they would.
100%.
So the hypocrisy is just foul.
It is
overwhelming. Teddy, read. Tim Allen is chiming into the chat, and I want to read this because it's very funny.
Tim says, I've been taking a shot every time Trejo says back to the story. Been wasted for 90 minutes.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. So let's get back to the story. I said at that time, don't take a drink, Tim.
But So, we're sitting there. We could get into Scott McMahon now with the story, because Scott McMahon chimes in once this is all happening.
What is his position, and where does
He's
he
a county
factor in this?
commissioner. He's actually my county commissioner,
Okay.
which is a statutory
And
member.
you're part of the 9th, or you were part of the 9th?
I'm a part of the 9th
He
still.
still is,
The
yeah.
9th
Still part of the
congressional
9th.
district I'm
Okay.
a part of. I'm very blessed to be.
Which
we
is
have a
not
good-
the county.
Nope, it's
So it
7
covers
counties.
covers how many?
Covers 7 counties.
Ooh.
Oakland, Macomb, all the way up to the tip of the
And
thumb.
you're the youth.
Youth chairman and executive
chair.
committee member. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I'm on the bigger scale of things, where I have the 9th District Youth has been my most predominant successful organization.
But they were removing you from the executive committee.
Not in the 9th. Not in the 9th. I'm
For the
still
county.
for the county. They
County
took me out
executive
of
committee.
they took me out of the county. They took
That's
me
what
off
that's
the
what
board.
Shane clarified. In
Yep.
Yes, exactly. So he's
Yep.
still the 9th CDRC youth chair. They just ousted him from
The
Lapeer
county.
GOP.
Yes. So I'm still a part of the GOP.
Did
I
that have
still
anything to do with your appearance on the show here?
Well, that's where Scott McMahon gets into.
Yes.
Okay.
And so Scott McMahon.
I've
Yeah.
never met Scott, but according to
Um,
that statement, he's a dick.
Well,
Yes.
So Scott has
According to many statements we're going to get into very shortly.
Scott is quite a character. Scott is someone that has a very interesting background, and he just kind of showed up in Lapeer randomly, and he
What's the
has
Out of the
background?
blue.
What's the background there?
So he was from Arizona,
Mhm.
and
Was
there's
there some cultish activity?
he's
some
he
rumors?
has stated publicly that
He's
he
stated
was a
publicly.
part of
Okay,
two
we want to
different
make sure that
cults.
came from
Two
his
different
lips.
cults in Arizona. Yes,
Okay,
he has
yeah.
admitted to that.
Yep,
Okay.
and
From the horse's mouth.
Yep, he's admitted to that, and that
Okay.
he grew up out of that, and he has learned a lot. And I'm glad that we have those moments of growth.
He was
But-
he was in a cult, and now you're in a cult if you are against him politically.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
And so how he got into the Lapeer County GOP is actually an interesting story. The former county commissioner, so I was a second longest sitting board member for Lapeer County before my removal.
excellent.
So I've had a lot of experience in the county dealing with a lot of things, Scott
Yeah.
McMahon being one of them. Scott, just so you know, back when all this originally came to context, I was a part of the board that ended up just kind of turning our head and going, well, he's our county commissioner, instead of doing anything against you. At the time, I didn't know who you were by
so
any
give him a
means.
pass. The cult
Well,
member.
so we didn't know that at the time, but
No, I'm just saying.
yeah,
It's
so-
public record right now, right?
well, and
Former cult member.
because I know he's going to watch this podcast. he brought it up.
Hi.
Hi, Scott. If you want to come on, or I'll go on your podcast. Even I've yet to
Does he
turn
have a
down
podcast?
He has.
Does
Bigger
it have
Truth
as many
Media.
cameras as mine?
No.
No.
Usually it's him sitting in his office, and
That's
another
right.
person's in his
That's
office or their
If
office.
you're going to do a podcast, fuck up the cameras
probably has
by
the same-
having
probably
10.
has the same quality as our. I'm not gonna say anything.
Don't
but-
you do it, fucking Teddy.
But I'm here for communication. I'm here to talk.
Teddy's trying to blackpill us.
And so anyhow, he the day before the deadline for the county commissioner position, the person who was running, that was the incumbent before, dropped out, and Scott McMahon filled in and became the only primary contestant for the Republican Party for that county for the county commissioner position.
Okay.
So it was really weird off of the rip.
No, keep talking. I'm pointing at Teddy off camera. Don't do
You're
that.
good. My bad. But it was really weird off rip. It was something that brought up a lot of attention to it. And since then, he's had a lot of controversies, including trying to, he wanted to take Lapeer County's animal shelter from a no-kill shelter and bring it down to a 30-day kill shelter.
Oh, kind of like PETA.
Yeah.
PETA. What's the big animal shelter?
rights. Yeah.
The number one animal rights shelter in America
kills a
has the
lot.
highest kill rate of animals.
Yes.
And they act like they're all
Holier
about
than
animals and holier than thou. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, and I actually do respectfully during that time, and this is what confuses me, is I had a lot of protests to Commissioner McMahon about this, and being his constituent who lives in his district as his county, he's a county commissioner.
Yeah.
I brought a lot of complaints to him. We had a lot of good conversations. I thought he was absolutely out of his mind for that one. And I disagree
Would you use
with
the
him.
word crazy?
I would say that, yeah.
Psychotic?
I would-
Maybe,
for
maybe
that-
a little unhinged?
for that decision, yes.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
I
just want a
we'll
good
base it as
clarification.
individual.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. These are your words, not mine.
And,
Wait, these are my words, not yours. That's right.
well,
Okay.
and even though we disagreed completely on that, we both learned how to have respect for each other.
Right.
And even though
Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
yeah, that's what I was under the impression is we
Yeah.
could agree to disagree. Let's have a conversation.
Right.
And so, during our Lapeer County GOP meeting, he brings up that I've been on this podcast that I mean, he's like, you're a Nazi sympathizer.
We actually have the video of that.
Yeah,
If you
let's
wanna
pull
play
it
it
up.
up.
Let's
Let's
pull
play
it
it.
up.
On the podcast, you said shit on the podcast. Oh, let's go to the file over here. Which one do we want?
No,
my
it's
screen.
it's in your Facebook.
Oh, it's on my Facebook.
Yes.
All right, other browser. My bad. My
Yeah.
bad. I gotta go to Shane Trejo sending me messages and 15 other people sending me messages. Shit.
Busy guy.
You know what? I gotta train Scott on how to do this. Shane Trejo,
There I is.
resident Mex.
All right.
If I could,
Is that it?
Up, no, up the videos. The first one, then the second one.
First
Yep.
one, then the second one. All right, let's go to that.
Facebook audio down. Yeah, you got your Facebook audio down.
It was supposed to, when I clicked on it, it was supposed to go full screen and unmute itself.
Technology.
asshole.
And it was this
Scott,
idea.
do you bring that
turn it up a
audio
little
up?
bit?
Blood in our soil. And the
Uh,
Jewish people have no claim.
Wall feed?
We're booming it.
And so he actually ran, this is
Thank
just
you,
a few
sir.
years ago, that Shane Trejo was running a podcast called Blood, Soil, and Liberty, was the co-founder of Identity Europa, which is a Jewish question white supremacist group. This is Shane Trejo that he was on, and it's not just that he was on the podcast. Austin was actually, and I shared this with some other members of the executive committee, because I was just horrified. He's actually defending his anti-Semitism and explaining how he arrived at his anti-Semitic views.
So he
I think
slandered
in-
Austin as an
California-
anti-Semite.
the California Republican
I mean, we
Party
can-
just this week.
I mean,
The state
Austin
party
didn't say anything
just
remotely
changed their bylaws
anti-Semitic.
so that they would define
when
what
he was on this
Hitler is, they would
podcast.
define white supremacy, and they specifically ban anyone who meets that criteria from being a part of the California State Republican Party. I think that we should do that here. I think
Ban anyone
every
who
party
criticizes
in
Israel
every
from
county
the
and
state
district
Republican
and
Party or
state
any Republican
Yeah.
apparatus.
Well, he pushed this California GOP's policy on this, which California GOP is it's the California GOP. When's the last time they won anything?
Yep.
And respectfully, Scott, just so you're aware, I've worked with the California GOP. I've been helped them with their youth programs, ironically, through the Promethean.
Not to be misconstrued with the aliens movies and Prometheus.
Prometheus. That's
Yeah, yeah.
whatever Prometheus Action. That group with
Yeah.
Susan Kokinda. I've been on their meetings. I've talked.
Did
to
you
them.
go on a podcast and offend everybody?
I did go on a podcast with her. I didn't. At the time, it wasn't controversial. Maybe it
controversial
is
with
now, but like
I want to know what this guy said right at the beginning. I'm going to pull back here and go back to this because I want to know what he said right at the beginning because he attributed you being on a podcast and then immediately equated some kind of affiliation. I didn't understand that dynamic.
Yeah,
I'll
he
play
said
this here.
that. Well, I had a podcast that was bad.
You have a
and-
podcast?
Yeah, I had a podcast, and we can get into that later. That's in the sheet.
Okay.
But I had a podcast that was bad. It was named Blood, Soil, and Liberty. That's evil Nazi rhetoric, according to him, and that
Blood, Sweat,
because-
and Liberty.
or because of that.
Yeah.
That then Austin, because he appeared on a podcast with me,
Yeah.
is an anti-Semite, and he's said
Well, that's
anti-Semitic
obvious. I mean,
things.
yeah.
Didn't mention what those things were.
Did you disagree with Israel or any of the Israeli government or any Jewish dynamics whatsoever?
I have no issue with the Jewish
No,
religion.
did you disagree with the Israeli government?
The Israeli government, yeah.
Yeah, anti-Semitic. Okay, I
That's-
just wanted to establish that dynamic. Teddy, you'll back us up on that. That if you disagree with the Israeli government in anything that they do,
You're anti-Semitic.
you're
That's-
anti.
That's the new
it's
modern
automatic. No,
definition.
that's automatic.
If you disagree with Larry Loomer wanting to bomb the Iranian people out of their thing off? It is. I don't know why.
If you
There you
disagree with Larry Loomer on bombing the Iranian people to have power or water or anything to live, then you're anti-Semitic.
Totally true. Totally true. All right, let's go back to this.
And yep. Okay, keep going.
I want to hear what this guy's saying
It's
because
the second clip.
This is the first one.
Okay,
No, it's the
let's go
first clip.
again.
I want to hear what he said.
And it was this idea that this is our blood and our soil, and the Jewish people have.
Oh, that was your, so,
And so he actually ran, this is just a few years ago, that Shane Trejo was running a
Oh, you were doing a
called
podcast a few years ago.
Liberty, with the
But now you're on this
co-founder of
podcast.
Identity Europa, which is a Jewish question. white
So did he think,
supremacist.
did he
This
think
is
that
Shane
you were
Trejo
on
that
my?
He was on.
No,
And
he
it's
knows.
obviously
He's
he was
trying
on
to
the
equate it.
podcast.
He's
Falsely,
obvious- he's
he's trying to
obfuscating.
falsely equate it to
Austin-
obfuscate to
He's
build the
obfuscating.
case to destroy Austin
Okay.
dishonestly.
So he's trying to do, what do you call that? Guilt by association.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. You're guilty by association.
Yeah, which I would not consider you. I mean, being a proud Mexican,
Proud Mexican American.
Mexican American, but to be anti-Semitic in any way, shape, or form, because I think
As it comes down to,
I don't
yeah,
even know
okay,
how they
keep going,
equate. But
keep
let
going.
me play
It was
this.
actually, and I shared this with with some other members of the executive committee.
Yeah.
'cause I was just horrified.
Wait.
He's actually defending.
When he says share this with many executive committees, he means he was telling him his slant.
Yes.
He was
to influence them.
tattletaling, cancel
Yeah,
culture,
yeah,
Yeah, he
tattletale.
was calling people
bitch
to
boy
try
behavior.
to get
Yeah.
me canceled
Yeah.
100%.
All right, let's
That all
continue.
adds into this.
Yeah, let's continue with this shit.
His equine anti-Semitism and explaining how he arrived at his anti-Semitic views.
Anti-Semitic views.
I think
It's absolute, no matter, no question.
All because I questioned the Gaza
The
situation.
State Party.
Oh, you mean the
Just
genocide.
Obama?
Yeah, the genocide that's happening in Gaza, I question that.
Define white
Yeah.
supremacy, and they specifically ban anyone who meets that criteria from being a part of the California State Republican Party.
Who
I
specifically
think
banned
that
it?
we should-
California
Yes.
Republican
Yeah.
Party
Every-
passed a resolution
every party
saying that
in every
anyone who
county,
likes
district,
Nick
and state party
Fuentes is banned
in the
or something
country
to that
should
effect.
Yeah, because Nick is highly controversial and just trying to point out that might be giving way too much influence and credibility to a bunch of people that just want to commit genocide on a whole group of people that might actually be genetically more Jewish than the Israelis.
More Semitic.
Semitic or Jewish.
Okay.
Most of Israel is made up of Ashkenazi and northern Jews that have less genetic Jewish heritage than the Palestinians who've been inbreeding and lowering their IQs for the last couple hundred years.
Well,
And let's-
for better or worse.
Let's go
or
to
mostly
video.
worse.
Let's go to video
yeah,
number
let's check
two.
number two.
Because even the chair or whoever's presiding
This
over
was
it
hilarious.
is even like I didn't see any nothing you're describing is even there, and humiliates dumbass Scott McMahon the liar.
Yeah, imagine they're all infighting and they start infighting over this.
Yeah, they're like, nah, no, that's
we
wrong.
hate them, but not that much.
All right, let's do it.
And Austin, you run in these circles. We talked about this, and this is absolutely, this is not what the
Where are you
Republican Party is
sitting?
about.
I'm over on
And
the
this is
left up
something
front.
that
That's
I
the
think
board.
we have to take a stand on.
Thank you, Scott. I would like to add, well, I want to add something first. I know we have to-
You're like, what the fuck?
For real.
I was sent, I believe, clips from Austin's appearance on Shane Trejo's podcast, which was with Joey Mason. Yeah. And with comments about what he said being anti-Semitic. I watched the clip. I don't watch Shane Trejo's podcast. I didn't watch the entire podcast with Austin's appearance on, but from the clip I was
Dude, I
looking
need
at,
clicks when
I
you
don't
click.
believe-
I've now taken over your podcast, by the way. It's not my podcast.
I think they were in the Joey.
I'll take you taking over versus some of the other people hijacking my podcast.
More influence over American politics than it should.
Dude, this is very quiet.
So that was my takeaway.
You gotta turn it up.
So I just want to throw Austin here. I think
It's all the way up.
we're
Are you sure?
not on the same side.
Scott,
of this issue
boost it.
particularly, But that's my personal belief on that particular issue.
All right, I'm going to go back a little bit. Scott, can you give us a little bit more volume? You might have to go up to the trim at the top.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, we don't want.
Over American
It's
politics
maxed
than-
out.
than it should.
How about the gain
So
at
that
the
was my
top?
takeaway from it, and
You can do
so
that
I just want
circle.
to throw Austin here. I think of getting
You know what I'm talking about, the circle at the top? So go up on the circles at the top of the,
Yeah, it's maxed.
both of them?
Yeah.
You got to bring Jorge
All right,
back.
go ahead.
not on the same side of this issue particularly, but
Fucking cell phone
that's
recording
my
audio.
personal belief on that particular issue.
Dude, I need to send you guys with some cameras.
Yeah.
I'll amp it up. I'll amp it up on the replay.
Yeah.
But
Of course,
so
we don't
pull up
want
the
to-
docs.
This is the reason why. It's because somebody is like using their cell phone.
Austin,
Pull up the doc and I can
Okay, all right.
talk a little bit first about the Blood, Soil, and Liberty podcast.
So this guy doesn't. This Scott guy doesn't even have
Hall
a
monitor.
Not our Scott. Our Scott's fucking
Our Scott's
badass.
cool.
Not
We love
me.
Scott.
Serving the
Not
military,
me.
he's fucking badass. But this other Scott here with the
Hall
with
monitor, tattletale,
uh,
cancel culture, crybaby.
Well, not
FAFO.
not yeah, fuck around, find out. But not only that, he's a fucking skinhead. Why is this neo-Nazi fucking skinhead looking guy?
He's a bold boomer.
And I can say that because I shaved my head for 20 years. I showed you pictures earlier
During your Nazi days.
During my Nazi days, where I was ministering in multiple black churches throughout Detroit and beloved. Me and my white wife showing up there, that we were loved. So yeah, dispelling
your
that
Bentley.
fucking image. So what the fuck?
Yeah. So
You want me to pull up some other stuff?
Yeah, pull up the sheet.
We do have a super chat.
You want this?
Oh, super chat. Let's do the super chat first.
Wait. Super chat.
Or donation.
Oh.
We have a
super chat.
$25 donation from our dear friend John Bovey.
What?
And it says $25 to support Trump's war against the Iran globalist world order.
Oh shit! Yeah. Totally disagree with you, but we will accept your money. The Jewish question mentioned, you fucking asshole.
Okay.
Larry Loomer, dude, he's gonna be going off. This is your fucking fault, Teddy.
I'm not
he's
even
gonna be doing. Larry
I'm not even
Loomer.
talking about Larry. I'm talking about Laura. Laura.
He's got Larry Loomer in the fucking chat. I can see it. He's gonna be Larry Loomer for the next fucking 100 years.
So back to the topic at hand.
Wait, every time
Tim,
you say
Tim,
that,
do another shot.
Tim's got
do another shot. Back to the topic at hand. So regarding the Blood, Soil, and Liberty podcast, I have a.
Where's that at?
I have an article up there.
Where'd you send that to me?
On the doc, from the Mises Wire. So you see Mises Wire.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
So this was
Why is that
during
not clicking?
during the I believe 2016, 2017. There was a chasm within the libertarian movement. Some of the people who believed that libertarianism and liberty should be promoted universally through like a one world government.
You want to look at this?
Sort.
How do you want to handle this? You want to read
Just
through
go down to the bottom of it.
Okay.
And the Mises Institute, great organization.
Yeah.
The chairman,
Dennis fucking loves it.
Yes. So
Dennis Marber
the
is
chairman
awesome.
at the time, Jeff Deist, talked about what he called blood and soil libertarianism.
Where's that at?
And I think it's the final quote, and you can read it. So
right here.
Yep. Just So
What's the voice?
In other words, I'll read it. No voice.
Yeah.
In other words, blood and soil and God and nation still matter to people. Libertarians ignore this at the risk of irrelevance.
Ooh.
So telling people that what matters to people are their family roots, their communities, their religion, those sort of things are what libertarians should focus on, not some kind of namby-pamby liberal idea. Party allegiance, liberal ideals.
Yeah.
That was the crux of it. Now, obviously, the blood and soil liberty name, we knew it would be.
It's kind of
we knew it would piss a lot of people off and trigger people, but that's part of the fun. So the idea
So
that
that's where your podcast came from.
Yes, the idea that this was like some kind of Nazi podcast was a misnomer, and
for him to
emphasize
it draws on his ignorance and his bullshit.
And this was something that was pushed in the ADL.
Yeah.
It was pushed in the Daily Beast. It was pushed in Soros Think Progress. So this is Scott laundering a far left hit piece, which is something that he does regularly, and we'll get into as we dissect his record.
You know who Teddy hates more than the establishment?
Who?
George Soros.
Fuck George Soros. That's one area where
Teddy's
where
like,
Larry
Teddy's
Boomer and Teddy can come together on is the hatred of Soros.
You got
Teddy hates
It's not
Soros.
that hard.
Well, we got to get ready, guys. George is getting a little old. We got to get ready for Alex Soros to step up.
Did you
But
hear
that he's not as competent though.
Did
as
you
George.
hear how subtle that was when Teddy's
It's like, I guess I agree with
no,
Larry. on something."
he goes, you hate Soros? He goes, not that hard. that was his thing. Dude, play back the clip. He goes, not that hard. Dude, Teddy.
No, I mean,
elaborate for
it's
just
like not so hard to.
Oh, okay.
not. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He's like, Teddy hates George Soros. Not that hard.
But it's
I
like,
hate
you
that
know,
fucker.
when
He's a
you're
piece
a
of
black
shit.
pillar, you don't want to like focus on the low hanging fruit.
Well,
you
yeah,
want
it's
to
like
go.
Soros. You know, I've been
yeah.
hearing about Soros since like 2014 when I
Yeah.
first watched Infowars.
Dude,
And
you're
he's like,
hitting-
he's like,
dude, he was hitting puberty, and he's like, "Fuck George Soros."
he's like at the crap.
Seriously.
You know,
He's like,
That's how it
his
was.
beard's coming, and he's
It's
like,
like-
"That fucking guy's evil."
Yeah.
he's like, you know, he's like a decrepit, like, you know, he's like from the Mummy movie now.
he
You know,
have-
you haven't seen him in like a
Did
year.
he have the Palpatine?
Yeah, he still had that.
Yeah, he's had that for a long time.
He's had that since like
the
as far as I
Palpatine
remember.
eyes.
Yeah.
And like, okay, George Soros, we all know he's bad. You know what he funds. Okay,
He's bad.
I'm
okay?
gonna circle. He's bad. Okay, did you know that George Soros is
He's
bad?
bad.
He's against freedom.
He was a
Okay.
Jew, sold out other Jews.
Okay.
That's bad.
Okay,
He
that's bad.
actually may have been a Nazi.
He
Okay.
said,
Allegedly.
he said, like it was happy making time. That's bad. Okay?
Well-
when you're killing other Jews that are part of your race, might be a bad thing. Might be
Okay.
bad. Okay.
Okay. Well, anyways, it's like the lowest hanging fruit, you know, along with the broad term globalists that people can, you know, hate on these days.
I don't believe in the globe. It's bullshit. I call them
Okay,
elitist.
the flat
elitist. No,
the flat
elitist.
worldists.
Use the word
The
elitist.
flat worlders are coming over and they're turning the freaking flat frogs
Hey,
gay.
what is the UN map? What does it look like?
It's flat.
A cock.
It's just a flat Earth map. Yeah. What is the UN map?
Well, can you make
It's
a
a flat Earth map.
sphere around an entire flag? Does the flag actually have to have like a sphere poking out on both
Just
sides?
saying. Just saying.
So let's go back to the doc.
No,
Another
No,
shot. Another one.
What's going on?
I'm just making sure Tim
You're
didn't have
gonna,
to
like,
take a shot.
you're
He's
gonna
been
kill-
inebriated for a while.
Hey.
Tim's
He'll
gonna
be
be half
fine.
dead.
What do we want to go back to? We want to go back to the.
There, I think there. What do you want to pull now?
So go back to the sheet. We'll just run down Scott's record. So yeah, so as you can see there, you know, that's the article. You can pull it
Am I-
up.
am
We
I
don't
pulling-
need to go on into
Am I
it
just
too
pull-
much.
Should I go to the?
Just the click the article real quick. We don't got to go into it too much.
Okay.
But that's the article that talks about his
Snake
role,
oil propaganda.
his role in various cults when he lived in Arizona and admitting to that, and that goes into exactly his admissions on his podcast of being a part of these weird groups. But I don't want to focus so much on that as what he's actually saying about the movement and what he's actually doing right now in terms of the message that he's spreading within the Michigan Republican Party. So continue
Continue. What? Continue with
on
what?
the doc,
Yep.
Google Doc.
Oh, I'm back on the Google Doc.
Yeah.
Hey, this is real time, guys. This is an actual fucking show.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
So yeah, this is one of the posts that he made, one of the more offensive posts, spitting in the face of grassroots in Michigan. One thing he says here, if you look at it, he says, one of the biggest crises ahead of us politically is we have state GOPs that are essentially mind-controlled collectivist cults who believe the party is something it should never be, a vehicle for power, control, and accountability. So you see, like, okay, power and control. You know, who wants to, be a part of something that you're just a naked power grab in the GOP? But accountability. So you're saying that the MRP, you're saying that the Republican precinct delegates should not hold the party accountable, or the different elected politicians should not be held accountable within the Republican Party. So very bizarre statement right there. And then it goes on, gets worse from there. Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec, Dan Schultz, some other guys I don't know, wanted to recruit dumb, broke, and lazy people to become precinct delegates who want to take over the party and drive out with hatred, Saul Alinsky tactics, all the people with the experience and the resources to help win elections. So right there, you see what he's saying is anyone who is coming in and wanting to restore accountability and wanting to put in more America First type people, he's there to malign them. And if you look at his past, how would you describe him? How would you describe this guy who went back in, had all these failed LLCs and had, was part of all these cults. How would you describe this guy who came in out of nowhere and became a precinct activist and now paints himself to be the oracle of the entire party? So,
well, what you say about me is more about you.
Yeah, he's projecting here, but also trying to gatekeep as well.
Well, and I'll say this:
reprehensible comments from Scott.
He's talking about like poor, dumb people and stuff like that. That's your constituents. It doesn't matter about your income. It doesn't matter about your education. It matters about you representing them. He is and was at the time of this article being posted a county conservative, I believe, or a county commissioner. What was the date on this?
This was June of 2025.
Yeah, so he was well within his term. This was just last year. And, at the end of the day, the annual household medium income in our area is about $54K. The average income per individual is about $34,000, which is well below the margin of poverty lines. And this is attacking your constituents 110%. We grew up in a town that during the 2008 recession completely collapsed, and our downtown had over 75% vacancy. I think you should learn about your constituents. I think you should learn about your people. I think you should actually try to be involved with them instead of ridiculing them like this, because this is absolutely just gross and disgusting. And Lapeer County GOP has been founded off of good, honest, hardworking individuals. So please learn your constituents. Go out and actually work with the homeless. And ironically, I'm probably one of the biggest homeless fighters in the area for getting them off the streets.
I thought he was going to say the biggest homeless guy.
No, the biggest homeless guy. I go and find homeless people and punch them in the face as much as anyone.
I tell you what, I've had a lot of run-ins with the homeless in my county, and my heart goes out to them. But we got to get these people off the streets. We got to get them jobs. We got to get them working, and you just need to learn your constituents. This is actually kind of disgusting and disturbing how you are treating our people.
Yep, it just shows the contempt that he has of just ordinary people who want to get involved and bring change to the party and don't like the corruption within the party. This is a constant theme: is everyone is a Christian nationalist, and he hates Christian nationalism. The idea of Christians or churches getting involved in politics, he hates it and rails against it constantly.
What is he, satanic?
Well, that's up to the viewer to decide. So interesting aside here, he has collaborated with Antifa communist doxer Amanda Moore, who he brought on as someone who was an expert in stopping Nazi infiltration within the Republican Party. Turns out Amanda Moore is an admitted communist. That's Amanda Moore down there, Cancel Mob. I don't think she said she's a communist. I am and I have, she said. So Antifa communist, she wore a wire to go into various Republican events, one of which was mine outside of CPAC, where I had Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people there. She went there, tried to collect damaging information on people, dox them, get them fired from their jobs. That is who,
MTG did that?
No, the Antifa doxer I'm referencing here.
Oh, okay.
So
because I want you to get MTG on the show.
Tried to get them fired from their jobs, and is an unrepentant communist. This is who Scott McMahon has on his show as an expert in policing the right wing.
I've never met this guy, but I think he's a dick.
Well, and remember, he's the one that got extremely upset for me coming on a podcast with my fellow Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
And he's having an Antifa member on his podcast.
Yeah.
And trying to lecture me about who I'm associating with.
Exactly. So here's what she said. I plan to only go to things to be an invisible participant. However, I shifted gears. I've had a second life as a racist, anti-Semitic fascist. I've had friends, job offers, and work to network and make connections and put it all on tape. And then, saying, oh, I was making no money and blah, 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 and, crying about herself. But so, yeah, she went to all these different events, some of which were like the Clay Clark type events, some of which were more mainstream CPAC type engagements, and just wanted to get people on tape, wanted to do everything she could to destroy their lives.
This is not the 45-year-old chick showing up with the coloring books at his
no, probably her spirit animal, but
spirit animal.
Very.
But yeah, this is the type of person who Scott McMahon will collaborate with if it feels like if it
helps him.
If it helps him with his goals of running quote unquote Christian nationalists out of the party.
And again, Lapeer County is very Christian based. We have churches on almost any corner that you turn on. And so again, represent your constituents.
Yeah.
I will, like, 2028 is not that far away, Scott, just so you're aware.
And
I live in your district.
Oh, you got the finger, Scott, right up in your face. Not our Scott. Our Scott's fucking awesome.
What is actually now? What is Scott McMahon actually saying?
Yeah.
Like, what are his actual messages that he tries to disseminate within his journalism? Well, here's one example. Scott McMahon denies election fraud from his article inside the December 18th White House meeting, a pivotal moment in the 2020 election aftermath. He said, quote, despite the aggressive advocacy by General Flynn, Patrick Byrne, and Sidney Powell, President Trump ultimately decided against signing an executive order. Had he proceeded, the military would have been tasked with conducting hand recounts of ballots. However, multiple hand recounts across various states, including Georgia, Wisconsin, and Arizona, have since confirmed the accuracy of the tabulated results. So you can see they investigated themselves and found they did nothing wrong.
Actually, news has come out now that
he comments on that later too.
Oh, okay.
With the exception of approximately 3,000 double counted ballots in Fulton County, Georgia.
How many did you lose by?
The discrepancies
In
were
Florida,
not sufficient.
In Georgia, it was marginal.
Yeah.
The discrepancies were not sufficient to alter the outcome of the election. Says who? Well, says him, because he believes there's no election fraud, and he hates the people who are pushing to investigate the election fraud that happened in 2020. In particular, he has a hard-on about General Flynn. General Flynn is responsible for all the evils in the world, and he's always spinning different conspiracy theories about General Flynn.
When you say a hard-on, you mean a stiff winky, a tiny winky?
Very tiny, very minimal.
I was just double checking.
Yeah, to him, Flynn is, Flynn was the guy who tried to frame Trump for Russia collusion.
General Michael Flynn?
That's what he says, and we'll get into that in a minute.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, this is what this guy's all about. And some of his old YouTube content before he got this following out of the blue.
Yeah.
You see there, he was he went from being a cult leader or a cult member in Arizona to being a Bible analyst whose podcast got no views. And what an interesting
hey, low views are not always negative.
Hey, look, I'm not judging. I've had some podcasts that didn't get many views either. However, this is an interesting one.
Some people are watching Michigan basketball right now.
This is an interesting one. 12 views on this one. Maybe we should let the Democrats win by Scott McMahon.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Maybe we should let him win.
I've been told by everyone that is a crazy concept, and you can't even be in the party if you say that. And I've been a lifelong Republican who plans to be a lifelong Republican and save this party. But this guy who's questioning my ability to be a Republican is sitting here saying maybe we should let the Dems win. And
maybe we should let the Dems win. So let's analyze this for just a second. So maybe we should let the Dems win, but that's totally different than for us to say on the Republican side, we're not voting for this shit candidate, and if a Democrat does win, we will deal with that.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's two
totally different things. If a Democrat win, who gives a shit? Because the Republican's so bad, it doesn't make a lick of difference.
Well, and here's
as the case is many times.
100%.
The youth are willing, and I've heard it many times, to use their vote as a bargaining chip. And they are willing to say, listen, you're not going to do what I want, so I'm going to go to a different party, because they realize the two-party system is screwed. And
it's like the WWE?
In a lot of ways, it is very much so. Like, I prefer calling it like middle school with how they act. It's just like middle school. Like, who's sitting at the popular
kid?
Table.
Who's the popular kid?
Yeah, who's Becky hanging out with now, right?
Becky doesn't like your bullshit.
Yeah, and so, there's been a lot of that.
She's with Todd now. Todd's the coolest. Shane's not cool anymore. She's with Todd.
Todd's the captain of the wrestling
team. He's the captain of the wrestling. The football teams, the season's over. She's with Todd now. It's wrestling season. She'll be with the basketball guy shortly.
That's exactly how most of this politics goes. It's very sad. I thought I got out of middle school like 14 years ago. Evidently, we're back in it because a lot of adults act the same way. And we have
because it's so mature. It's so mature, right?
Yeah.
You look at our founding fathers and how young they were, and how engaged they were, and how intelligent they were, and you look at the dumbing down of society now, to where 35-year-olds, you mentioned earlier in the show, that you're not one of those living in your mom's fucking basement smoking pot. You know, it's this dynamic is they've dumbed down the society on purpose, you know, to where we go, holy shit, the best Democrat out there is Fetterman, who was a fucking lurch-looking stroke victim.
Yeah, who had a stroke.
Who's now emerged as the most prominently clear-thinking Democrat who's pushing back against the Democrat
Ever since they cloned him and replaced him.
Is that what it was? They replaced?
Allegedly.
Did they replace him with a Republican guy?
They replaced him with an AI
clones.
With an AI robot.
AI guy?
Oh,
because I mean,
what
in
God's holy
name are you blathering about?
You know what I'm blathering about. But these other guys, you go, oh, holy shit, the only two other huge Republicans that I can see, Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr.
Tulsi Gabbard's on the way out, probably.
Of course.
I would debate RFK is probably not going to last through the full term.
Because he goes, we need to get rid of this shit, and Trump gives indemnity for glyphosate. We're like, what the fuck are you doing? This is not the shit you ran on. This is not what we voted for. What the fuck? Continue.
And so Scott McMahon paints himself as the biggest Trump supporter, as the biggest champion of MAGA, and he's enforcing MAGA and making sure that no one can undermine it. But as soon as the going got good, he tried to jump off the Trump train and said he wanted DeSantis for 2024. Not that I don't, there are people, I think there's an argument for DeSantis, but then to come out and act like you're the most holier than thou Trump supporter afterwards shows you're a hypocrite.
The DeSantis train was a jump the shark. Wait your turn. But also, he did wear the platform shoes, and that bothered me.
Yeah, it was there. Something was off there. But so Scott McMahon said that the Russiagate hoax was not based on the Steele dossier, but rather, not based on the Steele dossier, but rather a General Flynn conspiracy. So here he says the Steele dossier was flawed and overhyped by the corrupt FBI, but wasn't the basis of Spygate or Crossfire Hurricane.
Are you a fucking idiot?
And he said this narrative pushed by Kash Patel, Devin Nunes, amplified by Bongino. He loves Bongino now that he's covering up for pedophile crimes, but back then he hated Bongino. And he says that the IC wants us focused on the Steele dossier to distract from the real triggers for Crossfire Hurricane, Flynn and Carter Page. So this was later proven false after Tulsi Gabbard, who he hates because Tulsi Gabbard releases a lot of files that
prove her point,
prove how full of shit Scott McMahon is. So they declassified documents that prove Scott McMahon wrong. So I have the from the article here.
Oh.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is vowing to release more information this week in addition to her bombshell declassification of documents that show overwhelming evidence that Barack Hussein Obama laid the groundwork for years-long Trump-Russia collusion investigation. And then it says here, according to a release from current CIA Director John Ratcliffe, career intelligence officials say Brennan deliberately kept parts of the investigation secret from other agencies and aggressively pushed to include the now debunked Steele dossier.
If you don't fucking know what the whole Steele dossier was about, I apologize for having to explain it to you right now, even though our show prides itself on not apologizing or explaining, but I'm going to apologize and explain for you right now. The Steele dossier was written for, who's the socialist Democrat that ran for president?
Hillary.
The other one.
Jill Stein?
Bernie Sanders. The Steele dossier was originally written for Bernie Sanders when he was a threat to Hillary Clinton. And when they quietly made a deal and realized that he was a traditional communist and would take a bribe and a payoff and go away, and Bernie Sanders bowed out and let Hillary run against Trump, they realized we need to pivot and use this Steele dossier and change the names, because if you go through the Steele dossier and you read it and put Bernie Sanders' name in there, it fits, because Bernie Sanders is the fucking communist who went to Russia on his honeymoon, who did all the things that they talk about in the Steele dossier, and they pivoted and do it. And Steele has been proven to be a fucking liar coming out of the UK. And also everybody who backed it up on the Democrat side and the leftist side have been proven to be a bunch of fucking liars, but they pivoted and made Trump out to be the Russian agent, even though it was fucking Bernie Sanders.
And also here,
am I right,
yes.
Trejo? Thank you.
And also here, when these files were released, there's a lot of whistleblower files that showed that people were speaking out and saying this intelligence was bogus. The Steele dossier shouldn't be included in all these different intelligence community reports.
There's
And they
literally
were
copy
all
and pasting Trump's
ignored.
name over Bernie Sanders.
They were all ignored repeatedly over and over again. This is what's come out because of Tulsi Gabbard. And Scott McMahon does not like Tulsi Gabbard because what she's released has made a complete mockery of the narrative that he's been pushing for almost 4 years now. Scott McMahon demands for Kash Patel to investigate Trump supporters.
Demand it.
So here's what would make me Kash Patel's biggest fan. Investigate General Flynn.
General Flynn, who exposed your shit and who lost his home, lost his whole life through false accusations and allegations. I tried to put those two together. Did you notice that?
Yes. Allocations.
Allegations and accusations against General Flynn. General Flynn is one of the most honorable men. If you want to listen about government operations and bullshit that they did, and you want to listen to how to execute a war reluctantly to defend the nation, you need to tune into General Flynn whenever he's on his own podcast or on other podcasts. He is the most level-headed strategist. He is fucking phenomenal.
His strategery is awesome.
His strategery is, I said strategist the correct way. You just keep under. But General Flynn, General Michael Flynn, fucking, and you know what? I love him when he's unhinged. And by that, I mean, when he's allowed to be himself on a non-terrestrial radio podcast, because he's just like we are on the podcast. He's just like,
he's one of the
these
boys.
Stupid fucking people are trying to get us into a world war, and they should have never done that. He's just great. I love General Flynn. I've learned to love him more and more every time I hear him, because he's level-headed. He wants to protect our troops, only deploy them when it's absolutely necessary. He is hardcore about the sovereignty of our nation and not being entangled in not being involved in foreign entanglements. He's a fucking patriot to the core. I love my General Michael Flynn. He's fucking awesome.
And yeah, he says, so not just investigate Flynn, but his whole crew. So don't investigate the Democrats. Spend resources investigating January 6ers and General Flynn and people who he believes are associated with him. So he wants the apparatus of the intelligence community of the deep state turned against Trump supporters while Trump is having his second term.
And he posted that while sitting as a Republican county commissioner.
Dick.
Yes. So investigate Republicans, not Democrats, says Scott McMahon. And
J6 pardons were a mistake.
Yep. And here's another one. An innocent man doesn't need a pardon. That's a direct quote.
Oh, really?
So are you kidding me? Like you're saying that there's no problems with the criminal justice system at any level? You're saying there's no deep state that was trying to frame people throughout the Trump era? An innocent man doesn't need a pardon? What an insult. What a joke. What a disgrace. Disgusting.
Out of the 5 or 6 top platform points that Trump ran on, vindicating the J6ers was in the top 5 or 6 immediately. I mean, He was hardcore, especially in the last few months leading up to the November election. I'm going to pardon the Jan Sixers day one. And he followed through on that. And I fucking praise him for that, because
it's the best thing he's done.
100%. Then there should have been arrests across the board. And that's where we got pissed off. But, but we still have friends. Right? Stuart Rhodes, Joe Biggs.
Yeah, they got clemency. They need a full pardon.
Full pardon. They got clemency.
Cliff Ross had to go through his entire, seriously, he had to go in front of a court.
Right. We've had Stuart on the show 2 or 3 times now.
Yes.
And it's like, dude, he and 11 others, Stuart Rhodes and 11 others, need to have a full pardon. All they got was clemency. They can't hold fucking firearms right now.
Yeah.
The right to self-defense is paramount. It's
is.
number one.
It's a God-given right.
100%. My
well,
right to free speech is backed up by the fucking firearm in my pocket.
Yeah, and Cliff Ross, as an example, one of the J6ers is, he's a nice guy who's in his golden years, and I could guarantee you he wasn't at J6 to cause an insurrection. He was there because he loved his country.
100%.
And when
It's the first insurrection in the history of this country where there were no firearms charges, let alone firearms in the Capitol.
Well, and that's coming from the side with all the firearms. If 600,000 protesters showed up with firearms, then you would have had an insurrection. But 600,000 firearm owners showed up without their firearms.
If they'd have showed up with their firearms, there would have
been an insurrection.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But they showed up without their firearms.
Because they wanted to honor the process.
Yes.
And instead of that, Mike Pence, piece of shit, betrayed us all instead of giving us the 10-day re-examination that is required by the Constitution or elite. Allowed, mandated, what's the fucking right word? By the Constitution to re-examine the Electoral College. They could have reassessed those. Mike Pence was the fucking one with the fly coming in and eating his face. That fucking didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Right,
And
we're going back to
sickening.
this?
And yeah, so opposed the J6 pardons, said that, well, now that all the J6ers are pardoned, we can't use the deep state to go after Michael Flynn based on my cockamamie theories. So that's why he opposed
I've
the
been
January 6th
hearing this
pardons.
a lot, Shane, and I haven't dove into it deep, but I've been hearing this a lot from a number of the people that are pro-Iran war, pro-Palestinian war, pro-Ukrainian war, that Michael Flynn is such a just this horrible person. And I'm like, I've listened to the guy on multiple podcasts, I follow him on X.
Well, it's the same op
Where
that was trying.
Where the fuck is
it's
this?
the same op that was trying to get him and ensnare him and destroy him ever since he was named National Security Advisor, and they had to root him out of there. It's the same conspiracy that's after him. It's after anyone who is legit and not owned by the war party, owned by the deep state, owned by the military-industrial complex. It's the same shit over and over again.
He should be elevated and honored, not worshipped, but elevated and honored as one of the greatest generals that we've ever had, because he understands the theater of war, is a strategist, and knows how to go in there and go, if we need to fight a war, here's how we do it. If we don't need to fight a war, here's how we defend our country at home. I listen to him on a regular basis. General Michael Flynn is a fucking patriot and honorable man.
And why? And why?
And a piece of shit like this,
real asshole. But why? And why though? If he's such a if he's in with the deep state, why did the deep state ruin his life and drag him through the mud and try to throw him in prison for so many years? If he was their guy, why was he languishing and needed a pardon from Trump, or he was going to probably go to prison for years? None of it makes any sense. None of it adds up. But Scott doesn't care about that. All he cares about is shoehorning things through his cult-like narrative that he grasped on like he did when he was a cult member in Arizona.
Let me point this out, and then I'll let you continue with this stuff. Think about this from this dynamic. If General Flynn was so bad and so part of the establishment, so why not let him do this? You said that just a second ago. But here's the other thing: is when we look at someone like General Michael Flynn, okay, if he was all the things they're saying about him, you would want to prop him up as your poster child, and yet they went after him immediately to try to destroy him because they knew he had the ear of the president. They knew that he would be the one to dissuade the president from being involved in foreign entanglements and defend our borders, as is his mandate as commander-in-chief. They knew that he would be the voice of reason in the midst of the chaos. It literally goes back to the fucking movie Mars Attacks, right? Where you got that little general that's constantly yelling at the president, "We gotta attack now, Mr. President!"
And there's real assholes like that.
Is that Mark Levin?
That's close.
We gotta attack now.
We gotta attack now.
But that's the dynamic that I'm looking at with with this thing is we're attacking the Jan Sixers, and I don't even know where's this Flynn network. They keep saying this Flynn network, like because Flynn has people that agree with him.
Because he has like a couple 501c3s or C4s, and they try to do election integrity stuff. And
these are the same people that are then they're connecting Mike Flynn this with the Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, and this Qatar influence nonsense, and how they're actually, part of the deep state. Just all this like out there stuff that doesn't make any fundamental sense.
Yeah.
And this guy is a perfect example of what the Republican Party actually is, where you have these establishment, basically liberal, they're just liberal types that will team up with communists and wingers before actually having any actual right-wing movement.
100%.
Yep.
And I'll give you a little background on this guy too.
Yep.
Go ahead, Scott.
His Bachelor of Science in Management under University of Rhode Island, Masters of Business Administration, Golden Gate University, Masters of Military Arts and Sciences from the U.S. Army Command General Staff College, and the Masters of Arts in National Security and Strategic Studies from the U.S. Naval College, War College.
You talking about General Flynn?
Yeah.
Yeah. General Flynn.
Scott McMahon. Holy shit.
No, General Flynn. No. Scott, thank you. That's what makes him a badass, because when you're talking about sending people to theaters of war, and Scott, how many tours did you where did you serve? Give me the details of that.
Operation Uphold Democracy in Haiti, Team Spirit in Korea, was on numerous deployments, other locations.
Yeah. And
I'm glad we protected democracy in Haiti.
No,
we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Scott and I were talking about that off camera, and he's like, dude,
ridiculous.
this was he's like, I watched the
Ridiculous.
CIA across the street, across the whatever the
Ridiculous.
I don't think you need it.
No, the Special Forces.
Yeah, special forces, and they're like, they're there, they blow shit up, and then they leave, and you're left going, what the fuck are we doing here?
Just something to do.
But that's the heart. That's the thing. Is someone like Scott over here off camera? Where's my thing? I had it on camera.
And the people who are part of the military are the best people, the most heroic people,
100%.
and they are the ones who are just thrown in the meat grinder, and
Yep.
they are treated terribly, and they're sent over God knows where.
Yeah,
They do
Scotty,
God knows what,
wave there,
and then they
Scotty.
come back and they're just totally crapped on.
Yeah.
They can't get benefits. Oh, hey, we're gonna cut benefits so we can go to more
you
war.
lost your legs and your arms, but we're gonna make you. I had
Sickens
veterans,
me.
I make veterans sit, or I've had veterans sit here, and they make them go through all sorts of fucking loopholes and do this to get full benefits. And I go, I want to walk into the VA and just punch somebody in the fucking mouth. And go,
Well,
"Are you
Jeremy,
s-"
it was the same thing you and I talked about. When we went to Haiti, part of our job was securing the embassy, securing the palace. And as much as I disagreed with him, Clinton was my commander in chief.
Yeah.
He has that honor. As much as I disagreed with him, if called upon, I guarantee my brothers and sisters, we would have laid down our lives to protect him.
Right.
And it's not because of who he is. It's because of what he is.
Yeah.
Respect
And
for
we
the
respect for the office.
100%.
And
But-
let me
but
tell
you
you,
realize-
when you know,
And I get-
when the military, or there's all this, especially from the Republican Party, we support the troops, we love the military, we love our heroes, blah blah blah. Until you dare to say we shouldn't go into this war, then you're totally thrown to the bus, just like they did to Joe Kent for telling the truth, and everything he said's turned out to be right if you've paid attention. But look at how you're treated when you go against the war machine. You are chattel. You are nothing. You are a zero. They will malign your record, even though these guys went on like 11 different special forces missions, lost his wife in Syria for no reason,
Scott,
and they still throw him under the bus because it's not about. They don't care a damn. They don't give a
Yeah.
damn about the veterans. They're there to be killed for foreign policy decisions. Like Henry Kissinger said, military men are dumb pawns for us, the foreign policy masters.
Exactly.
That's the way
That's
that's the
exactly
way it
what he
is,
said.
the way it's always been.
Yeah.
And it's
And I
awful.
just want to add one more thing where the Trump administration ended a VA like home safety protection net a couple months ago. and
Which is disappointing because
10,000 veterans have already been foreclosed and 90,000 are at risk.
Yeah,
and these are people that you want to send in the God knows where in the Middle East, and who have you sent other places, and you just throw them in the trash and treat them like shit.
Well, and it's not just the Vietnam, and that's what I want to do. Scott, while you're sitting over there, look up Joe Kent's record. It's like 11 tours, and he
Joe
served.
Kent?
Yeah, he served in like 4 different areas, 4 different special forces dynamics, and he had 2 Bronze Stars, whatever his record is. And he had one of the highest security clearances of all the military. He could, at one point, he had access to everybody. If there was anything going on military wise, he had access to everything. And when he comes out and says, "Mr. President, I disagree with this," which also reflects almost all of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs and all the military advisors about going into Iran.
Yeah, I couldn't. There's no way to read. But this guy,
what's Joe Flynn's?
Joe Kent,
Joe
Kent, American politician, former U.S. Army warrant officer, and former Central Intelligence Agency paramilitary officer, whatever the hell that means.
Right, but
who served as a director of National Counterterrorism Center.
The National Counterterrorism chair, I believe, has full access to everybody's information.
75th Ranger Regiment, Army Special Forces, Intelligence Support Activity and Special Activities Center.
And 11 tours of duty. I think it's
War on Terror.
2 Bronze Stars.
Yeah, I'm looking them up right now.
And also lost his wife. They both served with military and CIA, which we don't always tout the CIA here. But in this case, when you're on the ground and actually trying to,
this is like 15 pages, man. There's no way to.
Yeah, and he came out against the military-industrial complex. You know, I mean, people 100%. Are like, "Oh, it's an op." It's like, well, why? What's the, why? Like I said earlier, why would the deep state want to throw Scott or want to throw General Flynn in prison if he's their number 1 operative and he's hanging out there to dry, hoping Trump pardons him? Eventually, did. Like, why would, the CIA want one of their guys to come out and, spill the beans on why the war effort is a fraud? Right. And, I've heard some convoluted type of, explanations with regards to that, but it just doesn't add up in my eyes.
Well, it's the dynamic of you want to say to you want to accuse your enemy of what you do. So if I'm a deep state operative, I'm going to accuse you of being a deep state operative. If I have put up a false accusation, then I want to accuse you of putting up a false accusation. If I'm a warmonger and just want to go, then I want to paint you as a warmonger and saying I'm just trying to make sure that they don't get nuclear weapons. It's this whole dynamic of bait and switch or of accusing your enemy. That's the with Saul Alinsky, the Rules Against Radicals, of accuse your enemy of what you do. And then when they come back and say, no, you do it, then it falls into the category of a logical fallacy of you can't say that I'm doing it
when I'm accusing you of
when I'm accusing it. You're right.
Yeah,
and that's the dynamic.
Well, Kent completed 11 combat tours.
Yeah, 11 combat tours.
Meritorious service, Bronze Star Medal, numerous V's. Combat infantryman badge, CIB.
Dude, he was signing.
He's badass.
Yeah,
Scott, you served. So when you want to re-up, you generally re-up before your tour of duty is done because you want to continue your service.
Yeah, you start 6 months out and you determine whether you want to end a tour of service, ETS, or if you want a PCS, permanent change of service.
Okay, so this guy did 11.
Well, no, he did 11 combat tours. So when you do a tour, you could actually theoretically do 2 or 3 tours in your 4-year contract.
Wow. Okay.
So odds are with the amount of time he put in, he probably did close to 20, if not 20 or more.
Wow. Hey, God bless him.
And this is the guy that I want. Him, General Flynn, these are the guys that I want.
Why weren't those guys? I bet if those guys were in the war room with Trump when they're talking about maybe we should go to war with Iran, they'd have given him better advice, and we wouldn't be going to this war right now. We wouldn't be paying higher prices at the pump, and we wouldn't be in danger of losing everything in the midterms
No,
because it's going so poorly.
You got to understand one thing though. If these guys are in the war room with the president, they're not talking back at him. You have to understand.
That's fucking huge.
Well, Trump, yeah, especially Trump, he likes yes men. We know that. We all know that.
Any president, I mean, that's your commander in chief. You're not gonna talk back and say, no, I don't think we should do that. If he's given the order, you got to do it.
That's what I'm trying not to talk over you, Scott, but that is exactly fucking it. Is when you've got a commander in chief, especially one that we have that we appreciate on a lot of levels, his ego. But on other levels, we're like, can you just say you're fucking you?
That's a massive ego. Holy shit.
We're like, dude, can you just say I was wrong on this? You don't have to even apologize. Just say I was.
That.
It's like, and so Scott, you're exactly right. Is in that room, below the White House, right? The last thing you want to say is, Mr. President, I disagree with that because you're fucking fired.
Oh, you won't say it.
Done.
I guarantee you're not going to say it.
Yeah, you're not going to say it because you want to go along to get along, and that's the fucking problem. And people need the people that have stood up to President. I still pray for Roger Stone because he's one of his non-military advisors, but he's another one. You have connection with Roger Stone. It's like, Mr. President, what the fuck are you doing? We got him to back off of warp speed because he just kept going after warp speed for months on end. And we're like, dude.
Joe Kent was 20 years, by the way.
20 years service.
98 to 2018.
That's a fucking badass.
Well,
that's a guy that I want to listen to.
Scott McMahon. Go on.
So when I hear other people on my podcast saying that Dan Bongino says that he's a fucking that they don't like him. I go, I don't give a fuck what Dan Bongino betrayer who said we're gonna
pedophile protector.
Bongino. Yeah. Dan fucking Bongino. Oh, we got to go after the Epstein files. And I served in the Secret Service. Okay, great. But then I saw your deer in the headlights fucking look and your scared shitless look when you stood up there and said, oh, we looked at the files. Nothing to see. There's no files.
He's not a very good liar.
There's terabytes of fucking Epstein files. And you said you looked at him a month after you were in office. Yeah. And there's nothing to see here. You're a fucking compromised liar. And now you're attacking someone like Joe Kent and Michael Flynn. Go fuck yourself.
Well, we could say
these guys are proven fucking commodities. They're proven guys in the field of battle who know what they're fucking talking about, who are not looking for a bunch more salad on their fucking jacket. Okay. These are guys that served and then rose through the ranks of power legitimately. I'm going to listen to their fucking advice about military conflict.
I'd like to say too, just regardless of what we're talking about, number one, the purge that happened yesterday with the 12 senior Army officers being fired at the same time.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like something that happens if your war effort's going well.
Well, let's just say I have a feeling that maybe they saw some plans for a ground operation and they're like, what the fuck is this? And then
said, no. Well, it goes back to Scott.
You're out of here.
Does that go back to our in-house Scott? Not the Scott making piece of shit, but goes back to Scott's point, right?
Yep.
Of saying if you're in that fucking room and you disagree, you're not going to last. You're not going to be in the room very long.
Yep.
Maybe Scott, am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they seen some type of ground.
Well,
he
fired the chief of the army, and then all these other
real high up.
Yeah, we're like,
all right, let's answer Scott.
But I mean, you don't have plans laying around. You're talking about a talk, and when you go into tactical operations, only certain people have access to those plans.
Yeah.
To those higher level things. Now, it might have been disseminated down through somebody else and they talked about it and whatever. But I mean, military structure for civilians, it's easy to say, well, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Why did they just, say, don't go there? You can't do that.
Okay.
Well,
but that's why we want to get your input and other people's input and listen to Joe Kent and Michael Flynn, because we go, what's your thought process? And I've listened to enough of Michael Flynn on different podcasts to go, he goes, you don't want to do this because of this circumstance, this dynamic, that. He's like, it's a quagmire. It's this thing. And both of them, Joe Kent and Michael Flynn, will both come back to you. I've watched them on podcasts. Both of them come back to you and go, you don't want to be involved in foreign entanglements unless it's an actual, absolute national.
If we got attacked.
Yeah.
If we got
Yeah.
attacked.
Scott, I just want to say that yesterday night they fired the chief of staff of the Army, right? So high up, and then
Yeah.
a bunch of other, I think, 3-star level generals, admirals, and all that.
They're not-
And so I get what
that's
you're
Flynn level, yeah.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying about like the chain of like information, but that's what I mean. Like, okay, these guys were definitely in the know.
They were
and
up there,
They
yeah.
were up
Yeah.
there. So that's what I was saying. They probably were told some stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Okay, yeah.
they're
yeah.
like, this is probably not going to work.
The whole Pentagon came out
Yeah.
and told Trump this Iran
Yeah.
conflict would not
And
work.
so we're probably
And it was a couple people with some, I'm going to
Hubris.
speculate, some
His
tiny
name,
hat.
his name,
influence.
his name may rhyme with Netanyahu.
Okay.
You mean the Polish guy?
The Polish guy. Yeah. But there was a number of
Benjamin
so
Milanowski.
this is the difficulty that we deal with sitting here on a podcast on a Saturday night going, you're playing with our lives.
Yeah.
This is a man over
Yeah.
here sitting in my booth that has served
Yep.
and served honorably for dishonorable men. He's going to give his life for President Clinton back
Yeah.
when he served. And knowing that President Clinton's a piece of shit,
Mhm.
okay, that would fuck somebody under the Oval Office desk
Yep.
in a heartbeat if it was the moment for him. All right, these are the type of. This is what pisses me off to no end, is to know that there's honorable men that serve every day, and I think the enrollment or the recruitment rate has dropped off
Dramatically.
Within the past couple months.
Well,
Yeah,
this is what I've been saying.
because
Sorry,
of the shit
Mhm.
that's going on. And I look at these, and I want to honor. I've sat with so many. I did the whole show, right? I've lost 20. What was it? 24 hours. 24 hours. 8 shows
Mm.
of information because there was a couple of people that lied in our thing. But I sat with veterans for 24 hours and did 8 shows with them.
Yep.
And before that, we sat down and I made dinner for them.
Yeah.
And we broke bread and we talked. Some of them, most of them cried at certain points
Mhm.
because they're connecting with people with similar stories, and they're for the first time being able to relate with somebody and get that PTSD worked out. Okay. I've sat with these veterans, and that was just one show that I put together. The reason I put the show together was because I sat with these veterans before that. And so when I sit with veterans or people that have served, I have the utmost empathy
Mhm.
and connection with them as human beings to go, you're put in the most difficult situations,
Mhm.
and you have to rely on your training and your moral compass to be able to execute without thinking.
Yep.
And you're being put in these situations that are not tenable, that are not honorable because of the people in charge. And I sit here at a podcast, never having served, never been in a theater of war, empathizing with them who have served, empathizing with us who are politically astute, empathizing with young guys who are trying to navigate their life, knowing that right now buying a home is 15 to 20 years, if ever, out of your scope of achievement. And I go, how do we have a discussion and fucking talk through this and get to something, some type of strategy, some type of goal in this? Because you 20 somethings are fucked. You're fucked right now.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say it's hopeless, but it's fucked.
Have you?
And I look at my veterans who've served, and I go, you guys are. And
Who's helping them?
you've got a piece of shit like this Scott McCain who's fucking in here attacking Jan 6ers, who the only reason that they showed up on Jan 6 was to say, we disagree with the results and we would like an investigation on it. We're coming here unarmed. We're asking for the president of the Senate, which is the vice president, to do the 10-day, it's not a moratorium. What is it called? A 10-day pause. What's the fucking correct term? to examine the Electoral College, okay, and at least in panelists,
Yeah.
we held a telethon here for 10 hours. Shane was a spearhead on that, okay, raising money for the electors here who were duly impaneled and seated for
alternate electors
for the possibility that Trump actually won in 2020 here in the state of Michigan. And we raised well over $250,000.
Lots of money.
So I'm entrenched in this and I'm involved in this and I'm sitting here trying to navigate different mindsets, different thoughts, and going, how the fuck do we deal with this? And then you've got people within our own party, within the Republican Party, undermining, attacking young people who are just trying to do the right fucking thing and find out what's actually going on.
Yeah. And so I got one thing to say on this. When you look up what's the definition of the hippie generation, it comes back boomers. And it's nothing to dive into super hard, but this is the God's honest truth. The hippie generation, you guys all sat there and you protested the government for going into Vietnam. You spat on our troops when they came home.
Who had no fucking choice but to go.
No choice. They were drafted. They were farm boys. They were.
You should have walked up to them and shook their
Americans.
hand and say,
"Thank you. God bless
I'm sorry for that. You had to go to a foreign fucking theater and serve, but thank you for honoring our country.
That's all
for
you
doing
need to
what
say.
you did.
It's just thank you.
That would have been the right fucking thing to do.
Absolutely. And so the hippie generation that sat there was sent out to fight. And we're out that protested against it, spat on our troops that came home, are now the ones sending our youth to go off to some foreign land and to go die. And instead of listening to us who have actually our entire lives have been spent in the Middle East and say, hey, maybe you got a point. Maybe we shouldn't be carpet bombing the Middle East for once. Maybe we should focus on our infrastructure. Maybe we should put money back into our schools. Maybe we should put money back into our youth. Instead of doing anything worth merit for actually building the golden age of America, what we see is the boomers, their generation. And I say boomers, but you're the head of the table. You're the biggest demographic for voting, and you're the elders in the conversation. You are the heads of the table. And you are sending us to go die in some war that we want nothing to do with. We have been bombing the Middle East for our entire lives. Just think about us. Think about how you treated our soldiers when they came home. Think about your thoughts when you were young. Think about how rebellious you were. I could be outside just sitting around at some Burning Man festival, smoking a bunch of dope and trying a bunch of hallucinogens and going, man, no peace for the world. No one world government. We just want no governments at all. There's no borders. We got to peace and love this. But instead, me at 26, I am getting involved. I am recruiting the youth. I have 3 high school chapters. I have over 100 members, and I'm actually doing the right thing. And instead of just giving us a moment to breathe and actually say, listen, what if they're right? You guys are sending us off to war. And think about it. Just contemplate it.
Contemplate it. That was beautiful. You got to clip that shit out.
I will clip it. Oh, hey, I mean, the only problem is, my friend Austin is trying to introduce the concept of empathy to the boomer. I don't think that's going to go too well.
Teddy, stomp on the empathy for the boomer.
Teddy, do boomers understand the concept of empathy?
Do boomers care about you and your plight today in society?
No.
That's all I needed to do. Do they fucking care about you and the fact that you can't buy a house?
No.
Because they got 2 houses and don't fucking care.
I got 3 houses. I'm not selling for under $850,000.
I'm going to sell the Black Rock.
Black Rock's giving me top dollar. I'm not giving to you.
You should have worked 100 hours a week and pulled yourself out of your bootstraps. And
why would I sell to you? Why would I sell to you when I could make it an Airbnb?
Listen, I need money for the casino. That's how they breathe. I need money for my cruises. And I need money to give to the mega church pastor so I can give 50,000 to Israel.
Because Jesus loves it when
I was at CPAC and watching Ben Shapiro, and they said those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those that curse Israel are going to get cursed. And you goddamn spoiled brats. You goddamn spoiled brats
Entitled brat.
You entitled, spoiled, lip-tarded, woke, socialist, left-wing brats think you want to tax my $1 million I got from my house and give it to American people? I'm sorry.
My $1 million house I paid 40 grand for in 1972.
I want to give that to Israel.
I babysat 3 times for this house.
Get out of my GOP, Austin.
Damn it.
Oh my God.
I only care about tax breaks and giving money to Israel.
I had to mute my mic
That
4
sucks,
times,
man.
and I'm gonna do it again because my nose is running out. I've cried so much.
All right, let's get back to we want to be here all
Oh
night.
my
We got to get back
God.
to McMahon.
This is fun though. We could go
All
all
right.
day. It's Easter. It's Teddy. that was
We're gonna make
fucking-
it to Easter. We'll probably keep going till Easter. Okay.
I know
cool.
he cautioned you about clipping him.
That was the most
that was the
clippable
most
clip.
fucking epic rant.
That's the most clippable rant ever. Okay.
Not as good as the British one. Not as good as the British
No,
one.
that was fucking awesome. All right, let's go
Okay.
back to this.
So Scott McMahon, he wants to see.
I just think of like Mr. McMahon doing that goofy walk when he's entering the stadium. It's like this. It's this bald-headed lib shit.
This bald, libtard, fat guy comes in strutting like Vince
No
McMahon.
chance. That's what you got.
Oh.
He's like he's doing that pep walk on his way to stop real conservatism. Listen here.
There's a Nazi under this rock.
Listen here, you nuts. Listen here, you radical Democrat Nazis. And you're the real racist, by the way. I only want to conserve the GDP and the stock market.
How dare you promote freedom and
I
liberty
wake
in this
up
fucking country?
I wake up in the morning, I check under my bed for a Nazi.
Nazi, there's probably a Nazi. There's probably 4 Nazis trying to make me free, and I don't appreciate that.
Anyway, Scott McMahon. Scott McMahon wants to see the Jan 6ers investigated.
Dick.
He says that Flynn Network wants full pardons for the violent actors. They want J6 to go away. Roger Stone, too, hates Roger Stone. Because having people convicted of seditious conspiracy begs an investigation of the other conspirators. So what he's doing is he is endorsing the Jan 6 investigations and the people who've been investigated and prosecuted for seditious conspiracy, because that will allow him to go after and the deep state to go after General Flynn because of his weird obsession with General
He can
Flynn.
go fuck himself, because I know Roger Stone. I followed Roger Stone's story completely when it was going on, and Roger Stone was
got
fucking
screwed.
Not only got screwed, he was above board 100%. He refused to go into the fucking Capitol grounds. He didn't even go to the Capitol, right?
No, I mean, a lot of these people, they were just saying that we should go
He's
protest at January 6th. So anyone who said we should go protest election fraud at January 6th, Scott McMahon wants investigated and wants thrown under the bus.
Well, and again, I'm going to put a disclaimer here.
Suck a cock,
He made
Scott.
that post again
McMahon.
while being
Did I
a
say that on here?
Republican county commissioner. He is a Republican elected official saying that we need to go investigate all J6ers in 2025. 5 years after the fact, bigger truth over here. You got nothing better to report on? Go report on you wanting to kill dogs, like straight up. But we could go pull that up, Scott, anytime.
And here's the next one. The next one is Scott McMahon. He opposes the Trump administration's investigation into election fraud in Georgia.
Fulton County?
He says that's not going to prove systemic fraud. How do you know? We've seen, the way they were hiding the ballots
what
and that
cult
they
was he a part of? Denial? Was it denial cult?
the denial cult, perhaps. But we've seen the way that they hid ballots after Georgia. We've seen all the different things they did to marshal people off the floor and stop the vote count. And we saw, how all the vote counts miraculously shot up, when all those ballots came in. So how does Scott McMahon know that the investigation that hasn't happened will yield no signs of real fraud? So, and again, also, he's very angry at Tulsi Gabbard for actually investigating anything that does not go after Michael Flynn. He hates and tries to drag it through the mud.
Yeah.
Well, on top of all this, you got to imagine back in Detroit, and when the election happened in 2020, they boarded the windows up and kicked out any Republicans and independents. in our backyard and just kept tallying the vote. And Scott didn't even live in Michigan, to my understanding, in 2020 at all. And yet he's here
Yet he's
lecturing
arguing that
us.
stuff?
Yeah, he's lecturing us as if our eyes are lying to us.
What a dick.
Like, I'm
What
sorry.
in
that
God's holy name are you blathering about?
Scott McMahon.
And yeah, he has. I mean, he wasn't there. He wasn't part of it. Who knows if he was even a conservative at the time? But now he will say that he's the number one person who knows the most about the topic, and his words should be taken as canon.
God wants you to be a political activist and believe what I believe, not what you believe or have investigated for yourself, because that's dangerous.
He says that Catholics and Protestants should not be Christian nationalists. He has no problem with Israeli nationalism or Zionist Christian nationalism or Judeo-Christian nationalism, but Christian nationalism is really bad, and especially if you support General Flynn. So here's his post on Christian nationalism. It's not a very good post. He's trying to do like some sort of Klan burning cross thing here.
Is he doing the Bigger Truth show?
That's his thing. Is Bigger Truth.
Is that a podcast?
That's his podcast. Yes.
Does he get more views than us?
It's not.
I mean, we'll get into his views in a minute. Okay. So it says it's not a Christian.
2 more views than I'm good.
It's not a Christian who simply loves America. It's not running for office or being a believer in public life. It's not standing for biblical values and politics. It's not praying for leaders.
Example: pro-life, protecting children, religious liberty. Don't gloss over that, Shane.
Yeah, that's not. If you're pro-life, that's not what you're in this for.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's not. Yeah, he's saying,
It's not standing for biblical views in politics. Pro-life, protecting children. Motherfucker.
No, he's saying. Look, he's saying that's good. That's fine. He's saying that's
fine.
That's fine. But here's why it's bad. Here's why I'm saying it's bad. It's a movement that wants to merge church and state power.
Hallelujah.
Ecumenical political alliance that unites Catholics, Protestants, Orthodox, even Mormons at the expense of the gospel. So he doesn't want broad Christian unity.
If all the Christians came together, that'd be a problem.
That's what he's saying. That is literally what he's saying.
Mormons aren't advocating dynamics of marriage. I'm good with their other socioeconomic
yeah. Why should I hate a Mormon? I mean, even if their views are like,
if
or
you can
Jehovah's
handle
Witness
4
or
or 5
Mormons,
women and their cycles synced up and all that shit, have at it, buddy. You know what?
Yeah, that's
true.
Listen, you're
if you got all your sister wives hanging out and they can get together, you know what? Maybe you got a whole tribe there, raise up a football team more than just a basketball team, maybe even a hockey team. You know what I'm saying? we got the
whole track.
We got the Utah Mammoth over there. It's like, let's get this together.
Well, and I'll say this: for the Restore a Republic, we have there. It doesn't matter what Christian faith you are. It doesn't matter if you're religious. We just accept people that want to restore a republic, and we bring all
and not
Christianity.
Rape children.
Yeah, exactly. Please,
please
protect the children,
not rape children.
And
kind of a simple concept here.
It's not that crazy.
Christian nationalism, a collectivist ideology that talks about saving America rather than preaching salvation to individuals. So why can't you save America and also preach salvation to individuals? This is a false dichotomy. This is a false dichotomy.
He's making a distinction between collectivist ideology that talks about saving America rather than preaching salvation.
What he wants is atomized people who are atomized and they're not able to organize with each other, because then they might actually put America first and not put another country in the Middle East first.
Does he have no historical foundation?
I mean, he was a cult member.
Do we know
not that long ago?
That
a demonic cult member in Arizona. So I don't know how long.
Founding of this country, most of the colonies had a declaration of faith.
Yep.
In order to serve in political office. Not just it had nothing to do with citizenship, being we the people. They had a declaration of faith if you wanted to be part of the government. Massachusetts, Connecticut. You know, Connecticut was one of the ones that held out for the longest, even with the Bill of Rights. Okay? Dude, don't act like this dynamic of church and state. That was a private letter from Jefferson to Adams, or who was it? It was from Jefferson. And he was drawing distinction. But the reality is, our country was founded on Christian, I don't even like to say Judeo-Christian because Teddy will get mad at me, but Christian beliefs, which are the fundamental ideas of love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love the Lord, or well, first commandments, love the Lord your God with our heart, soul, mind, and strength. These dynamics. Listen, if you preach love of the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself, how do you violate any political bullshit? How do you listen?
Yeah.
I want your best. I'm going to do my best to make sure you get your best. And then in turn, I expect that you'll do the same for me, because that's a law of sowing and reaping. You be the best you can be. I'll be the best me I can be. And together we'll be honoring God with being the best that we can be. Is that it?
Well, Scott McMahon doesn't like that.
I mean,
to Scott, that's wrong.
Thomas Paine said, if we could conduct ourselves as our better angels, government would be unnecessary. But since we can't, we need to institute the least amount of government to preserve the greatest amount of freedoms, so that we can have the best liberty and opportunity and freedoms that God has established for us. I'm paraphrasing on some of those, but that's the dynamic. Continue.
So a theology that falsely claims America is uniquely chosen by God, often backed by unbiblical prophecies. So he says that, basically America is not a Christian. It is not a Christian country. It says that rooted in dominionism, the belief that Christians are called to seize political and cultural control. Well, we've seen what happens when Christians gave away the culture. We've seen what's happened in recent years as secularism has taken hold in this country.
Yeah.
It's not exactly going well.
I'm not an advocate of the original prayer in public schools dynamic. You know what I am an advocate of? Homeschooling by Christian parents.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had this debate. We had this secondary debate of, well, we want to keep prayer in public schools or get rid of it. That whole Supreme Court thing. And I go, how about we just turn it back to letting the wife, creating such economy that we had in this country, where it's literally in Proverbs that fathers instruct but mothers teach. The father says, take out the garbage. That's an instruction. And mom goes, do you know why your dad said take out the garbage? Because you have to learn responsibility, and taking out the garbage is one of your responsibilities. So if you don't take out the garbage, then we don't all share the dynamics of responsibility within the house. She just taught him.
Yeah.
Dad instructed. That's literal Proverbs. How about we get rid of the fucking public schools, other than sports and drama and other arts and activities, and we go back to these one-room schoolhouses within subdivisions.
Literally. I was just about to say, well, there's no reason we can't have one-room schools.
I think we just need to dismantle we need to kind of get away from car-based infrastructure and suburbs as a whole, and get back to more, tight-knit communities with the one-room schoolhouses.
100%.
Not rely on
sound like a fucking communist.
Go back to
I'm a collective.
Go back to the little house on the prairie.
Yeah.
One room schoolhouses where the older kids are teaching the younger kids and teaching the younger kids. And you have one teacher that's instructing all of them, coming over, touching their shoulders, clarifying, doing this other stuff. And they all learn together, and it's a community. And there's no classism in that dynamic, because the older kids know that they're responsible to the younger kids, and the younger kids look up to the other kids without fear or animosity, but with a respect. It's a fucking great dynamic.
I come from my community has the ruins, I guess you could say, of what that was. There's still plenty of one-room schoolhouses. Like, some of them have been upkept and are houses now, and then a lot of them are abandoned and deteriorating. And what I noticed is every single one of them typically has large subdivisions that are somewhere in between 100 to 500 houses, relatively within walking range.
Right.
And if these areas, I believe the automobile is not going anywhere by any means, but I like your idea of consolidating on more local-based areas.
15-minute cities.
Yeah, well, not cities, but like in areas where there's in areas where there's large populations, there's no reason we should be busing their kids 40 minutes. There's no reason they shouldn't have to go to their stores should be 40 minutes. I know many, coming from the thumb, you could testify to this. There's many communities that have to drive an hour just to go to Walmart.
Oh, fuck.
And like
Being
that's
a Vassar, we had to drive if we wanted anything other. But you know what? The other thing is, and let you get back to your point on schools, but I appreciated my local True Value or lumber yard more because it took me longer to travel. It took me 30, 40 minutes to travel to a Home Depot or a Lowe's or something like that. So I went to them, but I also walked in and realized they were locally owned, and I negotiated with them. Hey, I'm gonna build a house here in our community, and I'm gonna spend 20 grand in your store. Can you knock it down to 18?
Yeah, exactly.
And they would go, yeah.
No,
and can I throw it? You know what? I'm going to buy a couple more tools from you. I'm going to buy a couple more nail guns. I'm going to buy a table saw, you know, and they would go, yeah, well, and they would throw stuff in a couple 6 foot, 8 foot ladders, a couple things like this. They worked with you because you were part of their community and they knew that you'd have their name on your side of your house. You know, that's the dynamics. So when you honor your local community pays you back. And so when you have to go outside your community, that's the part. It's the 15-minute city is not this dynamic of bringing the local community closer together. It's bringing the outside corporations into a local facility so that you owned once again by the company store. That you're doing it. So continue with the school.
And talking about the company store, I come from Appalachia, one side of my family, and down there, the coal companies used to have company stores that they used to have script specifically for their employees. They couldn't get real
their
currency.
own fiat currency.
Yes, and so you had to take your script that you got and go to the store, and then it was just in-house stuff. And so this is a mentality that's
they
been
kept you
used
on the plantation
until like 1920. They were doing this, and now they're trying to do a new modernized version of it. And a lot of
and
what
you might die of the
Appalachia-
black lung, Daddy.
Oh, 100%. And there's no medical help for you out there at all in many cases. You get bit by a snake where I come from, you better hope they have a helicopter somewhere nearby because that's the only way you're going to live.
Exactly.
And so I coming from rural Appalachia and also the Thumb region, I could tell you right now, I've seen 2 communities that were like testing grounds for what they're trying to do, especially down in Appalachia. They have left it to where it's pill rotten, it's drug overdoses. I mean, it's sad when I go to my convenience store down there and they're selling meth pipes. And
that's a people who've been replaced.
Yeah, exactly. And
sorry, I went down to Indiana. We were working with a bunch of manufactured homes. And you walk in the factory, you didn't know who was going to show up that day. And I was there as a temporary worker to help them because I was going to come bring the manufactured stuff back up here.
Nice.
Some industrial stuff. And I'm walking in and going like, where are half of your guys? They're like, yeah, half of them are drug addicts.
Oh, 100%.
And you drive into a McDonald's or something like that in the middle of the day and it's shut down.
Yeah.
And you go, why is the McDonald's shut down? And I go, oh, because the company came over here, the corporation came over here and grabbed 10 of their workers because they just got out of jail and they needed them over here and they're going to pay them $35 an hour versus, you know, McDonald's paying them $25 an hour down there. They can't keep anybody because they're all, I'm not saying it's all horrible in Indiana, but I saw this firsthand.
Yeah.
That the drugs were controlling them. They get out of jail within 6 hours of them being out of jail and going to a job that they're mandated. They get recruited by another factory to come in and they're going to pay them a little bit more. And you're like, what are we fucking doing?
Yeah.
These people have no purpose and hope in life. And you're throwing money at them so that they can get high and forget about it. It's literally Proverbs. Another proverb says, give strong drink and wine to those who are perishing so that they may remember their misery no more and forget their lives.
Give them strong Di Serono.
Well, and
no, Di Serono's not on the list. But
go
Austin.
But down in Kentucky, you have to drive. So I come from a town where it's an hour away from the nearest cities, right? My town has a population of 78. It's a dying town. The nearest town would actually be where Vice President Vance is from, his family's from, which is Jackson.
That's why I called JD.
Yeah. So I found his house, ironically, back when I was a fan of his. I tracked down his original family home.
You're not a fan anymore, JD?
I am.
You skeptical now?
I'm a skeptic.
All right.
Well, and after reading Hillbilly Eulogy, I have a different stance than what the movie portrayed. 110%.
That's for another show, but I get it. I get it.
So You know, but down there, these
That
people have
motherfucker
been,
right there betrayed your heart.
oh yeah, completely eroded this community, and it's been a testing ground for what they're bringing in now, which are these 15-minute communities, which corporate America is going to own us. You're going to have a Walmart, you're going to have a McDonald's, but back in the day, like we were talking about, and you still see throughout the thumb, you have you know, small places like Orr's Family Yard, right, and that's out at North Branch, and you have places that have been family run for literally over 100 years that can't compete with this modern day corporate America.
They can't get the wholesale prices. They can't compete.
Well, and even down there, you have Dollar Generals popping up on every mountainside. I find more Dollar Generals than I will find at gas stations down in rural Appalachia.
Because that's another corporation.
Yes, and they're coming in, they're kicking
They're
us
selling
out.
the fucking bottom dollar Chinese bullshit.
Yep, and so that's the direction this has been going. But I think we got it's almost 12, so we got
Let's wrap this shit up,
dude.
It's Easter already. Dang it!
Come on, man.
We're coming up on 4 hours. No, we gotta hit Long's fucking longest podcast. We gotta.
Oh yeah, we can go 5.5 hours.
5.5. I'm
to
going
beat
to
Chris
bed.
Long.
I gotta be up at 10.
For what? What do you got?
I'm going to church.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
We got
Jesus,
church,
Jesus takes control.
We got a guy.
Take Lord Jesus, take the wheel.
I got my niece is coming, so I'm super excited about that.
What are you guys gonna do? What are you guys gonna do for Easter? What do you got going?
I got brunch and then church and then dinner, so I'm gonna be eating a lot.
Hell yeah! I got a ham and some. I didn't do a full blown turkey, but I got some marinated turkey breasts down there. Teddy, what you got? Got family, right?
I got family coming over.
Yeah.
I think we got steak cooking, steak or chicken.
I like it. I like it.
Were you double dipping? You eat
I
steak
don't
and
know if-
chicken
I don't
here?
know if it's
You eat
steak.
steak and chicken here on Saturday night, and you're gonna have steak and chicken tomorrow.
I guess.
Can't have too much steak and chicken.
No,
Can't have too much.
Vicky, Tanya's mom, my wife, she brought in a prime rib.
Oh.
She was expecting me to cook it. And I'm like, I already have a ham and turkey breast. She's like, oh, we'll freeze that. So Scott, we got to do a prime rib in the next couple weeks.
Oh darn.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Austin, what do you got for tomorrow other than church in the morning?
So starting it off with church, bringing the niece, so she doesn't go very often as much. So I'm
Christmas
hoping
and Easter, you got to get them in there.
as much as possible, and hopefully one
Right.
day she comes around to it as the goal.
There you go.
After that, I'm going home, going to relax a little bit, and then we have family dinner at the aunt's house at 3:00, where
Nice.
my lovely mother and my lovely aunt are going to be whipping it up in the kitchen.
What's on the menu?
I believe they're doing ham.
Okay.
That's kind of the family tradition.
That's the way we celebrate the resurrection of the Jewish Messiah, is with ham, with pork. That is the way we celebrate. That's one of the first things I was like, we're doing ham on Easter because Jesus rose again to resurrect the pig. I've got ham down there, turkey. I got the sweet potato souffle.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Ooh, and the potatoes. Martha's bringing the potatoes. We got stuffing. We got all that. It's going to be a great spread. So celebrate all of you guys, our audience out there, enjoying Easter together. But Shane, let's finish up with this guy who doesn't like Christian nationalists.
Let's
or
finish
anything
it
like
up this shitting on
and then
this
we're gonna
asshole.
close it out.
Okay, so Christian nationalism, according to Scott McMahon, advocates for churches to function as political organizations violating their New Testament mandate.
What?
What the mandate he's speaking of is the 501c3 mandate that churches have been essentially coerced by the government into entering into, and this prevents them, supposedly, even though it's against the First Amendment, from functioning as political organizations. So a church could potentially sign people up as precinct delegates, or register them to vote, or help them vote, or collect their votes, particularly if they're conservative churches. So they don't do that, but all the liberal churches are doing that.
Yeah,
because
I literally
great at
know
political organizing. So it puts us at a major disadvantage.
Yeah.
And that's what Scott's trying to
I'm
do.
going to push back on that a little bit, Shane. I know you're being facetious and sarcastic, but literally here in the Livingston County, we've held the GOP county convention the last 2 cycles at Floodgate Church up there in Heartland.
Well, that sounds like a horrible Christian
It does.
nationalism, and you should.
And not only
should be
that,
eschewed.
our founding fathers either had their political holdings either in the church or the tavern. They were meeting at a church or a tavern to discuss the political things. And some of our greatest patriots were the black robe regiments.
Yes.
That were the priests or the clergy that had their black robes on and had muskets underneath and were ready to fucking defend patriotism, because they understood that if we don't defend the freedom of the individual, then we're not recognizing the freedom that Christ bought on the cross.
Well stated. So he says the bottom line is Christian nationalism is neither Christian nor constitutional. It distorts the mission of the church, undermines the gospel, and weakens true Christian witness.
Disagree 100% and go fuck yourself.
Yeah. So if I mean, hey, that you can have an opinion, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but this is not rooted in fact whatsoever. He just doesn't want Christians to be involved, or if they are involved, he wants them to be atomized so that they support the status quo and do not do any sort of real reform within the Republican Party to stop corruption or stop the foreign interests from dominating.
I shaved my head for 20 years plus, and looked like a skinhead, but it was welcomed in multiple churches. This guy with a shaved head, I don't like him. I think
something, I
don't like him. I shaved my head because
like a gangster.
But look at it. Look at it. Where's the overhead shot?
Then you got a rug.
But look.
Then you start doing Rogaines.
No. I've never had to do a thing.
Testosteride or whatever the hell it is.
Look at that head.
You went to Hims.com.
No, you know how many guys that when I stopped shaving my head, they were like, "Wait a minute, you got a full head of hair?" I go, "Yeah, I've never had a bald spot. I've always had a full head." They're like, "And you shaved your head?" I was like, "Yeah, it was easier than getting a haircut every 3 weeks." Thank you, Scott. Unmute your mic when you do that shit.
More of Scott McMahon's greatest hits.
But all right, you already got.
Scott McMahon says that Charlie Kirk is a deep state tool. So before, once Charlie Kirk died, of course, he jumped on the Charlie Kirk bandwagon, as many people did. But
Christian nationalism.
When Charlie Kirk was alive, all the people in the Republican Party mix who were part of the establishment hated him because he was trying to tip over the apple cart. He was trying to recruit delegates. He was trying to put better people in at the RNC. He was no friend of the establishment. So, of course,
he
Scott
literally
McMahon
looked at
hated
Joe
him.
Kent and looked at Joe Kent and said, "Do not get us into an Iran conflict."
Yep.
Literally on record, Joe Kent in the White House, he looked at him and said, "Dude, do your best to
keep us out
of an Iran conflict."
100%. So here's what he says: Christian nationalism as deep state tools like Flynn, Clay Clark, and Charlie Kirk present and promote it is neither Christian nor constitutional. I'm a born again Christian and blah, blah, blah. If you're a Christian, you should get involved. But unless it's only if the way I say you need to get involved. That's how you should be able to get involved.
I've had more conversation with people who say, well, as Christians, we shouldn't get involved. I said, then you're not honoring the understanding of the founding fathers of this country.
Mm-hmm.
If you were in a monarchy, if you were in a nation state that had communism or other things like that, our country was founded on the individual being the sovereign because Christ has set us free to be the sovereign. And if you don't get involved, you're undermining that dynamic of us being the number one person who should have the most influence, the most say, and the greatest influence over the rest of the country. Because I'm not trying to push an agenda to control you. I'm trying to push an agenda to liberate you.
Yes.
Absolutely. And Scott McMahon, so he further trashed Charlie Kirk and his quote unquote Christian nationalist agenda. So that's what he says. What he means by Christian nationalist is what people like Charlie Kirk want.
Okay.
He was vehemently opposed to everything Charlie Kirk stand for when he was alive. So here's what he said. Flynn Network, Charlie Kirk, and many other intelligence operatives saying that Charlie Kirk was part of the CIA or insinuating that, are working to pervert churches with NAR, Christian nationalism, whatever that means, causing professing Christians to shift their hope from Christ to politics. They know that they can dictate the hopes of their followings, they can profit substantially and ultimately gain power control. So this man, Scott McMahon, when Charlie Kirk was alive, did everything he could to undermine Charlie and his agenda, and then only started exploiting him later after he was dead to try to stifle dissent.
That's what they always do.
Yep, try to stifle dissent and give more power to the establishment. Here's another one of Scott McMahon's greatest hits. Russiagate is real, and connects it to Anna Paulina Luna. He says that, yes, you know, this...
Well, I think Anna Paulina's connected to is a good feel up in a theater when she was thinking that she actually could have a private life.
I think you're thinking about Bobert.
Oh, was it Bobert?
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
Dude.
You just malign. You just spared false witness against Representative Luna, too.
My bad.
Okay, this woman, some person on Twitter said, "You're a sellout to Rep Luna. Russiagate was not a hoax. It was run against Trump by the people who put you into Congress. Whatever the fuck that means." It was Bobert who got felt up. Yeah.
Damn.
So this woman says Russiagate was not a hoax, but was put. Russiagate was not a hoax, not an hoax, but run against Trump by those who put you in Congress, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean.
What the
And
fuck?
Scott McMahon says, "Oh yes, Evie, you get it exactly right. It was a pre-planned operation by people like General Flynn to justify the investigation and political hit job on Trump."
This just reminds me of James Lindsay, this like Flynn network, like James Lindsay, the woke right. And
Scott McMahon is 100% on board with everything James Lindsay says.
Yep.
He quote tweets him all the time. Echoes everything that he says. He hated Dan Bongino until the part of where he started covering for pedophiles.
Yep.
Now he likes Dan Bongino.
Nothing to see here.
Epstein who?
Like this guy is basically a shit lib who is just fucking out of his mind for all this fucking bullshit. Like I said, James Lindsay style bullshittery and nonsense where you just like, how is this guy in any kind of Republican like I know why he's in the Republican Party, because they just accepted him to basically either establishment liberal types, or
if you're useful for them and they can use your bullshit to hurt their opponents, real America First conservatives, they will of course keep you around like they do this asshole.
Category of cocksucker?
Well, it's Scott McMahon. Like I said, it was weird. The guy, the incumbent that was the county commissioner before, was signed up and filed to run, and then the day of the deadline, that guy drops out, and Scott McMahon is the only Republican that then signs up and becomes the only Republican candidate for the primary.
Interesting.
Seems like the deep state likes Scott McMahon.
Would I put this in the category of cocksucker?
Maybe he's a double agent for the Flynn network in order to own the woke right.
Oh. And Luna, not Bobert. I got those confused.
But so yeah, and another thing, like you brought up earlier, you know what they say about Tucker Carlson and all these ridiculous things that they say on Twitter a lot of the time. No one actually believes this stuff.
Well,
it's all complete hackery.
Wait.
They know exactly what they're doing. They're lying deliberately, and it's all just a fraud that they can put this nonsense onto people who will speak out against the war machine, speak out against the military-industrial complex, speak out against Israel's domination of our foreign policy. People who speak out against that, they are put under the gun. You will be maligned in the most ridiculous of ways. And all these people are completely full of shit. They know they're lying, but they're all paid off, or they're all bought off, or they're all compromised.
So wait, you're saying that if I ask a political leader of another country for an interview and they accept it, and they say, "Hey, you're coming to our country to interview me. We have a nice hotel. We're going to go ahead and put you up in this hotel and make sure that you're taken care of and you're covered." And you go, "Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. We're coming to interview you. We're gonna profile you on our platform, and we got a pretty big platform. Well, we're gonna give you a hotel room. You're automatically an agent of that country because you accepted their hospitality."
Well,
that is the entirety of the fucking Tucker Carlson dynamic
we
because
have
Tucker Carlson went to interview the leaders over there in Qatar.
Yep.
And they were like, well, if you're coming here, we appreciate you coming here. We like that we accept your that you're going to interview us.
But look at what
we're
all
give
the
you
people.
a hotel room.
But look at what all the people are doing, and is like the people who are just who are in shill for Israel. The amount of gifts that they receive.
Nothing
the amount
to see
of
there.
favor that they receive, and then
Nothing
you compare
to
it
see
to
there.
Tucker
No,
Carlson.
No.
It's just
come on,
it's
Shane.
just rank
Nothing to
hypocrisy.
see there. And Netanyahu is not on has not been convicted and is not on
Did
trial
you watch the BB Files?
for completely accepting all these fucking bribes.
Did you watch the BB Files?
Who put that up?
Tucker.
I think it's
Yeah.
I think
It's so good.
I think it's interesting that all these
So
people
good.
that have you have all these neoconservative and Israel influencers that are pushing the Qatar stuff.
Qatar.
Who wanted to bring peace to the region.
Yep. Yeah. But I also want to say
who only gave money to Hamas because Benjamin Netanyahu compelled them to do so.
Yeah, but at the same time, these Trump utopian boomers and influencers and all that, these Trump utopian syndrome people are gonna not give it. They don't really, APAC. And they're gonna, and these same people are like, oh, Qatar. They don't care when Qatar gives a $400 million jet to Trump.
Yeah,
they gloss over it completely.
And do you guys remember the interview with James Franco, the movie that came out?
But
2011, 12.
Yeah, it was great.
Great movie.
And they,
but
they slammed it hardcore.
Yep. But like, think about that entire movie premise was about going to like North Korea to interview Kim Jong-un, of all people, and like we turned that into a Hollywood, let's make sure everyone watches it in their household. But Qatar, of all nations, Tucker Carlson gets a hotel from, and they're a hotel, a hotel room, to be clear.
Right.
And
Scott, did I make dinner for you?
When?
Tonight.
Yeah.
Did I make dinner for the whole?
Apparently that means
I own you guys.
I am beholden.
I own you. You're beholden to me
food. Oh no!
You ate the food here.
I'm done.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
Drink the Kool-Aid. It's like, wait, if I offer you hospitality of making you a dinner for a non-paid fucking thing, showing up, nobody's getting paid here tonight. Well, we got a $25 super chat. I don't know what that. But nobody's getting paid here. I've spent probably 40 grand of my own money over the last 6 years.
That $25 was funneled through the Qatar network into your coffers.
Actually, this came
for
to the royal
propaganda,
family.
for this anti-Scott McMahon propaganda.
Actually,
I just want to say
we fund it through the 501c3.
We got a message from Jeffrey Mayo where he says, I've been trying to stay out of it, but Scott McMahon calls me when he wants to be pegged by a Mandingo.
Oh, dude, I love our viewers.
Oh my God,
we're still going 11 strong. I love it,
dude. I fucking love it. That's just Rumble. I don't know where even Facebook is at.
Oh shit, dude.
Facebook or X or YouTube.
Oh, there's more. There's more. There's more.
Sorry, I gotta go back. I gave Shane control of the track ball, and he's balling it. He's a straight up baller.
I'm massaging your ball.
Dude, he's a straight up baller. Let's get through this.
Okay, so Scott McMahon, as we said, he hates Christian nationalism. It's all he rails about, but Christian Zionism he has no problem with. The war with Iran, he hasn't said a word about it. And here's how triggered he was about just straight up America First beliefs. He was responding to the John Birch Society. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the John Birch Society, but they've been anti-globalism since the 1950s.
100%.
Totally run through the mud like you wouldn't believe.
Yep.
So here's what he said is that he said, a Nazi, who he says is a Nazi, who knows, some random account, reposted something that said from John Birch Society, the only country you have to support to be an American patriot is America. And he said that this claim that communism is preferable to Zionism is the logical extension of this garbage post you wrote yesterday, saying that all you have to do is support America to be an American patriot. And then, no, please endorse this or condemn this Nazi endorsement of communism. So that just shows you how intellectually dishonest he is.
Right.
And, his agenda-driven bullshit of is just absolutely disgusting.
There's,
And,
there's one of our hot, intelligent chicks, Kristen Megan Kelly.
okay, Christian Megan Kelly.
Kristen Megan Kelly
was strong-armed.
She's got some sexy feet, right?
Yeah, I remember she just whipped them out, put them in my face on this podcast.
Yeah, she still owes socks to a couple of our super chatters.
Not the worst day of my life.
Yeah.
Fucking
Austin didn't always. He's like,
the foot finish come out,
dude. It's straight up.
So Scott McMahon, his strong arming attempt of Christian Megan Kelly that she posted online.
All right, here it is.
So here it is. He says to her, "Hello, Christian. I'm pretty sure this is Nate's column. Nate's her husband.
Yeah.
No problem with people writing whatever they want about me and blah blah blah. What he wrote is BS. He wants to talk to me and make corrections. It'll be fine. I won't pursue it further.
All right, so
I have much respect for cowards who. I don't have much respect for cowards who hide behind anonymity with made up lies. What are you talking about? My husband doesn't write columns. Why are you calling him a coward? How's he a coward? He's a Purple Heart vet, defamed in the media, doesn't even use social media. I demand an apology, blah, blah, blah." So this is very common of what his MO is he puts out this narrative. He starts putting out defamation against people. And then he says, "Oh, well, I'll stop defaming you if you come on and you play into my narrative and you help me slander other people." That's his whole MO.
So this is the guy that attacked you. We played the video.
Well, interestingly enough,
is he texting you?
I have a voicemail he left me
today.
No, this was 2/3/26 after I reposted a General Patton.
Crazy shit.
I made a General Patton post about how
we fought the wrong enemy.
He was
want to
like,
make sure the other bastard dies before you die. Sorry, that was General Patton. Pull up to your microphone.
8727. Please give me a call at your earliest convenience. I just saw.
No, you're good. Hold it to your microphone.
A post that you did on Facebook that is overtly anti-Semitic and neo-Nazi propaganda, and really pretty directly claiming that communism is a Jewish conspiracy, and even saying that we fought the wrong enemy in World War II, implying that we should have been fighting the Jews with on the side of the Nazis. I think that this is absolutely deplorable.
Not at all.
I think you need to delete this and apologize publicly and back away from these views and back away from the people that are influencing you in this direction, because this is not good at all. And I'm not going to mince words on it. I will not tolerate Nazism in any organization that I'm part of. I can't. So it's a hard line. And I know you're associated with some people that in D9 that are probably leading you in this direction. And
NT9.
I also think that you should come to me with that. And I think that
strong arming.
You should be a whistleblower against this. So
a whistleblower against this, while whistleblowers are being thrown in fucking prison for actually whistleblowing.
I'm coming to you before I go public with it. So
go public bitching about your Facebook post that triggered me because I'm a pussy.
And we can go from there. Thanks.
What was that in reference to? Not the podcast, but
because he said he posted the quote. Oh yeah, he posted
today.
It's from today.
What does it say?
I think that was dismissed.
Yeah, he didn't get charged.
It says Sunday, April 5th
of this year,
2026. What?
Teddy sent it to me so we can post
it. Send it to him. We'll
no,
review
that says February 20th, 2025.
February.
Oh, yeah. So that's
a year ago. That was a year ago. He may or may not allegedly live in the actual district that he represents.
Yeah, there was a controversy about that.
Yeah. There was something about that. And something about a divorce, and I know how sticky that gets. So Scott, I don't care.
I don't want to get into his personal life because who gives a shit?
That's all, Scott. You're all good there.
And that will also detract from just how much of an asshole this guy is, how wrong he is, how full of shit he is, and all the things he said and how reprehensible they are and how bad it is for the conservative movement. What you posted was a quote from George Patton. General Patton, actual quote. I think we fought the wrong enemy, and we did, as we know.
Patton said that.
Yeah, World War II.
No, I want to clarify. Patton said that.
Yes.
World War II.
Yes.
Patton said that.
General Patton
and was
said
killed
that.
in a Jeep accident shortly thereafter.
Yes, he sure was.
Wait, come on, guys.
Hold on. Are you saying General
Patton
Patton may have been
Patton said
assassinated?
we probably fought the bat. And then was killed shortly thereafter.
And he was
or died.
Wait,
I don't get killed.
He was
Died
also
shortly
advocating.
thereafter?
He was advocating for us to attack the Soviet Union, which then we had a Cold War with for another 40 years after that.
Wait, come on.
And and then what's funny is
I thought bad guys are bad guys and we just beat them up.
But guys, listen to his voicemail there. He says you're trying to state that the Soviets are Jewish, which is incorrect. That's what he states. But then he goes, you're implying that we should have been fighting the Jews with the Nazis. So what are you're trying to say? The whole statement he made was about attacking the Soviet Union being the bigger threat than Nazi Germany. And you're saying they're not Jewish, but then you're turning around and saying, well, you're saying we should have been fighting the Jews?
Has nobody ever studied World War II dynamics?
I don't understand.
Can I read something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
And it kind of backs him up. Not the psycho that was on the phone.
Yeah.
But General George Patton is frequently associated with the phrase, "we defeated the wrong enemy." While it is unclear if he said these exact words, the idea captures his perspective on World War II. Patton believed that the United States should have directed its efforts against the Soviet Union instead of Nazi Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, I will point this out. Thank you, Scott, for that clarification. The theater over there, they understood. Do you know how many Jews, if we want to go down that road, of how many Jews were killed in the Holocaust? Do you know the second most Jews killed during World War II were by the Russian military?
Oh, the body count between the Soviet Union and the Nazi Germany regime is the Soviet Union is like closer to 60 million. That they just gone.
Yeah.
And they equate 6 million Jews to Nazi Germany. And of course, it's somewhere around 20 million after all the casualty counts and everything like that. And I'm not sitting here defending them in any way, shape, or form. There was three parts to this party. There was America.
Yeah.
There was the Nazi Germany, and there was the Soviet Union. Of course, you got the rest of the allies and everything like that. But let's be real. The UK was
know who Stalin was, that he did his own purges and killed 40 million of his own people.
And it's
FDR loved Stalin.
And it's as simple as this, Scott.
He was a sweetheart.
It's not rocket science. We get out of World War II. We then proceed to spend another 40 to 50 years.
And now has descended over Europe a strong iron curtain.
Yes.
That we have to face this Cold War.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that was Churchill's last speech.
So literally we spent another 40 to 50 years in a Cold War fighting proxy wars throughout the world to keep and deter the Soviet Union.
Are you saying like the Potsdam Agreement, where we decided not to have these big World War conflicts, but have these small regional things where we fought in Korea,
Vietnam. You have a lot of African countries that had CIA interference. You had even Afghanistan. I mean, you got a long laundry list. It was throughout the Central and South America.
Do we have a plan?
Just a whole generation of atrocities.
Do we have a plan to invade?
From that.
Do we have a plan to invade Japan the way that we invaded France to go through Europe? Did we have a whole plan for that? I think we did. And then we had a whole bunch of military equipment set aside or ready to go and invade Japan. And then we dropped atomic bombs on Japan. And you know where that military equipment went? Half of it went to Korea. Half of it went to Indonesia.
Yep.
And those were the two regional conflicts that we're willing to fight so we could perpetuate the military-industrial complex without invoking nuclear weapons to destroy the whole world, the mutually assured destruction. But we wanted to make sure that we could just, blow shit up locally versus blow shit up across the world.
Well, and the simple truth of the matter is, immediately after FDR, you have Truman that comes in, and Truman finishes up World War II. And within Truman's term, all of a sudden you have the domino theory.
Yes.
So it's like General Patton wasn't wrong. He was actually vindicated, just so we're all aware, very vindicated in his statements. We spent, again, 40 to 50 years fighting the Soviet Union through proxy wars, spending, I mean, an arms race where we ended up with over 5,000 nuclear weapons. We have so much stuff that has happened in that time period. And instead of actually rebuilding America, we spent it doing absolutely everything opposite. And so, yeah, you know what? Maybe we fought the wrong enemy. And again, their enemy is the word. He still says enemy. It's not like he wasn't recognizing Germany as not an enemy or not a foe. He was very pro-American. Yeah. He was just saying, hey, there's many people at the table. Maybe we fought the wrong guy. And I'm just saying we spent 60 years in a Cold War, just absolutely spending our money and tossing it out the window, fighting everyone else's wars, spending American lives. And it's you, the hippie generation. I'm no longer going to call you the boomer generation if you keep acting like this. The hippie generation that was sent to fight.
Boomers. Say boomers. Say it.
Boomers.
Boomers.
Teddy likes to say boomers.
Boomers. But you guys, you were the ones sent to fight the communists. You were the ones that were left to die over there. And when you came home, your own peers spat on you. So again, it all kind of circles back to maybe we should just be cautious and maybe think before we act.
And I got one final thing on Scott. That'll take 1 second before we're done, and we can go to final thoughts.
Nice. Yeah, we gotta go to final thoughts. Look at Shane Trejo's going to final thoughts.
It's my as they said in the Lapeer GOP, it's my podcast. It's my podcast, so I got to run the show.
We're at 4:30 at night, so
that's good.
4:30.
We're not.
We're an hour away from Chris.
We're not going to go as long as Chris this time, but we're getting there. We're easing.
We don't want to be too long.
Want to be?
You don't want to be too lame.
Right. Okay, so back to the sheet real quick. 1 second. So why was Scott McMahon freaking out and trying to strong arm Kristen Megyn Kelly?
GOP assessment.
It was over 2 articles. One was some detailed analysis that suggested that Scott McMahon is backed by the Republican establishment, and another is one that suggested that his audience is fake. So these really pissed him off. And when I post, I'm going to isolate all of the Scott McMahon commentary we're doing today. I'm going to post it out there. I'm also going to have a file with all this stuff in there, linked and shown to be legitimate. So anyone can, check to see if these things are true, and they can do their own research. But it's all publicly up there on his Twitter. This is all stuff that he's actually posted, and you can determine whether or not Scott McMahon is credible for yourself. But, this is a guy, he's attacked Roger Stone. He's attacked General Flynn to no avail.
How do you attack General Flynn other than being a leftist Democrat piece of shit?
That's a good question, but he's done it. So he's attacked General Flynn and Roger Stone extensively. It has made no difference. I mean, there are
2 patriots that care about this country beyond belief.
Michael Flynn just received, I think, a $1.2 million judgment from the DOJ.
Yeah.
And then released a statement. President Trump signed it, ridiculously big, just to show he endorsed that. So obviously, Donald Trump.
I want to be involved.
Donald Trump supports.
I want to make sure I support him.
Donald Trump supports General Flynn and knows
he got a judgment, and I appreciate that. It's a big judgment, not as big as I've seen, but
Donald Trump and Roger Stone are good friends. Roger Stone appears in the White House intermittently.
We got to get some messages to Roger. Well, I know Roger's already talking to his ear, but
so on Twitter, Scott does his tweets, and they do not resonate. They have no effect in the White House or in geopolitics. He tries to attack me, a reporter, and his attacks against me have zero impact on me and my career or anything that I'm doing.
Like a Scud missile from North Korea, it did not hit a target.
So exactly. So he has no effect in any of his reporting against his supposed targets. So what does he have to do? He has to try to drive young Republicans out of the party, just so he can feel like he has some kind of power, so that he feels like his work resonates in some respect in any way, shape, or form.
I don't like you.
That's why he's getting.
Listen to me.
That's why he's getting demolished tonight, because it's so pathetic what he's trying to do against young people. We'll go through in my final thought, because we're getting short on time here tonight. I'll go through some of the data that I prepared about
Did
where.
you transition to your
the-
final thought? Is this your final thought?
No.
Okay,
Hell
you
no.
gotta go around table.
I got to piss first, then I'm going to come back. For
Oh
the final
shit,
thought.
yeah, bro.
I've held it in for 4.5 hours. Pretty
Dude, I
usually
went
it's tough.
piss twice, and I gotta go
know.
now.
It's tough, yeah.
Dude, it's
You
great.
broke your seal.
So yeah, so
Yes.
we'll go into, because like we said, Scott McMahon, he hated Charlie Kirk. He said Charlie Kirk was an architect of Christian nationalism. He wanted him run out of the party. He wanted his influence to be destroyed. Well, he got what he wished for when Charlie was assassinated, and now we're seeing the party that he wants. He loves what Dan Bongino's doing. He loves what he's doing to intimidate those who want transparency on the Epstein files. You don't hear him say a word bad about the war in Iran. So we're seeing.
You said that word.
We're seeing what Scott McMahon and his influence on the party, the fruits that it's yielding right now. So we'll go into what that is showing in my final thought. And now I'm going to go take a majestic piss.
A majestic, the constellation Orion.
Oh my God, dude. You've had too much to drink.
Teddy, you want to go first? I want the blackest fucking pill to do my final thoughts to begin with. You're signing right away?
Yep.
All right, give me your overhead. All right, give it to me.
So
Give it to me. You're good. John Bovey's calling out Jeff Ameo, saying that he's the secret grouper.
He's a secret grouper.
Yeah.
Those dang
Grouper?
groupers.
Grouper?
Those groupers.
Is it two O's to
I
be
just
a
say
groiper?
Groip? Well, we can't say that. We could get banned.
Oh, shit. I'm still in the
We're not
overhead. And Austin's signing ahead of his turn.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No, you
Uh,
did you use a different pen?
I did. I want to.
My final thought is that we're gonna wait for the camera to switch over. If you can find
No,
the button.
go.
Oh, my final thought is that we shouldn't really put. There are some institutions that we should put our faith into, like actual church institutions and all that, and we should fight for.
Jesus this and Jesus
Jesus that.
Yeah.
But there's some other places I think are kind of a lost cause and have been susceptible by liberalism.
This is why you're the black
And,
pill, Teddy.
well,
No, I'm sorry. Go.
Well, there's some other institutions that have been can't say it now. Susceptible by liberalism, progressivism, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that right now with the Republican Party, where people wanted no wars, fixed economy, drain the swamp.
Some arrests, maybe?
Arrests too.
Yeah.
Yep, the whole spiel. And we've seen that that's not happened, and the opposite has happened. And power comes from
you're fucking pissed
to top down. Doesn't go really bottom up.
Yeah.
And I think we need to kind of regroup in some ways and form our, consolidate our own little local areas and institutions, and
I like that.
Get back to where the country was founded, was close-knit communities on farming who were trusted each other and would help each other out.
I like that.
And that would be my final thought. The Republican Party is one institution that is a part in why the country as a whole has decayed so much, and you can't fix it. You can't fix what's already broken.
You can't be the corporatist and the individual supporter at the same time. And the Republican Party has become the establishment corporatist supporter. You may be supporting the individual the individual corporatist, but you've lost track of the individual entrepreneurial we the people person.
Yep.
And that's part of what you just said, that dynamic of for the longest time, the Republican Party was considered anti-business, but that was never true. They were for the businessman on the ground. And now we've become the Republican Party has become the establishment businessman if he's got enough clout and corporate status to support and control the outcomes of the party in order to favor him. I saw this here in our state when Rick Snyder was elected. I had extremely high hopes for Rick Snyder as being a business owner coming in, being what we consider to be an outsider. And Shane's coming back to give his final thoughts. Being a strong business outsider, right? And then I watched him come in and systematically destroy a number of businesses that would have been beneficial to this state, and undermine a whole bunch of things. And I was so disappointed, extremely disappointed. One was just the movie industry. Okay. We had a bunch of incentives for tax relief and stuff like that. And I understand this dynamic is you want to come in and shoot a movie or a TV series here in our state, we're going to give you some tax breaks. But they go, oh, that's horrible. No, what's horrible is income tax and state property tax. That's horrible. But giving a break to a company that wants to come in here and shoot a movie here, you know what they're going to do? They're going to hire all these local businesses. They're going to hire local beauticians. They're going to hire local makeup artists. They're going to hire local catering services. They're going to hire local RV services because everybody needs their own trailer for the shoot. They're going to rent a home.
Yeah.
That they're going to shoot the movie in or the TV series in. They're going to hire local facilities to shoot it. They did a whole bunch of stuff over here in Pontiac for the Man of Steel movie.
They did Batman, scene in Batman out in Metamora.
Correct. Right. And all that trickles down. That funneled money into the community. I have friends that got T-shirts and got paid that day to be extras on those sets. All right. That shit is real, and he undermined that immediately because, and I was like, Rick Snyder, I cast my vote for you because I thought you were for the small businessman, and you don't realize that a guy coming in or a big company coming in. Look at Georgia, look at Louisiana, and look at Vancouver. Do you know where Hollywood farms out their biggest things right now, other than Taylor Sheridan's fucking stuff out in Wyoming? The other threes.
You mean Taylor Sheridan's 50 terrible shows?
I like his shows. I don't know. Of
course, it depends on the show.
I feed into it.
Landman season 1 was great. Landman season 2 has been terrible.
Dude, did you watch the finale
of season 2? No, I haven't even made it through half of the season.
Dude, get to the finale.
Oh, come on.
I will if you guys are telling me, but
Dude, get to the finale. The fucking
awesome.
finale is fucking redeems the whole season.
Okay.
It's the same thing that happened during Sons of Anarchy. You
Okay.
got to get through the first 2 or 3
Yeah.
seasons, and it's getting better.
Yeah, it's fucking
Okay,
yeah,
fair
yeah.
enough.
Yeah,
Hands
yeah,
up,
you gotta
don't
do-
shoot. I get it.
Sorry. but my whole thing is that I watched a business owner undermine our state instead of diving in deep and supporting what we were doing, and it really disappointed me. Shane Trejo, I'm going to give you the second final thought, and then I'm going to go to Austin, and then I'll finish up.
I thought that was your final. You got double final thoughts?
Dude,
How many thoughts you got, dog?
Dude,
This
last
is
time I
his
checked,
brain.
This is my brain.
This
a
is
fucking
his
show,
brain.
dude.
All right. Well, you got to pull back
Dude, we
up.
still got
the,
10 people tuning into the fucking show, dude.
It's been entertaining.
Where are you going?
Long but entertaining. Okay, where's the my sheet at? Where
Come
my
down.
Sheet B.
Go down. You got to go to the Google.
The Google.
Over there.
Go to the Google Drive.
Go over. One more. Right there. Pop on. All right. What do you want to do?
Okay, so just zoom in on me.
Hey, you can't walk.
I'll let you know when we need to zoom in on here. So
Okay. I'm going to zoom in on you.
okay,
Wall close. There's
as-
Shane Trejo.
here's me.
Reflections in the camera.
As I was saying earlier, that right now, we've seen where the movement has gone. Now that Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, we've gone in much more of a neoconservative direction, type of direction that clearly Scott McMahon favors. He's very, oh shit.
You didn't clip back on.
Come on,
I'm like,
man.
why is that fucking
Fuck.
thing sounds hollow? Go.
All right, here we go.
No, you're on. I was just
So
like,
anyway, we've seen what direction the movement has gone in recent months after Charlie Kirk's murder. Scott McMahon, as has been proven, he hated Charlie Kirk and hated the direction that Charlie Kirk was taking in the Republican Party. Since Charlie Kirk died, it's gone much more in a neoconservative direction. And how has the public responded to that? Well, I've prepared some data today so we can look at and see exactly what is going on with regards to what the people think.
What's happened with the Republican Party? Here's the data.
This is the data.
Oh, it's on X.
So here is the, how do you zoom in?
Click on the image.
No, hold control and you roll up. X that fucking stupid ass shit.
X that X.
All right, control and scroll. Roll.
Wait,
roll.
I found it.
No,
I'm better at interneting than you are, dude.
Boomer.
I've been on
Boomer.
No.
There we go. We
Close
got
that
zoom
shit.
that shit out. Okay, independence. So remember, President Trump won a lot of independence
Huge.
over to his side.
It was huge.
In
Huge.
2024.
Yeah.
And now he's down 26 approval percentage to 73% disapproval. This was 39% approval, 54% approval
Wait,
in
is this a CNN poll?
2018. Yes, this is.
Oh.
And here's the
CNN
approval.
said he was the greatest president in all the world.
Yeah, you go figure. Here's his approval on key issues: immigration, minus 34; Iran, minus 54; inflation, minus 61; gas prices, minus 67.
What?
And keep in mind, there's more independence now, way more independence now than there were in 2018 when Trump was down 15 points. Okay, there's the first poll. Second one, the double hate. This is my brethren, the double haters. These are the black pillars.
Double haters.
So the double haters are people who hate Republicans and Democrats and can't stand either of them.
There's a
the double haters
said,
are going over 31 percentage points in favor of the Democrats heading into the midterms.
God bless them.
And the double hater, I believe Trump had or close to a majority of the double haters who voted for him in 2024. So he's lost, roughly 35 to 40 points among the double haters.
Double haters.
I think you got to look at the more motivated voters, which is like 20 points.
Teddy's chiming in.
20 points.
Oh, there's more. Hey, there's more. There's more of that.
Wait, I'm not done yet.
Okay, so yeah, the double haters. So here's how the double haters voted according to the CNN poll.
Double haters.
The double haters are up. Trump's up 31, or Trump's down 31 points, or the Republican Party is down 31 points to the Democrats heading in the midterms. The double haters voted plus 23 for Trump in 2024. So that is a 54-point jump against the Republican Party.
We don't want that shit.
That is really, apocalyptically bad. Young people, let's see what young people think.
We got some young people here at the table.
Yeah, let's see what they think of
Blackfield Teddy and Austin. I gotta come up with an Austin.
Party.
I gotta come up with a moniker for Austin.
Disapproval, 76% for 18 to 29-year-olds for Trump. 23% approval. So in February 2025, it was -1. December 2025, it was -23.
Yeah.
March 2026, -53, according to Qantas Insights.
Qantas.
I hate to say that that's more accurate than it should be.
Exactly. So I think anyone who's talking to people can tell you these aren't fake news polls. What about the white working class? These guys have always been pro-Trump. Are they still pro-Trump? Nope.
No.
This is a Fox News poll, so you would expect this to be more pro-Trump.
It's a fake poll. It's a fake poll. Fake poll.
Fake Fox News poll.
100% CNN poll is real, but this is fake Fox News poll.
Fox News poll. Trump's approval trend among white non-college men was plus 17 in March 2025, and now it's -4 today. So that's his bread and butter, and it has collapsed.
That's not good, man.
My people.
We believed in this president. What the fuck?
But look, my people, the Hispanics, they're
polling
Latinos.
We're gonna save the day for Trump, right? We're gonna save the day for the GOP, aren't we?
Let's do it.
Oh,
let's do it.
no. was also really bad,
senor,
man.
no.
No siento.
We had a dead burrito drop on you.
There we go. So -4 in December 2025.
Yeah.
Which isn't that long ago. It's not that long ago,
like
for
a
Christ's sake.
3-month gap.
Fox News. -4 in
-44,
December
dude.
2025.
And this
Now
president had the-
-44.
What do
He
you
had the
guys think
highest
happened in
fucking
between
turnout.
that time?
Yeah, what
could have possibly?
Let's go to Teddy first. Teddy, what do you think
What
was the
happened?
predominating factor for Trump's disapproval rating now?
I don't know. Has anything happened in the last couple months?
I
That's
can't.
really that.
Last 5 weeks
Wait,
or
wait.
so?
Teddy
5 weeks
hammered
ago?
for a long time on no rest.
No rest. Well, that's,
Yeah.
I think we all hammered on that for a long
Yeah,
time.
for quite a while. Austin.
I think it has to do
Also-
with not enough going against the LGBTQs, and we're
Okay,
just
well,
we just haven't been.
So no
We
rest.
just need to go harder on the trannies and the
on the
woke.
trannies?
The
I think
fundamental
I think there's a
thing-
4-letter word out there, and it starts with an I.
I think the fundamental.
Does it end with an N?
Ends with an N.
Yeah, that's a part of it, but it's like
It could have been worse. Could have been a worse 4-letter word. I was like, oh no, he's going there. He's had too many.
That's the line.
I think
I am not big
think the
into-
problem is that he's been spending so much time the last year and a half focusing. Oh, I ended 8 wars. I can't name them all, but I ended 8 wars. I won a Nobel Peace Prize.
So it's okay if I start another
I'm
one,
the
and I'll
peace-
end it quickly.
Well,
I made
they didn't give him a Nobel Peace Prize,
I
so
wanted the
fuck it.
Nobel
Might as well start a war.
I wanted the Nobel Peace Prize, and I created the Board of Peace, but I realized I got really bored of peace after 5 minutes making it. So we're gonna bomb another country.
We're gonna bomb the shit out of them.
I slept with one of the Israelis, and no, I'm in.
I've been accepted. So
Ben Shapiro gave me a great big head job, and I'm good.
Come on, man.
So
right.
Her name
So-
was Fing Fang.
to
Fing Fang
finalize
Fong,
my final statement,
Finalize my final statement on my
finalize my
final.
statement.
I'd like to finalize my final statement right here today, sir. Is that this is not the part. I mean, they're gonna be like, oh well.
They're gonna put
After-
clips on the show and hate us.
After the midterms, they're gonna be like, it was Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and those darn libertarians.
The woke
those
right.
the
ruined
woke
it
right.
for us.
They ruined the election. They didn't
They
support
fucked
us
us.
in Iran. That's why we lost. They're gonna come up with that, but as anyone who isn't mentally retarded knows, this is the party.
Are
This
you
is
allowed
the
to use
Ben.
that term?
This is the Ben Shapiro party. This is the Mark Levin party. They're the ones dictating
God.
policy, particularly on foreign
You're an idiot.
policy.
Get off my fucking phone.
We're seeing retreat. Okay, Larry.
No, that was
I know.
that was
They're
Mark
kind of
Levin.
they're kind of hard. They're kind of similar.
kind
when you
of
try to-
similar.
yeah. But no. So
Larry Levin's a good nickname.
It's perfect, dude.
this is this is the party of the neocons. This is the neocons influencing MAGA on foreign policy. You're seeing retreats on immigration. You're seeing retreats on like the weaponization of government. That's not anything anyone's talking about anymore. Doge, that's not anything anyone's talking about anymore. Bringing down the deep state, very few people are talking about it. So all this stuff that was part and parcel of the MAGA agenda, particularly not going into new wars, that has been jettisoned. Don't even want to get into the Epstein stuff.
Nothing to see there.
All this stuff has happened, and it's been exactly what the neocons wanted. So if somehow there's massive gains in November, then my hat's off to the neocons, to the people in the party who want to throw out young people who are America first, the people who want to anoint people like John James and Mike Rogers because the big money wants them. If your strategy works, hats off to you, and I will, I'll be like, wow, you guys did it, because it's 100% on your hands what happens in November. But if it doesn't work out, then the blame is going to be put on you, and you're not going to be able to wiggle out of it. You're not going to be able to make up your bullshit and your narratives. The people are going to be pissed, and they're going to want blood, and they're going to know exactly who fucked them in November.
Yeah.
And I will go out of my way to make it as brutal on you guys as possible. Go fuck yourselves.
Wow. Hardcore Trejo.
It's my F-bomb.
That is
My
your fucking
F-bomb.
F-bomb.
Zoom in on it. I love it.
Oh wait. Oh, I gotta
Wrong
come back to you.
camera.
I gotta come back to you. There. That's his F-bomb.
It's right there.
Should be tighter than that. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with Rumble, but I know you guys are seeing us. That's what that was.
Fuck the neocons.
Fuck
we
the
froze.
neocons. Well, I'm watching the fucking thing right there.
Yeah, I think we froze. Look at the rate.
No, it's gonna click back. But our other
Oh, no.
feeds are working. No, our Facebook feed and our YouTube feed and our X feed.
So it's just Rumble then.
It's just Rumble.
Oh.
It's just the fucking.
Rumble in the jungle.
I gotta figure out what the fuck's going on, but it's all good. I'm gonna tee you up here, Austin. You came in. I want to do that one. Austin, you came here tonight because you were here previously on the podcast, and they used that as part of the reason to oust you and get you out of office, or get you at least diminish your voice and your influence, which I find is a bunch of fucking bullshit. And so, yeah, Rumble's fucking.
Rumble's dead.
Yeah.
YouTube's working though. And
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just be on those other channels. But I want to do this, tee you up a little bit, Austin. You're a young Republican, full of piss and vinegar, and honor and respect at the same time. And you've been why, fucker?
oh, we're starting a new show.
We're back on. Time to go
Yeah,
for
5 minutes. I think we can do another 5 hours right now.
Let's go.
We're doing a telephone.
No, cancel that. But no, because I don't know what's going on with the Rumble fucking feed. The fucking football, the basketball game's over. I don't know why it's fucking doing that. It's all good. Are we good over there, Scott, on the other feeds on the second computer? Good. Yeah. But I want to tee you up just a hair as you go to your final thoughts here, Austin. You're a young Republican. You believe in the party, unlike Teddy. Teddy has a different perspective, right? Mm-hmm. He's like, I don't know how you want to salvage this.
Yep.
You've pushed in hardcore. You've worked within the ranks, but you've also seen the inner mechanism. You've been ousted. That's the title of the show tonight. Ousted from the party. I want to know what your thoughts are, your process is for continuing forward with the Republican Party as it stands today, knowing that they're working hardcore against you in just trying to inform and liberate the minds of people that should be involved to make sure that this country remains a free republic of we the people, by the people, for the people, that dynamic. Your final thoughts on the show tonight?
Well, you beautifully lined me up, and I'll just begin with our founding fathers realized how much it would take to get to what needed to be done for this nation to be able to
republic
view
if you can keep it.
A republic if you could keep it. And so at the end of the day, in terms of where this goes forward, I will not stop until this republic is restored. The name of my organization, my super PAC that I work with and have helped create and along the way is called Restore a Republic, and that is vital to this cause. My final thoughts for the evening would be, I didn't sign up to be a 2012 Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
I've been a lifelong Republican and have never swayed from this party, and I have never felt more ousted by my peers who were never even Trump supporters. And now all of a sudden they're Team MAGA, telling me how to be MAGA.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
I've been MAGA since he came down that Escalade. 100%. I have an original Trump. I have my grandfather's and mine original Make America Great Again hats from 2016.
I watched him when he was fucking doing his planes on when he was on Discovery Channel or whatever the fucking channel it was, TLC, where he's walking in there with the white gloves and checking out the seats, the dust on his fucking planes.
Yep.
I've liked Trump long before that and heard his political dynamics, watched
The Apprentice.
I watched the fucking Oprah interview before when she said, "Would you run for president? I think you'd be a great president." He goes, "You know what? I'm not sure. I think I would, or I don't know if I would, but yeah." I was like, this guy could be, because he's actually a business other than Rick Schneider we had in our state. Continue.
At the end of the day, every single time I have one of my youth events, which we have the largest youth organization outside of the college Republicans in the entire state, with the most authority, by the way. Every single time I go to one of my rooms, whether it's my high school and I see 10 to 20 individuals, or I go to my Main 9th District youth meetings where we have filled 70 plus people in my rooms. I've had several hundred people events in my 1 year as a term. We see the work ethic. We are just beginning. And if you think you're going to be able to outwork us, I promise you, we will outwork you. We have nothing but time on our hands to ensure this republic is restored. We have the time on our table, not on yours. And so for these people who want to push us out and they want to be a cancel culture and tell us how to think and they want to control our mind, you're on the wrong side of the aisle and you're misrepresenting my party. You're misrepresenting our party. You're misrepresenting the people who work every single day. And when you have individuals like Scott McMahon and Chris Long who claim to be grassroots, go out and start shoveling shit with a farmer and talk to that farmer for a day. And I bet you your entire life's perspectives will be completely rearranged, because you're not in connection with the people you say that you are supposed to be representing. You're far from it. You could sit at your fancy tables and you could have your fancy dinners all you want. But when my people are hurting, when gas is $4 a gallon, when we're entering another war in the Middle East that you have sent my generation consistently to go fight, we are pissed. And you see the approval ratings that have been shown here tonight, and you see the party flopping. And rather than doubling down on what our core values are, you continue to shell us out. And I say shell because you're lobbing artillery at us, and you don't even care about the people that built Make America Great Again. You have forgotten us, and we will not forget that. We are just beginning. There are many young Republicans across this nation. There are many individuals who don't give a shit about the party affiliations anymore and just want to restore our republic. We see you. We clock you. The internet is on our side. And I promise you this will not be forgotten, how you guys act. And as Shane said, the midterms are right around the corner. And if you continue down this road and you continue to sell our morals away, then you will be the ones that have to tell us and explain why we failed. And especially in Michigan, you have picked your candidates, and I have made sure, even if they weren't the ones that I picked or wanted to choose for or wanted to support, I will back them, because it's a fight for the soul for the state of Michigan. But we will not forget if we fail. And that's across the state. It's across the country. It's across everywhere. We are fighting for the soul of not just this state, but this country. You guys have sold us out. Congratulations. We'll be here to pick up the puzzle pieces once you're done. When your childish games are over and you're done with your Lego sets and you have mom and dad come and pick them up, we'll be there to pick it up. So congratulations. And if you're a boomer or you're a Gen Xer or you're a millennial and you're in politics and you aren't saving this nation and actually giving the youth a chance, what the fuck are you here for?
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Like there's got to be some kind of like hell yeah type.
Hell,
there's got to be some kind of something. Come on,
Teddy, come on.
You're a gay fish.
Here.
And fuck you if you don't like it.
That's it. Yeah. So apparently Rumble has completely collapsed over there, and that's fine.
We need to do a prayer for our friend Tim Allen.
Is he drunk?
He has some health issues. We should pray.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Let's have a prayer.
yeah. Okay. I was making sure they understood we're still on. So look at where Rumble's fucked us.
And there's still 6 people waiting.
Yeah.
They want more. They
Scott,
demand more.
Scott, can you see over there on the second computer? I know we still have
The 6
feeds.
people are like half of them Bovie's accounts and the other half.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Unemployable weirdos.
No, I'm literally. I know we have internet connection, and yet somehow the Rumble Rumble feed is like.
Just loves my fucking big fat face.
This thing was getting so hot that the NSA had to take us down.
You're like,
I want to go over there.
he's about to destroy the rhinos once and for all with this rant.
Knock them out now.
I don't know what the fuck.
Get them.
This. I'm gonna pull this plug right here.
Get them.
Plugging the bag in, man.
It's been a pretty smooth 5 hours, though. I mean,
Yeah, that was
pretty
really,
good.
really.
yeah, like it's not felt like 5 hours.
Look at it. Just fucking fixed itself. You know what I did? I unplugged the thing and then plugged it back in.
It's great. I got early brunch tomorrow. I love it.
Dude, it's gonna be good. It's blinking full. For those of you on the other channels, I need new equipment.
Please donate.
Please do super chat for us. We have good stuff. Thank you so much, Austin and Shane, and of course, Super Teddy, Black Bill Teddy, for coming in.
Thank you very much for having
Dude,
us.
he's like Black Bill Teddy. I embrace the name.
I gotta sign that shit.
You didn't sign yet?
No.
What the fuck? But thank you guys. What camera am I on? I'm on a table camera. Hey, thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I appreciate it. I know there was a basketball game. I won't give out the score because we're gonna pop it up on the screen when we're done. Unfortunately, the fucking Red Wings lost earlier today.
Unfortunately, the Wolverines won.
But the Tigers.
Fuck the Wolverines.
Hey, now hold on. Whoa, the most
Go green, go white.
You're not supposed to
the most
fucking tell it.
controversial statement of the night.
You're not
What
supposed
the
to
hell?
say that shit.
Go green, go white.
Oh,
One of them
little brother moments.
One of those belligerent Spartans.
Little brother moments.
Dude, he's so fucking.
It sucks to be the big brother.
That's why everyone in the GOP hates me.
Maize
Shit
and
like
blue.
that.
Maize and blue.
You know what? It's not Ohio State, so fuck you. Ohio State didn't win, so I'll take Michigan State or U of M.
Keep it in house.
Just fucking yeah. Anyway, so I know we're on the other platforms. Thank you, Tim, for posting the YouTube link because the chat's still working on the fucking Rumble, but apparently the Rumble channel is not working. It just says full. I don't fucking stand it. That's a Rumble problem.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Thank you. Have we succeeded it though? Because I had to restart it. I think we might be close to topping.
Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. If we can go like 2 extra minutes or something to ruin them,
right?
I would love it. Let's see.
I got nothing but time, boys. We're gonna take away
Go
Chris
to the
Long.
Facebook. Go to the Facebook. You got to go to the Facebook because the
Rumble would be reset.
Dude, Rumble. Look at it, guys. It says full over there. It's blinking. You see it on your screen.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's not fucking on. It's fucking froze. So that's Rumble's whole thing on their end.
We're a packed house.
Well,
so we're 5:03. Let's see what our long friend has to.
Oh God, don't go back and search it. Anyways, my final thoughts, guys, tonight. Appreciate you all for tuning in tonight. This was the type of discussion that I love. It's good. We had back and forth dialogue. We had discussion. We don't have to agree with everything everybody's saying, but in fact, multiple times tonight, I said something and I threw it out and said, "What do you think about this?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you know. That's what I want to continually do on my show is have these discussions. I'm not a news organization. I'm not these other things. I want to have a conversation with you. And this was awesome tonight. Blackville Teddy, who thinks everything's hopeless. Shane Trejo, who started his own shit and said, "Fuck you, I'm doing my own thing."
I'm in the middle.
Austin's in the middle going, you know what? I like what Shane's doing, but I'm also going to stay involved. You know, this is what I want. I want to have these discussions. You know, we had a good dinner together. We had a great discussion tonight. We've gone, how many?
5 hours and 5 minutes.
5 minutes. This is what I want. And I think this is what we need. I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I've referenced some of the podcasts. But
We'd have to go an extra 53 minutes to beat Chris.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Sorry, you win.
I would.
You
love
win. You win,
to
sir.
I would love to
You
take
win.
it, Chris.
We can't do it.
I really would.
You
Mr.
win
Lang,
again, Chris. You win.
But I just don't.
We're
please,
tapping
sir.
out.
Happy.
We're
you know
tapping
what?
out.
You know what, Mr. Lang? I know, Chris, that you've had a wonderful weekend. So happy Easter to you. And again, I've told you and Mr. McMahon over there, if you want me to come on a podcast or you want to come on a podcast, give me a call. I promise you, we could have some fun conversations, and maybe the world can come to their own conclusion. You don't have to bully people.
Chris, enjoy your 7 Easter meals. You've earned them. You are still the #1 man with the longest podcast on This Is My Brain.
You know what? I did actually enjoy the first 4 hours of him being on the podcast because we talked about his thing with Goshen and his history.
Well,
and his alleged thing with Goshen.
Well, so he comes from a place called Lapeer. He actually grew up in the same neighborhood as me. And I'm very connected to both McMahon and Mr. Lang over there.
Do tell.
And so there was a gentleman by the name of Jake Long. Jake Long and Chris Long, both last name Long in Lapeer. And Jake Long went on to go play for the Dolphins. This Long was a part of Geek Squad. And he was running around telling people, I'm a part of Geek Squad. I'll be your technical support. And, you know, Chris, I ask, you never really seemed to fit in back then, in all fairness. But if you wanted to, I could take you on a tour of your hometown. I know that it's been a while since you've actually spent some time with the community, but maybe you could remember where you came from. And I promise not everyone wants to shove a Geek Squad member into a locker or whatever traumas you went through back then.
Well, now he's part of the GOP Cool Kids table.
Yep. I'm sorry that you guys want to oust Chairman Runstead, and you guys have been very vocal about that. And you had something like the Gay Bikers for Trump showing up at the state convention. That was all cool. You know, that was all cool. But when you don't have those representatives telling people that they can't be there, or that you want to remove the chairman, that's very disrespectful. When I say chairman, because he is our chairman, respect the title. But we just have 2 different versions of the Republican Party, and we could sit down and talk about it on camera. So maybe everyone can make their own decisions, to both you, Chris Lang, and you, Mr. McMahon. Please let me know.
I like that.
It's like a WWE.
I'm seeing.
What you gonna do, Chris Lang, when the Hulkster comes for you?
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh yeah. We're gonna put the smackdown on your ass.
Scott McMahon.
You can't handle the fucking truth.
Look at that, Mr. McMahon.
You're my county commissioner.
I was
Don't
there.
be a dick.
I was there at the WrestleMania where Trump went up against McMahon
for the haircut.
I was in the fucking arena.
Yeah, dude, that is awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome.
You knew fucking McMahon was getting the haircut.
There was no way.
No way. Mr. $100 bills from the top of the roof was getting his haircut.
Ridiculous.
I remember as a kid watching Donald Trump walk down that stage and $100 bills falling on the crowd, and I thought, what a baller. And nowadays he got those $100 back in my gas tank, it seems. So
oh shit! Shots fired. So we are still. I do see us still live on Facebook. That means we're on X and YouTube. Fuck YouTube, but both of you watching on YouTube is great.
Thank you.
Did you sign it? Wait, where's mine?
You're over there.
You signed it.
You've had a few drinks, haven't you?
10 minutes from there.
All right.
Holy crap.
Sayonara.
Bye.
Sayonara. We're done.
I had a final thought, but I'm done.
Nah, you don't. You're good. You're
Hey,
good, dude. You've had a lot of thoughts
Have
today.
a great Easter. Love you all.
Happy Easter.
We'll see you
God
guys
bless you
on
all.
Tuesday, maybe.
Don't be scared to be Christian.
Jesus loves you.
This is my brain.
Dad, that's an egg.
Yeah, that's an egg.
Honey,
Dude.
that's an egg.
Seriously.
That's an egg.
It's a metaphor.
It's still an egg.
That's an egg.
I would challenge you.
That's an egg.
I know my brain is not actually an egg, okay? It's a metaphor.
Metaphor or not, that's not your brain.
It's just an egg.
Una cerveza para mí. My egg is my brain.
Can I at least have some bacon, maybe some sausage with that egg, though?
Oh, I want some bacon.
I want crepes.
Have some bacon and pancakes with that egg.
I'll take it with cheese.
Extra large brown cage-free eggs.
Can I have your brain with hot cakes?
So sausage and a little toast and potato.
That would be great.
Does it have antibiotics?
I don't know, man. I'm not good at this shit.
Well, they got to be able to resist some diseases.
You resist the disease.
Has it got any hormones?
Maybe. It's cage free.
Vegetarian?
Maybe.
Are they vegan?
No, I eat steak.
Never apologize and never explain.
Never apologize.
Never apologize and never